When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 2201 Battle Primordial Essence. Yimo noticed the man chasing behind Han long hair, but his hair was pale green. His clothes were completely green too. The only different part was his face that was a bit gray. Yimo could even feel his anger. Zhao Dan, if you dare to fight in my abyssal realm, I will kill you even if I have to chase you to the end of chaos. The man was furious but suppressed his anger and didn't attack. At this moment, he realized Zhao Dan came for Yimo's purple sword. He could easily tell it was a primordial spirit artifact too. Yimo guessed that his green-haired man was Abyssal Realm's primordial essence Divine Emperor. This Zhao Dan monk did something and got hunted everywhere. Green hat? When did you see me fight? I just came to ask for a resolution. Yimo almost laughed. This was a good name. The Abyssal Race Divine Emperor's face was green. Zhao Dan didn't attack Yimo immediately and studied Yimo first. Then, he said, kid, you pretended to be a Dao actualization before and now you pretend to be a Dao essence. To be able to run using an extreme grade god artifact for this many days. I believe you're not as simple as a Dao essence Divine Emperor, right? Read more new novels on. Hearing this, Yimo had an idea. His force rose drastically. His vast Dao wave chi spread until it was almost primordial essence before stopping, seeing Yimo's power near primordial essence. The green-haired man looked at Yimo with different light. If Yimo didn't stop on his own accord, they wouldn't be able to catch up. He knew Yimo wasn't simple, but when he saw Yimo's force and Dao Chi, he realized that Yimo wasn't just not simple, he was on par with them. His chi didn't seem primordial essence Divine Emperor yet, but it was clearly beyond half primordial essence. It was infinitely close to primordial essence Divine Emperor. Feeling Yimo's powerful chi, Zhao Dan didn't act as casual as before. His face went serious as he said, you were putting on an act indeed. You can reach primordial essence at any time, yet you're so shameless to the extent that you hid your power to fight a big battle with a half primordial essence. No wonder I wasn't able to catch you, slippery bastard. Zhao Dan said this, but he was quite helpless. He thought, Yimo was almost about to be primordial essence, why even run? If you fought with me, would I chase you for that long? If I knew you were hard to deal with, would I have the time to chase you? Now, he was stopped by this green hat. He knew it wasn't quite possible to get Yimo's sword. Even if Yimo was weaker than him, Yimo would be on par with him due to the purple sword. Yimo ignored the monk and said to the Abyssal Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, this immortal friends, Zhao Dan monk wants to fight with me. I don't want to fight here, but he has to fight with me. There's nothing I can do. Hearing this, Zhao Dan said furiously, I'm Zhao Dan, not Zhao Dan. Little worm, if you keep calling me Zhao Dan, I'm going to eat you. TL note, Zhao Dan means fried egg. Hearing this, the green-haired primordial essence Divine Emperor's face calmed down instead. He quite liked seeing the monk angry. Zhao Dan waved his hand and 18 Buddhist beads appeared above his head. Immediately, this extremely suppressing world Dao wave appeared. It was as though any realm would be crushed when these Dao waves exploded. Seeing Zhao Dan about to attack, Yimo said to the green-haired man, immortal friends, how about we join up and take out this burnt egg? I'll take his 18 Buddhist beads and you can have the rest. What do you think? The green-haired man's eyes lit up and he said immediately, sure. As soon as he said this, a subtle mist tower appeared. He was certain that if he took care, the space here wouldn't crumble too bad. Seeing this, Yimo released Zisu without hesitation. A vast powerful lethal force immediately loomed over the world. Zhao Dan's face changed and without hesitation, he tore open space and disappeared. Yimo had a helper now, and after being chased by this monk for so long, how could he let him go? He followed. This green-haired man clearly didn't want to let Zhao Dan go and also chased. The three had about the same speed. Yimo's cultivation level progressed rapidly. He was the slowest before, but later on, he was on the same speed as Zhao Dan. As the three kept tearing open space, Yimo was getting closer and closer to Zhao Dan. His speed was increasing. Running in the space void wasn't like other places. You couldn't shake people off by twisting and turning. The more you turned, the shorter the distance was. The three had come to the void again, and Jiao Dan finally felt Yimo's desperate feeling. Helplessly, he could only stop running. He knew that no matter how he escaped, he couldn't shake Yimo off. He guessed that Yimo didn't truly reach primordial essence, but now that Yimo could catch up to him, he was suspicious of his guess. Could a Tao Essence Divine Emperor really catch up to him? Before reaching primordial essence, it was impossible to use spirit sense to break a realm and know which direction he ran. Yimo's spirit sense at Tao Essence tertiary stage was incredibly powerful, but it couldn't break open a realm yet. He didn't use spirit sense to follow Jiao Dan, he used the subtle changes in the void to track Jiao Dan. He reached Tao nourishment in the void and had the God Art 1 region. He was very sensitive to changes in the void. There was no way Jiao Dan could escape from him. The green-haired man didn't know this. His spirit sense pierced a realm to track, so he thought Yimo did the same. Due to this, he considered Yimo of his equal level. He knew Yimo was a human, of course. He didn't show it on his face, but he was very shocked that the human race suddenly had this powerful divine emperor. Little worm, just what do you want? 2 against 1, don't you feel ashamed? Jiao Dan said hatefully. The green-haired man sneered. Jiao Dan, you took our abyssal race thing. Spit it all out or I will kill you even if I chase you to death. Jiao Dan threw out a storage ring to the green-haired man. Lin Shuachi, I'll give it back, okay? This kid has a lot of things, we can share it. Seeing the green-haired man take the storage ring, Jiao Dan said to Yimo, kid, it's not 2 against 1 now. It's 1 versus 1. Let me see what power you have. 2 versus 1 against you. You overestimate yourself, Jiao Dan. Yimo said in contempt, and then said to the green-haired man, immortal friend Lin. You've already got part of the loot we discussed. I haven't gotten mine. I'll attack first. When this monk tries to run, stop him. Yimo knew things weren't good when the green-haired man took the storage ring. None of these primordial essence divine emperor were trustworthy. They just agreed to join up, but now he was hesitating after just taking a storage ring. So before the green-haired man could change, Yimo said that and used Falling Mark Sword Rune with Zisu, a sword rune that completely twisted the void smashed down. This sword rune also sucked out all the life force in this space. Life force and space were completely destroyed and dissipated under this sword rune. Yimo was Tao Essence tertiary stage and learned Samsara Tao. His sea of consciousness was very condensed. He created Falling Mark Sword Rune based on Great Primordial God Rune. Now with the help of Zisu, it was subtly stronger than the Great Primordial God Rune. Perhaps it was due to his Great Primordial God Rune not being perfect that this happened. This sword rune seemed extremely focused with Yimo expanding his Tao Essence realm domain. He knew Jiao Dan's power, so he used another Spirit Sense God Art, Great Primordial God Rune. 2 Spirit Sense Great Primordial God Rune attacked at Jiao Dan's Sea of Consciousness. Jiao Dan was shocked by Yimo's extremely vibrant Falling Mark Sword Rune, and now that 2 Great Primordial God Rune attacked his Sea of Consciousness, how could he not treat Yimo as a primordial essence? Chapter 2202 Vindicate Tao through martial arts. When Yimo's Great Primordial God Rune reached his Sea of Consciousness, his Sea of Consciousness instantly formed waves of cosmic ranges. These cosmic ranges wanting to stop Yimo's 2 spirits sense Great Primordial God Rune. However, the Great Primordial God Rune was too savage. It grinded the mountain ranges one by one. Even Jiao Dan's face changed greatly when he felt the terrifying destructive power of the Great Primordial God Rune in his Sea of Consciousness. But there were too many mountain ranges and they were too dense. Yimo's 2 Great Primordial God Rune was eventually stopped. Jiao Dan then breathed easy, but he was more careful. Yimo didn't expect this to get to Jiao Dan. If a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor was so easily ambushed, he wouldn't deserve to be Primordial Essence. Jiao Dan couldn't care that much. He forcefully smashed out his 18 Buddhist beads under Yimo's Falling Mark Sword Rune and Realm Domain, forming waves of Buddhist light. The Buddhist light instantly tore open Yimo's Falling Mark Sword Rune domain and smashed Yimo's Realm Domain, cracking. If it wasn't due to the Spirit Sense attack, Jiao Dan could even counterattack. Despite this, the Buddhist light stopped the Falling Mark Sword Rune. Destructive Qi expanded in the void. These destructive Qi was brought about by Yimo's Falling Mark Sword Rune, but under the Buddhist light, it kept breaking and couldn't go into Jiao Dan's Buddhist light realm domain to read more new novels on. Seeing Jiao Dan and Yimo in a stalemate, the green-haired man instantly released his mist tower and controlled the nearby void under the tower. Jiao Dan's face changed. The light of the 18 Buddhist beads burst out and smashed the falling Mark sword rune away before he turned and disappeared. Just when the green-haired man wanted to run, he felt something wasn't right. This human kid should be chasing first. He was much faster than him when chasing Zhao Dan before. How come this time the kid didn't move? Thinking about this, the abyssal race divine emperor stopped. He found that Yemo didn't intend to chase indeed. Why don't you keep chasing? The green-haired divine emperor asked. Yemo sneered, why would I chase him? I've been played by you and you still want me to help? When did I play you? The green-haired divine emperor's face sunk. Yemo sneered, we agreed that we would take out Zhao Dan. I'll take the 18 Buddhist beads and you take the rest. But after Zhao Dan gave a storage ring to you, you even planned to kill me with him. Do you think I'm an idiot? Did I attack? The green-haired divine emperor was feeling annoyed. How did this kid dare to talk to him like this? Yemo stared at him and said, you didn't attack, but we're all not dumb. You dare to say you didn't plan to do that? If you attacked with me after getting the storage ring, would I doubt you? With your power, you should get ready to stop Zhao Dan from running. If you were prepared, could Zhao Dan get away? Even if he can, he would still get heavily injured. The green-haired divine emperor knew Yemo saw through what he thought and sneered, since you don't want to cooperate, then never mind, goodbye. You want to leave like that? I don't think so. Just when the green-haired divine emperor wanted to go, he saw Yemo stop in front of him. The green-haired divine emperor was so angry he laughed. Do you want to fight with me? Your great primordial god rune-derived sword rune might be strong, but I, Len Shuachi, am not scared of you. Yemo said, I didn't say you were scared of me, but just then Zhao Dan gave you a storage ring. If I didn't help chase him, would you be able to get it? I contributed, but you did show any gratitude? The green-haired divine emperor was lost for words. He got back what he wanted, but Yemo got nothing. He was someone who only focused cultivation and wasn't good at arguing. Seeing this, Yemo continued, the god spirit chi of the abyssal realm is really good. I wonder what that fried egg got in the abyssal realm, but he's quite cunning. He left as soon as he got wealthy. Our human race divine Tao realm isn't good enough, broken terrain everywhere, what do you want? The green-haired divine emperor felt a little scared. If this guy really went around the abyssal realm like Zhao Dan, it wasn't good for the abyssal realm. Yemo was like Zhao Dan, he didn't care. The divine Tao realm was barren, so Yemo wasn't afraid of his revenge. How about share the things around? The green-haired divine emperor yelled, immediately. Impossible, I'll give you 5 billion god crystals at most. Count that as payment for helping. 10 billion god crystals and we're friends. Next time you teach that fried egg a lesson, I'll help you again. Yemo immediately said, deal. The green-haired divine emperor said without hesitation and threw a storage ring to Yemo. Seeing the green-haired divine emperor give it out so easily, Yemo immediately knew he was at a loss. There was definitely too many good things in that storage ring, but Yemo didn't want to offend this abyssal realm primordial essence too much, so he laughed and said hospitably, I knew immortal friends, Len is a good person. You're welcome to be a guest at my divine Tao broken realm. If I'm free, I'll come with you too. No need. The green-haired divine emperor said, and then tore open space and disappeared. Yemo scanned his spirit sense in the storage ring and said, happily I fled and earned 10 billion god crystals. This is quite a good business. As soon as Yemo finished, he felt something in the golden page world. He immediately went in. Fu Fei, you vindicated Tao? Yemo said Fu Fei's Tao waves, and it was different to ordinary Tao. Fu Fei quickly waved up to Yemo and bowed. Thank you, master. Fu Fei said again, I already consider Qian Bei my master. I've never thought that one day I would be able to vindicate Tao through martial arts. Yemo said in shock. Fu Fei, you vindicate Tao through martial arts? No wonder Fu Fei's Tao waves were different. It was martial Tao, yes. Master's wife gave me a yellow middle plum and master helped me edit the cultivation method. You both gave me huge help. Fu Fei said excitedly, great, it seems the divine Tao sect will have a martial arts branch. Yemo said happily. Fu Fei bowed again and said, master, my martial arts Tao needs experience. I can't go back to the divine Tao realm for now. I need to adventure in the void for a while. One day, I will come back to the divine Tao realm. Hearing this, Yemo immediately said, this is the void. Even though you vindicate Tao, you're only Tao molding divine emperor. This power is too lacking to be traveling the void, Fu Fei said pridefully. Master, you were only Dao molding Divine Emperor before, but you came to the void too and even headed to the void marketplace. Since I've vindicated Dao through martial arts, I need to learn from Master and train myself in life and death to perfect my martial Dao. Yi Mo didn't continue to persuade him. He thought of Luo Qinghe and Qin Xuanji. Which of them didn't train alone in the void to accomplish things? Thinking about this, Yi Mo gave a storage ring to Fu Fei. Since you want to call me master, there's nothing much I can give you. The cultivation resources in here are yours. Yi Mo thought of something and gave a jade box to Fu Fei. Fu Fei, there's a heaven martial void breaking fruit. It was given to me by vice sect leader Qin Xuanji. You can have it too. I hope you make good use of it. Heaven martial void breaking fruit? The only Dao fruit that can help martial cultivators perfect their Dao? Fu Fei asked. That's right. With this perhaps you can vindicate primordial essence martial divine. Yi Mo said, Chapter 2203 Dragon Chi Whirlpool. Fu Fei quickly pushed it back. Master, this is too precious, I can't take it. If it was something ordinary, Fu Fei would take it, but clearly he knew how precious the Dao fruit was. Yi Mo smiled. The value of things depend on the people using it. If it's placed with me, then it's not valuable at all. If you use it, it's extremely beautiful. Since you call me master, I hope you would one day reach primordial essence martial divine and not make the human race lonely. Perhaps one day I won't stay with the human race, but you can stay in the divine Dao realm. Yes, I understand. Fu Fei said without hesitation and took the Dao fruit. Yi Mo gave out his spacetime boat to Fu Fei. Take this too. Then, before Fu Fei could reject, he said, this is something I took from a person called Yin Jiutian. After upgrading it a few times, it has become an extreme grade flying god artifact. It's suitable for you. Yi Mo waved his hand preventing Fu Fei from talking and said, I'm not even scared of primordial essence divine emperor now. I don't need spacetime boat to run. Plus, I need to forge an extreme grade flying god artifact for myself. I don't really like this flying magic artifact. Your cultivation level is too low, don't reject it. Although he knew that Yi Mo was comforting him, Fu Fei still knelt down and took the spacetime boat. He knew that with his cultivation level, having an extreme grade flying god artifact would give him many lives. Read more new novels on Eyeing off Fu Fei disappear into the vast void. Yi Mo took out his extreme grade flying immortal artifact Blue Moon. Yi Mo had a few top grade flying god artifact, but he liked Blue Moon the best. With his cultivation level, he didn't need to worry about being hunted in the void. The reason he gave Fu Fei the flying god artifact was one, because he wanted to switch flying magic artifact, but second was that he sought his own persistence on Fu Fei. Standing on the blue moon, Yi Mo took out the void location bead Xiao he gave him. The location bead immediately showed a spot. Yi Mo knew this spot was probably Guan Yuan Palace. Yi Mo then took out the void location jade slip that Tang Xiaoyu gave him. He joyfully found that there was an extremely bright mark on it. Yi Mo believed Tang Xiaoyu wouldn't trick him. In that case, that bright mark was clearly the way to the dragon race. Yi Mo immediately told Small Ginseng to get Shadowless and Xiao Rang out. At the same time, Yi Mo put away Blue Moon and took out a top-grade flying god artifact. Although the dragon race wasn't far, Blue Moon was still too slow. Moments later, Shadowless and Xiao Rang all came to the deck noisily. Boss, I've been in solitary cultivation for this long and I have no progress. Small Ginseng said, we found the dragon race, is that true? Shadowless was almost drooling as he spoke. Look at you, Xiao Rang had reached Immortal Monarch, but you're still at God Tao. We need to be careful going to the dragon race this time. There's a lot of powerful beings there. We need to be careful. Xiao Rang quickly said, the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit Garden is a bit further away. If we just be careful, the dragon race won't find it. Shadowless quickly said, that's right boss, if we just be careful, no one will notice us. Then, Shadowless said to Small Ginseng, you're the weakest. Don't come out. You should stay in the Golden Page world. Xiao Rang and I have dragon race chi. It's more suitable for us to go with boss. Shadowless, who called you out just then, you're ungrateful. Small Ginseng heard this and said, just when Shadowless still wanted to speak, Yi Mo said with a headache, stop arguing. Once we get to the place, Xiao Rang look for the garden. Then, if it's convenient, everyone go together. Since the boss said this, Shadowless could only shut up. Although it was top-grade flying god artifact, Yemo's cultivation level was many times stronger than before, so it didn't flew much slower than the spacetime boat. A few days later, the ship entered a region of space. A boundless atmosphere appeared. Yemo immediately slowed the flying ship. This was in the domain of the dragon race. This was definitely the planet the dragon race was at, Yemo thought. The dragon race had their own land in the immortal realm before, but after the immortal realm broke, they all moved away. Yemo didn't expect them to find here. Yemo didn't think that the dragon race of the immortal realm found this place. It was definitely because the dragons in the immortal realm didn't have a place to stay, so they went back to their ancestral grounds. Yemo knew this was a good place before even going in. Before the Divine Tao realm was broken, it was definitely better than here. Show range, we're at the dragon race realm. Have a look at how we're going to the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit Garden? Yemo called to Chiu Rang. Chiu Rang stood at the front of the boat excitedly, but after a while of looking, he said sunkenly, "My grandpa told me the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit Garden was at the intersection of Dragon Chi and Cosmos. There would be Dragon Chi Whirlpool, but I don't see anything." Shadowless laughed. Chiu Rang, "I understand much more." "What a pity, you're so useless." "If I knew it, I can definitely find it." Small Ginseng laughed. Shadowless, "Now you know. Go find it, we're waiting for you." Shadowless immediately knew he bluffed too much and glared at Shadowless but couldn't rebut. Yemo didn't think Chiu Rang was wrong. The reason the two couldn't find it once that Chiu Rang's grandpa said the wrong information, but because the two were too weak. However, Yemo's spirit sense was no weaker than Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. In just a short while, Yemo noticed a subtle whirlpool. She and the cosmos swirled down the whirlpool and disappeared. "I know where it is. We can't go in like this. You guys go in the Golden Page world first." Yemo said and sent them as well as the flying ship in before going towards that whirlpool. The closer Yemo got to the whirlpool, the stronger he felt the chi was. This chi benefited him greatly. Yemo's spirit sense carefully went into that whirlpool. Soon, he realized that the whirlpool sucked cosmic Tao wave chi and turned it into dragon chi. From this, one could see that the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit Garden was definitely at the end being nourished by the dragon chi. When Yemo's spirit sense reached the bottom of the whirlpool, it was immediately grinded to nothing by a powerful force. No wonder no one comes. Yemo took in a cold breath. This place was subtle indeed, but the deeper you went, the stronger it was. If even his spirit sense could be disintegrated, it meant that even if a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor went in, he would be killed. Yemo knew that his cultivation level wasn't on par with Primordial Essence Divine Emperor yet, but his spirit sense was no weaker than Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. This whirlpool also had strong stealth capability. To be able to know this place, Chiu Rang's grandpa must have had high status in the dragon race. Yemo was experienced in formation and didn't care. Other Primordial Essence Divine Emperor might be scared of this whirlpool, but Yemo didn't think that way. He just studied the entrance to this formation and threw out a few formation flags before jumping in. Yemo felt the cosmic chi as he jumped in. Then, waves of Dragon Tao waves swept over, wanting to make Yemo stop and go into solitary cultivation. Yemo knew now wasn't the time. The whirlpool took him deeper and deeper, and the tearing chi became stronger and stronger. Even with Yemo's divine body plus spirit sense realm barrier, his skin was being torn by this whirlpool. You wouldn't even be able to release defense magic artifact here. Plus, Yemo didn't want to do that. Chapter 2204 Pitiful Dragon Race Fruit Garden. 2 hours later, Yemo suddenly stopped. He stood on a huge dragon bone. This bone had been here for countless years, but the terrifying pressure from it still existed. If it was an ordinary Tao actualization or even Tao Essence Divine Emperor standing here, they would be crushed to nothing by the pressure here. Yemo breathed easy. He already saw a rippled door behind the dragon bone. The cosmic chi devoured by the whirlpool was converted to dragon chi, which then entered this door. Yemo immediately knew that the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit Garden was behind the door. Other than this entrance, there must be another entrance to the garden. Since Shadowless, Chiu Rang and Small Ginseng were too weak, Yemo set up a barrier formation before the door, barricading the powerful dragon chi. Then, he called them out, "Enter the rippled door from here. It's definitely the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit Garden inside, but I need to warn you. Don't get too greedy. When you come out, stay in this formation, don't leave until I come in and take you guys away." Hearing this, the three looked at GMO in shock and asked, "Boss, you're not coming in with us?" "The dragon chi here is extremely dense and is mixed with a cosmic dragon wave chi. I need to learn it. If you guys come out and I'm not out yet, wait here for me." GMO answered. "Boss, we understand." Shadowless said quickly, seeing the three dash in the door. EMO went back to the bottle of the Dragon Chi whirlpool. In order to prevent his learning being interrupted, EMO threw out all the God Spirit ranges and all his God crystals. He used these things to set up a top spirit gathering formation. He told Mu Xiaoyun that he was going into solitary cultivation. EMO stood on a huge rock above the dragon bones. He let the powerful chi charge at and tear at his body. Time flew by quickly. EMO didn't even know how long it had been. Powerful dragon chi was fused into his Tao. The God Spirit range and God crystals as God Spirit chi turned into a mist that completely surrounded EMO. Tao waves flowed, but there was no one to be seen. As time went on, the God Spirit range and God crystals completely disappeared. The mist gradually entered EMO's body. When the God Spirit Chi was completely gone, EMO still stood on the huge rock and didn't move. When the God Spirit Chi was completely gone, EMO still stayed on the huge rock not moving. Waves of Dragon Chi and Cosmic Chi circulated around his body. Later on, it allowed him to completely fuse into this Chi. Shadowless looked dazedly at the rows of Heaven Pan Dragon fruit trees and the red Heaven Pan Dragon fruits. He drooled and said, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Xiao Rang was also dazed, but all the Heaven Pan Dragon fruit trees. How long would it take to eat all these fruits? He said before that he would be content with one. Just how many were here? But before he woke up from his beautiful dream, he heard Shadowless say he was going to die. He quickly asked Big Brother Shadowless, "What happened to you?" Small Ginseng patted Xiao Rang. "Ignore this guy, he said he's going to be filled to death. He's just too excited." While the two were still talking, Shadowless already dashed up and swept a few Heaven Pan Dragon fruit into his mouth. Small Ginseng and Xiao Rang both took a Heaven Pan Dragon fruit tree each and picked. The Heaven Pan Dragon fruit was delicious and filled with dragon chi. However, Small Ginseng and Xiao Rang were too weak. Small Ginseng only ate one. Xiao Rang just ate two and couldn't stand up from the powerful dragon chi that could only sit below the tree and refine the dragon chi. Shadowless ate more than 100 Heaven Pan Dragon fruits and still wasn't finished. The Heaven Pan Dragon fruit wasn't very precious to other people. It was at most an ordinary God Spirit fruit, but to the dragon race, the Heaven Pan Dragon fruit wasn't ordinary. It had extremely dense dragon chi. Those who could devour this dragon chi could even use the fruit to vindicate Tao. Those who could do this were all dragon race members who could devour large amounts of this fruit. There was no way ordinary dragon race could vindicate Tao with one or two Heaven Pan Dragon fruits. The Heaven Pan Dragon fruit could help people reach immortal friends. It could also help the dragon race make the best dragon race wine. Pan Dragon wine is more precious. Shadowless switched to another tree and kept devouring Heaven Pan Dragon fruits. He had devoured nearly 1,000 Heaven Pan Dragon fruits. The powerful dragon chi rumbled around in his body but were instantly devoured. With such large dragon chi, even Shadowless couldn't keep moving. Shadowless could only feel his Tao wave keep rising and rising. The barrier between immortal Tao and God Tao were instantly cracked open. Shadowless felt a powerful dragon chi and devour law being devoured by him. He was overjoyed. But when he saw that as soon as the barrier was opened, the dragon chi he devoured wasn't enough, he cursed. Heaven Pan Dragon fruit wasn't enough for him to reach God Tao. This wasn't a problem of numbers. Usually, Shadowless would keep devouring Heaven Pan Dragon fruit, but he knew that in the garden there was heavenly fruit. This was more precious. There was only 3 every 10,000 years. It was better than ordinary Tao fruits. Thinking about this, Shadowless couldn't care about Xiao Rang and Small Ginseng. He dashed deeper in the garden to find the heavenly fruit tree. The garden was filled with red. It didn't take Shadowless long to find a blue fruit tree. This tree was many times bigger than the Heaven Pan Dragon fruit tree. There were at least 30 fruits on it. This is definitely the heavenly leaf fruit tree. Shadowless's eyes were bursting with stars. He wouldn't call Xiao Rang and Small Ginseng over. He swept away 10 heavenly fruit into his mouth, but Shadowless forgot that this wasn't the Heaven Pan Dragon fruit but the heavenly fruit. The powerful dragon chi and Heaven Tao chi swept over like the ocean, rushing into Shadowless's meridians, instantly bloating Shadowless to a big ball. Shadowless was worried. If this continued, wouldn't he explode? Waves of dragon chi were devoured by Shadowless like crazy. Shadowless converted these dragon chi into his own Tao wave chi, rumble. The powerful chi broke one of the barrier and Shadowless completely fell into sleep. Meanwhile, Shadowless's chi kept rising and rising. If someone came to the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit Garden now, he would be easily able to catch 3 guys sleeping. 3 decades passed quickly. All of them were immersed in learning of Tao. Shi Wanqing reached nascent soul in the Golden Page world. She didn't cultivate in the time formation disk, or she would have been far beyond nascent soul. After Mu Xiaoyun helped Shi Wanqing reach nascent soul, she settled her mind and learned Tao under the yellow middle plum. Small Ginseng and Xiu Rang almost woke up at the same time. Xiu Rang reached Immortal Spirit Herb peak stage and just needed to prepare for the Immortal Friend's divine damnation. Small Ginseng's cultivation level also increased a huge level. They immediately thought of Shadowless when they woke up. Big brother Ice Ginseng, how long have we been air? Xiu Rang immediately asked. Small Ginseng calculated and said worriedly more than 30 years. We need to hurry and find Shadowless and leave. If the dragon race comes in to pick the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit, we're over. Xiu Rang shook his head. It shouldn't be this coincidental. The dragon race would only come in ever 100 years. It's only been 30 years. Idiot, who knows when the last time they came in was? What if 70 years had already passed? Small Ginseng cursed. Chapter 2205 Tao Essence Peak, font, big, middle, small, previous index, next add bookmarks. As soon as the two walked a few steps, they saw Shadowless laugh and walk over. Shadowless, do you want to die? We're stealing things here and you dare to laugh. Small Ginseng reproached. Shadowless waved his hand. I've long seen you too. Why so careful? I've already scanned with spirit sense. There's no one inside. He. You two can follow Big Brother Shadowless. I'm a god Tao now, a very powerful one. You jealous? Shadowless was very happy. He reached God Tao middle stage. The heavenly fruit was overpowered indeed. Stop calling. Boss can turn you into dust with one palm. Small Ginseng said in contempt. I'm not comparing with Big Boss. Other than Boss, you find someone to compete with me? Let's see who will turn who into dust. Shadowless said. Small Ginseng ignored Shadowless and took out a jade box. Hurry up and collect some Heaven Pan Dragon fruits and leave. What's the rush? Let me eat some more. Although it's tasteless, but it's better than nothing. Shadowless said this but was more happy. Only he ate the heavenly fruit. These two idiots definitely didn't know where it was. He must not tell these two. When he saw Boss and only he took out the heavenly fruit, Boss would praise him. Do you know how long we've been in here for? It's been 30 years. Small Ginseng said. Xiu Rang suddenly said inside. There's, Shadowless interrupted Xiu Rang and said hurry up and go, I sense someone coming. The two were weaker than Shadowless. Hearing this, they didn't dare to hesitate at all and quickly left with Shadowless. But when they came to the place they entered, there was no door. What do we do? Xiu Rang forgot about the heavenly fruit and asked desperately, don't move, I'm certain that we came in from here. The only thing we can do is wait for Boss here. Small Ginseng said. Xiu Rang said shakily, but Big Brother Shadowless already said someone was coming. At the same time, Yi Mo opened his eyes. The dragon chi circulating him instantly dispersed. Yi Mo was overjoyed. In these 30 years, he brought his power to Tao Essence Peak, just one step from completion. Luckily he had some God crystals and God spirit range. Otherwise, even if he got the dragon chi Tao waves, he wouldn't be able to reach Tao Essence Peak stage in 30 years. The 3 birth chant devoured them too savagely. The later on it was, the more resources he needed. Now, he only reached Tao Essence Peak stage and he used up almost all his resources. He didn't even have 100 million God crystals on him. If this continued, who knew when he would reach primordial essence? However, reaching Tao Essence Peak stage reminded him. He needed to keep collecting God spirit range and God crystals. Otherwise, even if he had the fortune, he wouldn't be able to reach primordial essence. feeling the power that was much stronger than Tao Essence tertiary stage and his sea of consciousness forming a void at any time. Yemo knew that his spirit will 9 transformations went up a transformation again. If he fought with that fried egg again, he wouldn't be any weaker than that guy. Perhaps that fried egg was no longer a match for him. Thinking about how he could fight with Primordial Essence Divine Emperor head-on, Yemo felt proud of himself. He had heard of First Step Divine Emperor defeating and even killing Second Step Divine Emperor, but never heard of a Second Step Divine Emperor being able to take on Third Step Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. If there was such person, the stories would be in the Void Marketplace, but he hadn't heard about it. Now, perhaps he was the only Tao Essence Divine Emperor who didn't fear a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Yemo was right. In the endless void, there has never been an example where a Tao Essence Divine Emperor could take on a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. This was because the difference between Tao Essence and Primordial Essence was just too huge. When Yemo came down from the rock, he remembered there was 3 guys who went to the Heaven Pan Dragon Fruits Garden. He had cultivated here for 3 decades. He wondered how those guys were. Yemo immediately went back to the restriction and found the 3 hadn't come back. Yemo went into that rippled door without hesitation. Boss is here. Xiao Rang was the first to see Yemo come in. They had been waiting at where they came in without blinking. Seeing the 3 were fine, Yemo breathed easy. Then, he saw all the red Heaven Pan Dragon fruits. Boss, let me tell you. There's not only a lot of Heaven Pan Dragon fruits but also. Before Shadowless finished, he and Small Ginseng were all sent into the Golden Page world. Yemo was planning to ask about the situation and pick some Heaven Pan Dragon fruits as well as dig away a few trees. But before he spoke, his spirit sense felt something. He immediately knew someone came to the garden. He didn't dare to keep staying here. No matter how powerful he was, he shouldn't fight the dragon race. The 3 had been sweeping the garden for so long. If the dragon race noticed, it wouldn't be good, so Yemo sent the 3 into the Golden Page world and tore open the space here, returning back to the barrier restriction on the dragon bone. Yemo took away his formation and went up the whirlpool. When he came down, he was covered in injuries due to the grinding of the dragon chi, but now that he went up, only his clothes were torn. Those dragon chi were completely ineffective to him. In just 1 hour, Yemo flew out of the whirlpool and came back into the cosmos. He didn't stop there. He used a transmission and released a top-grade flying god artifact before leaving here. After entering the void again, Yemo changed a set of clothes and breathed easy. He flew further and further away. Another day later, Yemo slowed the flying ship down and called out Shadowless in them. How was it? Why do you seem so unhappy? Yemo saw that Shadowless was very happy, but Small Ginseng and Xiao Rang wasn't. Shadowless took out a pile of jade box and said, Boss, I got 300 Heaven Pan Dragon fruits and 10 Heavenly fruit. Yemo immediately felt powerful chi from the jade boxes, especially those 10 Heavenly fruits. Small Ginseng and Xiao Rang only took out 10 jade boxes. Xiao Rang saw Yemo's shocked look and said, We were going to pick more fruits, but Shadowless tricked us saying there was people here. We quickly ran to the exit and saw Boss come in and take us away. We didn't have time to pick Heaven Pan Dragon fruits, and so we only have these. Shadowless immediately argued back. I said there was people here and you believed me? It means you're not as smart as me. When Boss needs things done, just leave it to me. Small Ginseng and Xiao Rang, you're too dumb. It's safer for you to stay in the Golden Page world. Yemo immediately asked, You guys have been in there for 30 years, how could you not have time to pick fruits? Small Ginseng sunk his head. Xiao Rang and I ate too much and we fell asleep. Our cultivation level grew, but we didn't get many fruits. Shadowless, you're already God Tao? Yemo just realized Shadowless's powerful devouring chi and asked happily. Shadowless laughed. Yes, boss. I've already said. My talent is absurd. As long as I have things to eat, how can I not evolve? Yemo couldn't be bothered talking to Shadowless and said to Small Ginseng, move all these fruits to the Golden Page world. Leave some Heaven Pan Dragon fruits. Use most of it to make wine. Don't touch the heavenly fruit yet. Put restrictions on them and place it next to the bitter bamboo. Okay. Small Ginseng glanced at Shadowless happily, thinking, You got so many fruits, but I have to end up dealing with them. After Small Ginseng went in, Yemo looked at Shadowless and asked, That heavenly fruit is extremely precious, you didn't pick it all right? There's only 3 fruits ripening every 10,000 years. One could imagine how precious this fruit was. If Shadowless picked them all, there was no way the dragon race wouldn't go crazy. Shadowless said loudly, "Boss, don't worry. How can I not know that? Not only did I leave some, I left behind 10. I only took 20, 10 of which I ate." Yemo touched his head speechlessly. There was only 30 fruits and Shadowless took 20. Although there were 30 fruits, perhaps only one in a few 100 million dragon race member would get a fruit. If he went, he would at most take 10. Just as they were speaking, a dashing light crossed the void and came before them in just half a minute. Chapter 2206, Primordial Essence Ceremony. "Is it Pill Divine Yi over there?" The sound came at the same time the dashing light came to Yemo. Yemo stopped the flying ship. It was a flying ship coming at him, but it was much bigger than his. It was an extreme grade flying god artifact. What was coincidental was that Yemo knew more than half the people aboard. The 2 half primordial essence of Void Marketplace, Tian Rui and Kong Han, as well as the skinny Peng Yuan. This guy was a half primordial essence. After the Dao Fruit Tower, he invited Yemo to go with him, but Yemo didn't go. Other than this, Yemo saw a female Dao essence who was Pu Hoshi from Shadow Void Castle. There was that young castle master Lu Tai and an extremely handsome middle-aged man next to him. This guy was a half primordial essence too. Yemo guessed that this person was the castle master. Rarely did cultivators alter their appearances. Their looks resonated with the world law. It's not good to change it. Immortals could use their power to change their look, but if they didn't use a treasure, it would damage their Dao heart. Their cultivation level would stop. To immortals, looks really weren't anything to their Dao. The castle master and young castle master were truly handsome. This was natural. The man standing at the front of the flying ship was a blue-faced, ferocious-looking man. He had 2 golden whiskers running down his face. He had an extremely powerful dragon force and was also halfway primordial essence. Yemo looked at this blue-faced man and knew he was probably from the dragon race. So it's immortal friend Kong Han and Tian Rui. What a coincidence. Yemo saluted with his fists and smiled. Tian Rui smiled and said calmly, "Pill Divine Yi is amazing. Not only do you have great primordial god rune Dao fruit and a good cultivation method. Even I don't know if immortal friends is Dao actualization or Dao essence." Tian Rui had a scornful tone. It wasn't hard for them to guess that he was the seller after Pu Hoshi knew he had the great primordial god rune Dao fruit. From this, they all knew that the light heart was in his hands, but Yemo didn't worry at all. With his current cultivation level, he wasn't scared of these few half primordial essence. Peng Yuan had been staring at Yemo non-stop. He didn't understand how Yemo could appear here. He thought that Aquarius race half primordial essence took everything, but now, it didn't seem so. Pill Divine Yi is indeed powerful. I heard Aquarius race Shin Hanchi went to find you. How come I only see you now but now immortal friend Shin? Peng Yuan sneered. If he saw Yemo alone, he would have attacked already. Yemo glared at Peng Yuan. How would I know where your lover went? Peng Yuan's face changed, but he glanced at the blue-faced man and didn't act out. He had planned that even if he didn't go to the dragon race immortal fruit ceremony, he wouldn't let Yemo go. So it's Pill Divine Yi. It's an honor that Ao Shinting could see you. The dragon race divine emperor greeted Yemo politely despite looking ferocious. Yemo didn't act rude and quickly returned the gesture. Immortal friends, Ao is from the dragon race, I believe? It's an honor Yemo could meet a dragon race divine emperor. Ao Shinting said some more polite words. Although I didn't go to the Dao Fruit Tower gathering, but I've long heard of Pill Divine Yi's name. Now is the dragon race's immortal fruit ceremony to celebrate the Dao vindication of our second primordial essence dragon divine. We've invited all the powerful beings to go witness. Pill Divine Yi is the number 1 Pill Divine. Please show us the honor of coming. Ao Shinting knew he was human race divine emperor, but he said number 1 Pill Divine when he invited him. One could see that human race really had no status in their hearts. As for this immortal fruit ceremony, he really didn't want to go. He stole that many fruits. If something happened, it would be bad, but if he didn't go he would offend the dragon race. Seeing Yemo hesitate, the handsome castle master laughed. Last time I need to thank Pill Divine Yi for not fussing with my son. Otherwise, I, Lu Hui, wouldn't have such an easy time now. Yemo knew this guy meant that if he killed his son last time, he would be hunting him instead of talking here. Pill Divine Yi, another powerful being of the dragon race, reached primordial essence. This is an opportunity. All the primordial essences and half primordial essences at the place would exchange cultivation experience and things. The things of primordial essence are things we haven't seen before. I think if Pill Divine Yi went, it would be good for you. Kong Han said. Yi Mo came up with a decision. He thanked Kong Han and said to Ao Xinting, I don't dare to be number one Pill Divine. Hearing this, Tian Rua said, Pill Divine Yi, you might not know yet, but you're the publicly recognized number one Pill Divine. Many powerful beings invited you, but you weren't in the void marketplace. You just didn't know. Yi Mo dazed. He had only left the void marketplace for a few decades and he was this famous already. Ao Xinting smiled. Pill Divine Yi, no need to be humble. You're indeed the number one Pill Divine. I was told by my dragon race Qianbei that if Pill Divine Yi was at the void marketplace we must invite Pill Divine Yi. Now that I'm lucky to meet you, please don't reject this. Yi Mo knew that if he rejected now, it would really not be good. There were powerful beings from other races going there. If the human race didn't go, it would lower their status. Plus, Yi Mo wanted to forge an extreme-grade flying god artifact. He could exchange some things at the primordial essence beings at the dragon race. Thinking about this, Yi Mo saluted with his fists. Since immortal friend Ao is so hospitable, then I'll come. Seeing this, Ao Xinting rejoiced and quickly said, in that case, please come on our flying ship. Then, the restrictions have opened. Yi Mo took Shadowless and Qiu Rang onto the ship. Pill Divine Yi, your god beast is from my dragon race, right? So powerful. As soon as Shadowless stepped on, Ao Xinting could feel Shadowless's power. He suspected Shadowless evolved from Shadowless Tau dragons, but he didn't dare to say this as it was too absurd. Shadowless Tau dragons were the weakest in the dragon race and it was difficult for them to evolve, so in the end, the dragon race called them Shadowless Tau bugs. The Shadowless Tau bugs were weak, but Shadowless was this powerful and tall. Shadowless was completely black around his body and carried golden wings. He looked very powerful. If it wasn't that Shadowless' head didn't seem like a dragon horse and his chi didn't seem like it too, Ao Xinting would think Shadowless was a dragon horse. He felt that this god beast was no weaker than Dao Actualization Divine Emperor or was even on par with Dao Essence. Yi Mo said casually, I found him. I didn't take note if he was from dragon race. Seeing Yi Mo not wanting to talk about it, Ao Xinting suppressed down his confusion and started to praise Yi Mo. As for Qiu Rang, he ignored him. There were all too many branches of dragon race that went aside. Seeing Ao Xinting so polite to Yi Mo, Pang Yuan could only suppress his annoyance. He knew that he was far inferior to Ao Xinting than Pill Divine Yi. He could only wait till the end of the dragon race ceremony before dealing with Yi Mo. Kong Han and Tian Rui knew Yi Mo had the light heart but didn't think much of it now, so they joined the conversation. Chapter 2207. I'm not fried egg. Ao Xinting used less than 2 hours to come to the dragon race region. After passing through the atmosphere, it entered a beautiful planet. Yi Mo could feel the dense god spirit chi and dragon wave chi and couldn't help admire. The divine Dao realm was pitiful compared to this place. 80% of the planet was ocean. The 20% of land was covered by all sorts of immortal spirit herbs. In such a large area, there weren't many places with a lot of people. The dragon race had low population density. Ao Xinting's flying ship passed through layers of god spirit chi abundant mountain ranges before entering a beautiful palace. Only then did Yi Mo realize that dragon palaces could be built on land too. When the ship landed, the people stood at a wide pavement made with white jade essence stone. The two sides were dragon sculpted pillars. Ao Xinting just put away the flying ship and a pretty dragon race immortal goddess came. Ao Xinting frowned. Why do I feel something happened? The goddess came up to Ao Xinting and bowed. Tongue Divine Master. Something happened at the fruit garden. The dragon divine requests you to go over. I'll take the guests to the guest palace. Ao Xinting's heart sunk. He had a bad feeling and it really became true. He knew now wasn't the time to ask. He quickly said to Yi Mo and a few half-primordial essences, immortal friends can go to our guest palace and enjoy some immortal fruits. Ao Xinting will be back soon. Yi Mo and them quickly said, go as you please, immortal friend Ao. As soon as Ao Xinting left, Pang Yuan's attitude to Yi Mo became bad. He stared coldly at Yi Mo. Pill Divine Yi, you're unlucky. When you go back, I will still invite you, but this time it's not up to you. The castle master was annoyed that Yi Mo took 10 billion god crystals and taught his son a lesson, but he didn't make it this obvious. He was happy to watch. Kong Han and Tian Rui weren't close to both sides. They were actually closer to Peng Yuan, so they couldn't say much now. Now that Peng Yuan provoked him, Yi Mo said, I only accept invitations from people. Did dogs learn to invite too? Animals are animals. Peng Yuan was furious and about to act out, but this pretty dragon race girl quickly said, valuable guests, it's the guest palace of the Dragon Palace ahead. Our dragon race got another primordial essence dragon divine. We've invited many primordial essence emperors here to the palace. Peng Yuan immediately remembered that this was the Dragon Palace. He was an insect to primordial essence divine emperors. If they got annoyed, he would be easily crushed. The group followed the girl into the extremely spacious yet luxurious guest palace. There were more than 20 people sitting inside. Each one had a dragon race girl next to them. A few little guys came late and still dares to act noisy outside. A sneer sounded. Yi Mo noticed this was a man with black robes. His hair was like a tree and his face was like a fence with blue and aqua stripes. This person was a primordial essence divine emperor. His water chi made Yi Mo guess this person was the Aquarius race divine emperor. Seeing this primordial essence annoyed, the group quickly bowed and said at the same time, greet Desui divine emperor. Then, they bowed to the rest of the divine emperors. They were half primordial essence, but they were nothing to primordial essence divine emperors. As they moved, Yi Mo and them soon stood out. Yi Mo didn't bow to anyone at the door. Not only this, Shadowless and Xiao Rang didn't bow too. The dragon race girl looked at Yi Mo in shock. Yi Mo came with these halfway primordial essence so clearly he wasn't primordial essence divine emperor. Seeing Yi Mo stand not move, she was worried. If any primordial essence divine emperor got angry, they could easily crush him with the lift of a hand. Not only this, but everyone else looked at Yi Mo with confusion. Yi Mo showed himself to be a Tao essence divine emperor, but he dared to act like this. Abyssal race primordial essence Len Shuachi knew Yi Mo. Seeing Yi Mo's cultivation level rise a little, he knew Yi Mo was primordial essence divine emperor, but just pretended to not be one. He didn't feel strange at all. They were all equals. Why did Yi Mo have to bow to them? Zhao Dan monk saw Yi Mo come in and immediately looked away and sent an immortal fruit to his mouth. The person he didn't want to see the most was this guy. Now that Len Shuachi was here too, who knew if they were conspiring? Seeing Yi Mo's cultivation level rise a little, he knew that Yi Mo was definitely primordial essence divine emperor. This guy liked to act weak. Kong Han and them saw Yi Mo act like this inside. Yi Mo was seeking death. No one could save him in such a place. Peng Yuan rejoiced. This guy finally saw death himself. Who did this guy think he was? Acting like this in front of primordial essence divine emperors. This was challenging their authority. Desui divine emperor was just going to teach Yi Mo a lesson when he heard this little Tao essence divine emperor say, fried egg, you're here earlier than me, huh? Every time Yi Mo thought of this name he wanted to laugh. This primordial essence divine emperor really knew how to give himself a name. Zhao Dan immediately got up in fury and yelled at Yi Mo, little worm, I've told you many times that I'm not fried egg, I'm Zhao Dan. Fried egg, I warn you. Don't call me worm or I won't let it easy on you. Yi Mo sneered. Zhao Dan lost face in front of this many primordial essence divine emperors and said awkwardly, I won't call you worm, but don't call me fried egg. If you call me fried egg, I will call you worm. Won't let it easy on me? Illuli, tell you the truth, I'm not scared of you. A primordial essence divine emperor swore with Yi Mo like a little kid. This made all the people here confused. No one could understand what this was. A Tao essence divine emperor dared to say these things to a primordial essence divine emperor, but this primordial essence divine emperor could only argue, just what was going on? Shouldn't it be the primordial essence divine emperor crushing this cocky Tao essence divine emperor with one hand? Desui, who wanted to teach Yi Mo a lesson, immediately stopped seeing this. He knew Zhao Dan all too well. He wouldn't lose out at all. Yi Mo made him lose face, but he didn't attack. Other than taking into consideration the dragon race, it was that he wasn't confident enough. Immortal friend Xiao, who is this guy? Desui asked Zhao Dan. Zhao Dan said with annoyance, ask yourself, I'm going to eat fruits. Then he ignored Desui. Chapter 2208 Subtle Battle. Peng Yuan saw that Yimo wasn't afraid of Zhao Dan and his face instantly went pale. He was going to teach Yimo a lesson before. This was suicide. Lu Hui was also shocked. He rejoiced that he didn't do anything to Yimo. Tian Rui and Kong Han were shocked, but they weren't scared. Yimo was on good terms with them, and they realized that no wonder Yimo didn't go into the Dao Fruit Tower, and no wonder he didn't fear the Aquarius race. This guy was a stealth primordial essence divine emperor. He was strong and liked to play tricks on people. What could you do? The half-primordial essence who hunted Yimo was clearly killed. The dragon race girl realized that this human Dao essence was actually a primordial essence divine emperor. No wonder he didn't care about the primordial essence divine emperors here. She quickly said to Yimo, Qianbei, please sit here. Then, she led Yimo to sit with the primordial essence divine emperors. Even Shadowless and Xiu Rang sat next to Yimo. Then, did the girl arrange Tian Rui and them to sit. Plates of top immortal fruits were sent up. Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit was amongst them. Yimo hadn't had them before, so he grabbed one and tried. It was quite nice. Xiu Rang was too weak and didn't dare to keep eating. He was extremely excited. In the past, how could he come to such ceremony? Even his dad couldn't come, but now, he could not only sit here but also enjoy the top Heaven Pan Dragon Fruit. You're the human race pill divine? You were the one who killed my demon race Gong Xiang at the Dao Fruit Tower distribution gathering? A cold voice sounded, Yimo looky to tea this divine emperor. His face was gray. Yimo could tell that this was a primordial essence divine emperor. Who are you? Yimo asked, demon race Pu Yangxi. Don't you think that using your cultivation level to kill a Dao essence divine emperor is losing face? The man said coldly. He guessed that Yimo was a primordial essence divine emperor. He asked this one was to reproach and second was to subtly check Yimo's cultivation level. Yimo's tone went cold. Pu Yangxi, when I killed Gong Xiang, I didn't challenge him. He challenged me. Can your demon race not even afford to lose? Plus, so what about my cultivation level? Even if I'm a primordial essence divine emperor, can you tell that I am? If you can find a primordial essence divine emperor that can hide as a Dao essence divine emperor and not get recognized and kill all the Dao essence divine emperors at the Dao Fruit Tower, then it's your power. If you can't find one, don't bullshit me here. You. Pu Yangxi was furious. Even primordial essence divine emperor didn't dare to be this rude with him. Yimo was asking to die, huh? A crisp laugh broke the intense killing chi here. Yimo found that it was an extremely young girl who was laughing. She wore red immortal robes and seemed very pretty. She also had this royal temperament that made people feel ashamed of themselves. Yimo could tell she was a primordial essence divine emperor. Her chi seemed familiar. He sensed this on Tang Xiaoyu and Tang Qi, so she was a phoenix race primordial essence divine emperor. Yimo realized, Pill Divine Yi, I've heard Tang Qi mention you. I heard you know Xiaoyu, that little girl. When would you have the time to come to my phoenix race and concoct a few god pills for me? I won't mistreat you. The girl said. Yimo saluted with his fists. How may I refer to you, sister? Yimo saluted with his fists. The little girl laughed. I'm Tang Songyin. Remember that. You must come to my phoenix race when you're free. It's as good as here. Hearing her interrupt him, Pu Yangxi was very annoyed, but he said nothing more. She looked like a yowing girl, but he knew clearly how powerful she was. Her temper wasn't as good as she showed. If he argued with her, he would definitely ignite this keg. The best decision was to shut up. Yimo could only say thanks for your invitation, sister. Yimo would definitely come when I'm free. People here are beginning to understand what sort of person Yimo was. If you were polite to him, he wouldn't do anything, but if you want to suppress him, then just look at Pu Yangxi. Yimo then finally had the time to greet Len Shuachi, immortal friend Len, we meet again so soon. Len Shuachi squeezed out a smile. Yeah, we meet again this quickly. Immortal friend, Yi got stronger, congratulations. We finally realized who Yimo was. He was the divine emperor who killed more than 100 Aquarius race divine emperors at the God rank square. Hearing when we got up immediately, his killing intent spread across his face. So you're the Pill Divine Yi who killed more than 100 Aquarius race divine emperors. Very well, I didn't expect to see you here today. If I don't refine your soul, how can I let you go? At the same time, his huge lethal force erupted, shaking the space here. Before his lethal force reached Emo, it was broken by Emo's spirit sense realm domain. The surroundings calmed down again. It seemed to other people that when Desui had the lower hand, but in fact, when Desui only used his lethal force but Emo used spirit sense realm domain. When Desui didn't truly attack but Emo did, this was subtle, but other people didn't see it like this. No one would check with spirit sense when two primordial essences were fighting. They just saw Emo easily stop when Desui. They were right. Pil Divine Yi was a primordial essence divine emperor. Emo then said with intense lethal intent, "You won't let me go? I didn't want to let you go. I came to the dragon race primordial essence ceremony. I don't want to deal with you now. After I leave the dragon race, Iluli teach you a lesson. Your Aquarius race thinks the human race is easy to abuse and dares to challenge our human race. Is 100 divine emperors a lot? If more human race divine emperors is killed by Aquarius race for no reason, I promise I will go to the Aquarius race and slaughter that place." Hearing this, when Dishue's face changed. Other people thought he was angry, but only he knew why his face changed. Before he came here, the Aquarius race sent more than 10 void spaceships to annihilate the Divine Tao realm. That would definitely be enough to turn the Divine Tao realm to dust. He didn't expect the human race had a primordial essence divine emperor like Emo. If the Aquarius race really annihilated the human race, how could Emo settle? If he couldn't kill Emo, then what would be the consequence of a primordial essence divine emperor attacking the Aquarius race? There were battles between races, but no primordial essence divine emperors were involved. If the Aquarius race annihilated human race, how could Emo dumbly agree to this rule? Welcome, immortal friends, due to something's happening at the dragon race. We've wasted so much of your time, I'm extremely sorry. Aolan will drink first. A golden-haired man walked in and drank a cup of wine. Chapter 2209, Disaster of the Broken Realm. This person was Dragon Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, but he didn't have dragon whiskers. Behind him was a man with red hair who was also Primordial Essence. However, his chi wasn't as perfected as Aolan. Emo guessed that this was the new Primordial Essence Divine Emperor of the Dragon Race. Ao Shinting, who brought Emo and them over, stood at the last position. Everyone got up to congratulate the new Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Emo got up too. At this moment, the red-haired man behind Aolan saluted with his fists. "Thank you, immortal friends, for coming to the dragon race and celebrating Aoshi reaching Primordial Essence. Cheers to all of you." Then, the red-haired man drank the entire cup. The divine emperors there all raised their cup and drank it all. The wine was the number one wine of the dragon race, Pan-Dragon wine. It was extremely aromatic. Xiao Rang, this wine belly, already drank an entire kettle. When everyone finished, Aolan took Aoshi to greet everyone seated. They didn't even leave behind some halfway Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Clearly, he was well-mannered. When Aolan walked up to Emo, he dazed. He didn't know Emo was sitting in such an obvious seat. He should at least be a Primordial Essence powerful being. How was he only Tao Essence power? Yemo's seat was arranged by that dragon girl, as she considered Emo a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Ao Shinting saw this and quickly said, "Dragon Divine Master, this is number 1 Pil Divine Yi." Hearing this, Aoluan was overjoyed and quickly said hospitably, "So it's Pil Divine Yi here." Aoluan is so embarrassed. "I've long wanted to meet Pil Divine Yi, but I wasn't able to send the invitation to you personally. Please forgive me." As a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, he spoke to a Tao Essence Divine Emperor like this. One must admit that Aoluan really knew how to act. If it was an ordinary Tao Essence Pil Divine, he would be overwhelmed, but Emo had seen enough Primordial Essence Divine Emperor and he was on par with them. He got up and saluted with his fists. "Dragon Divine, you're too polite. I've long heard that the dragon race is prosperous. Now that I see it, it's indeed extremely prosperous. Congratulations on another Primordial Essence Tao vindication." Just when Aoluan wanted to speak, he suddenly saw Shadowless and asked in shock, "Pil Divine Yi, this is?" Emo said casually, "An immortal pet of mine. He later gained his own consciousness and thus became my friend." Aoluan raised a brow and glanced at Shadowless again, but he didn't keep asking. He laughed and kept greeting the other divine emperors. Then, Aolwan said the ceremony is about to begin, immortal friends please come with me to the Dragon Palace. All the guests left the seats and headed to the Dragon Palace with Aolwan. Desui Divine Emperor walked at the last and sent out a dashing light when no one saw. Desui did it subtly but everyone here knew that Desui sent a message. No one would care about a primordial essence Divine Emperor sending a message. Divine Tao Realm Ship Harbor. This had always been the harbor from the Divine Tao Realm to the Void or the Void Marketplace. The ships here were owned by a few powerful god sections. This was a monopoly. Anyone who wanted to go to the Void Marketplace had to go through the ship harbor. Before, the harbor didn't take god crystals for divine emperors who used this place to enter the void. They only took god crystals for those who took their ship. A few hundred years ago, a Tao molding divine emperor used his own flying magic artifact and left to the void. Since then, the rules changed. All those who left from the harbor had to pay god crystals. This rule changed again 20 years ago. 20 years ago, a ship much higher level than the highest level ship at the harbor stopped here. Most importantly, nearly 700 divine emperors and immortal emperors came off the ship. Most of them were Tao Molding Divine Emperor and Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor, but some were Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, and there were 8 Tao Essence Divine Emperor. This power was enough to wipe out the entire Divine Tao realm more than tens of times. These people immediately took over the harbor when they came. The manager of the harbor didn't dare to say anything facing this many Divine Emperors and Tao Essence Divine Emperors. Much less, amongst the 700 people here, the great Sun God Mountain Tao Essence Divine Emperor Kai Feng and Dong'an, as well as Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect Tao Essence Divine Emperor Wang Nanshuang were included. The two sects already owned part of the harbor, but they were on the side of this new power. This new power not only took over the harbor and built a new sect in the Divine Tao realm called Divine Tao Sect. Before, the most powerful and famous sect in the Divine Tao realm was Great Sun God Mountain, but now, the new sect Divine Tao Sect was countless times stronger than Great Sun God Mountain. The Divine Tao Sect was established at the center of the Divine Tao realm. A few hundred divine emperors built a sect together. They've also brought countless materials from the Void Marketplace. Even in a broken place like the Divine Tao realm, the Divine Tao Sect seemed extremely grandiose. When the immortals of the Divine Tao realm realized that the main goal of the Divine Tao Sect was to repair the Divine Tao realm and build a realm protection sect, they all supported this. Even the 2 Tao Essence Divine Emperor returning to Great Sun God Mountain and the Tao Essence Divine Emperor returning to Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect soon brought over large amounts of sect building resources. Due to the establishment of the Divine Tao Sect, the Divine Tao realm went from dead and withered to a lively atmosphere. Other than Dong'an, Wang Nanshuang, Luo Qinghe and Qin Xuanji, who reached Tao Essence Divine Emperor in the Void using the Chen Essence Fruit, another Tao Actualization peak stage called Shangmu also reached Tao Essence. The current power of the Divine Tao Sect was no weaker than the top sects of other races. Plus, they had a Tao Essence Divine Emperor called Xiaohe to help. But today, not just Divine Tao Sect but the other sects of the Divine Tao realm all sent powerful beings to the ship harbor, ever since the harbor was taken over by Divine Tao Sect. Its scale and design was tens of times greater than before. But because the Divine Tao Sect was newly founded, not many ships stopped at the harbor, making it seem a bit empty. However, now, it wasn't empty but was instead heavy and lethal. The entire void was under this pressure. More than 10 extremely large void ships spread across in a line outside the harbor. If it was Luo Qinghe and them stopping these ships, they would have dashed into the Divine Tao realm. The void ships had extremely powerful void law formation. If they charged into the realm, even the biggest mountains would be pulverized. The Divine Tao realm law was extremely chaotic and weak. Once these powerful void ships entered, it would tear the already weak and chaotic laws even more. The Aquarius race brought many divine emperors and many immortals. Clearly, they wanted to annihilate the Divine Tao realm human race. Luo Qinghe knew why they came. Yi Mo led them and slaughtered more than 100 divine emperors at the Void Marketplace. There was no way they wouldn't get revenge. Seeing a half-primordial essence leading the charge, Luo Qinghe knew things wouldn't be settled easily. He only hoped that when the battle begun, more human race could escape. The sect leaders said before that if they couldn't win, preserving strength was the most important thing. Luo Qinghe, is Yi Mo here? He killed that many divine emperors of the Aquarius race. Does he think he can escape by hiding here? An Aquarius race Tao Essence Divine Emperor sneered. Luo Qinghe and Qin Xuanji knew this person. It was the Divine Emperor who lost half his body at the God rank square due to Emo Yaopu. The half primordial essence was just standing on the side looking at them in contempt. To him, there was no one worth him attacking here. He led the charge, but he was also here to stop anyone from getting away. Chapter 22:10 The battle that suddenly stopped. Yaopu, even if you kill all of us, sect leader, you will pull Aquarius race from the roots. If you don't believe, then you just wait. Luo Qinghe knew there was no point in begging for mercy. Yaopu laughed. The sect leader you're talking about is GMO, right? There's probably not a single bone left of him. Does he still want to live after killing so many of our Aquarius race divine emperors? Then he yelled, Aquarius race people, human race slaughtered more than 100 of our divine emperors. Today, we shall get revenge. Charge together. Let them know that the blood of the Aquarius race will not be spilled in vain. Slaughter them all and leave nothing behind. Wait. Xiaohe suddenly stood out. Yaopu had long seen Xiaohe. He said before Xiaohe could speak, Xiaohe, I know you're from the Guangyuan Palace and I know you have a primordial essence divine emperor. But I'm going to tell you, this is the conflict between the human and Aquarius race. If your Guangyuan Palace is going to intervene, the Aquarius race is not scared of you. Xiaohe was lost for words. He was confident he could talk Yaopu down because Yaopu was only a Tao Essence Divine Emperor and couldn't make the decision. But now that Yaopu said this, meaning that this was consented by the Aquarius race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, looking at the other half Primordial Essence of the Aquarius race, Xiaohe knew that he was of not much use now. Kill! Yaopu roared and charged towards Luo Qinghe. The rest of the Aquarius race immediately charged up. There were quite some human race, but their overall power was far weaker than the Aquarius race. In just a short contact, countless died and injured from the human race. Luo Qinghe saw Wang Nanshuang, whom he had a good impression of, lose an arm to an Aquarius race Tao Essence tertiary stage. His eyes glared in fury. His blue sword turned into sword veils that covered the void before him. The ordinary Aquarius race divine emperors inside were torn to bloody mist. All sorts of magic artifact rays were activated. They all had killing intent. In just a short while, the entire battlefield emanated with lethal chi. Those weaker ones would soon be swept in by the lethal chi and killed. Because the space lethal force was more and more intense, the two sides were affected by this. They went more crazy and destructive. As the killing intent grew crazy and the two sides were going to completely fall into carnage, a beam of light suddenly landed in the hand of that half primordial essence. This divine emperor's face changed immediately and he said, everyone stop, Aquarius race retreat. Get on the ship. The Aquarius race heard this and immediately retreated. Luo Qinghe and Qin Xuanji were covered in blood. They didn't know why the Aquarius race suddenly retreated after gaining such a huge advantage, but they were shocked at how obedient the Aquarius race was. From this, one could see that even if the human race and Aquarius were equal in power, it was more likely that the human race would lose. Master Hong Divine, we had the absolute advantage. If we kept charging, they would cripple and then we can annihilate them. Why did we stop? Yaopu said with extreme dissatisfaction. This half primordial essence frowned. He really didn't like someone who was weaker than him talking to him like this. However, Yaopu was taken much more seriously than him in the Aquarius race, so, this half primordial essence divine emperor explained. Desui divine emperor sent a message telling us not to attack the human race yet and return to the Aquarius race first. Why? Yaopu asked in confusion. His tone was serious. He really didn't understand why things were like this. The human race slaughtered more than 100 divine emperors of their Aquarius race in the void marketplace. 4 of them were Tao Essence Divine Emperor. They came here so arduously and just killed a few hundred. When the half primordial essence was reproached again, his face sunk and he said uncomfortably, since Desui Divine Emperor sent the message, you can go reproach him. Then, this half primordial essence ignored Yaopu and said to the other Tao Essence Divine Emperors, pack up the ship and retreat immediately. Yaopu was annoyed, but he didn't dare to rebuke Desui Divine Emperor. Seeing the Aquarius ships leave, Luo Qinghe and them looked at each other. They really didn't understand what was going on. They came so ferociously but left so quickly. What are they doing? Qin Xuanji frowned and asked. Luo Qinghe shook his head and said, let's not care why they left. We should save the injured here first. Our realm protection formation needs to be rebuilt as well.
Qin Xuanji glanced at Luo Qinghe and said, "Set realm protection MF? Do you think you know primordial essence formation, Grandmaster?"
Luo Qinghe felt his nose awkwardly.
Even though the divine Dao realm was a broken realm, a primordial essence divine emperor was needed to set up realm protection formation.
Xiao He said guiltily, 3 sect leaders, Pill Divine, ye left me here wanting me to help, but I wasn't able to help with anything.
Luo Qinghe quickly said, immortal friend Xiao already helped a lot.
The Aquarius race suddenly left might be due to concerns of Guang Yuan Palace.
Don't think too much, I believe sect leader will definitely go to the Guang Yuan Palace. Xiaobi didn't threaten away the Aquarius, but during battle he didn't back out at all. Yimo and them went with Ao Luan into the Dragon Palace.
To be honest, this was Yimo's first time seeing such a luxurious palace. He had been to top-level auctions and sects as well as many palaces before seeing the Dragon Palace. Yimo thought some palaces were quite nice, but after seeing the Dragon Palace, it was like comparing a straw hut to a golden palace. In the extremely spacious Dragon Palace, rows of guest seats were prepared. Tens of thousands of Dragon race members were standing on the 2 rows of the Dragon Palace.
The weakest members here were immortal emperors.
One could see how powerful the Dragon race was. Plus, this was only a small part of the Dragon race's power. Thousands of pre-Dragon race goddesses wore immortal robes and stood on the 2 sides of the guest seats. Aolwan looked happily around the Dragon race members before saying to the guests, immortal friends, please have a seat and use our Dragon race immortal fruit and pan-dragon wine. When Yimo and them sat down, there were Dragon race goddess coming to serve them immediately. Today is the ceremony for our Dragon race divine emperor Aoxin reaching primordial essence. The immortal friends coming to our Dragon race to celebrate brings great honor to the Dragon race. The Dragon race is also keen on using this opportunity to form eternal alliance with all the races. Aolwan raised his wine cup and drank it all. At this moment, one person amongst the guests got all. This was an extremely handsome-looking young man. His hair reached his shoulders and he seemed very confident. It was as though the entire world was in his control. This man also raised his cup and said, today we're all here to congratulate Aoshi Divine Emperor reaching primordial essence. Because there are a lot of guests, I, Zhuge Jichin, will take lead and represent all the guests to congratulate Aoshi Divine Emperor reaching primordial essence. Hearing this, all the guests got up and drank the entire cup. Zhuge Jichin was also a primordial essence divine emperor. Yimo hadn't heard of this guy, but he could guess this person was from the beast race. When everyone sat down, Zhuge Jichin took out a jade box and gave it to a Dragon race goddess next to him, just a measly gift. Chapter 22:11, Compete in Gifts. As soon as the jade box opened, there was this scorching feeling. There was actually a purple flame in the jade box.
Yimo had seen this flame before in the cultivation realm.
It was one purple flame. It was ranked second in the rare flame ranking in the cultivation realm. Even in the entire 108 flame ranking, one purple flame was ranked 11th.
This wasn't the most precious thing about this flame.
It was that this flame had reached God flame. Yimo thought, this Zhuge Jichin was really generous.
He was willing to give such a god flame. Yimo was a flame expert.
He soon saw what was different about this flame. It had reached God flame but seemed to have lost some of its spirit. Soon, he realized that something happened when this flame went through nirvana. Although it reached God flame, it would stop there. It couldn't continue to reach divine flame nor have a fire spirit. But even so, this one purple flame was extremely precious. Many times more precious than extreme grade god artifact. Aoshi was extremely surprised and happy to get such a flame. Of course he could see what was wrong with this flame, but even so, this present was extremely precious. Immortal friend Zhuge is too nice.
Your present is so precious.
Aoshi got up and saluted with his fists. Zhuge Jichin returned the gesture. Pity that a small problem occurred when this purple flame went through nirvana.
Of course immortal friend Aoshi wouldn't care about this flame.
I was planning to give it to Princess Man. A pale green-robed young girl sitting next to Aoshi heard this and immediately robbed the jade box from Aoshi.
Thank you, brother Zhuge. How do you know I like this purple flame? I was planning to ask for it from my dad.
Aoshi's face sunk a little as he said, man, immortal friend Zhuge is an equal of mine. You should call him Divine Emperor.
Don't be so rude. Zhuge Jichin quickly smiled and said, it's fine, I like Princess Man calling me brother.
It feels close.
Yimo applauded. This AO man was young and pretty, it was as though she came out from a painting. Zhuge Zhichen looked at AO man with love. It was clear why he gave such present. With Zhuge Zhichen taking the lead, the rest of the people gave their presents too. Demon Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Pu Yangzi gave out an extreme grade Flying God artifact. Desui Divine Emperor gave out a drop of 100 million year sea sponge. This was level 13 immortal material for setting up formation. It can help with God art learning and can also be used to make the best God artifact. The young girl from the Phoenix race called Tang Tsongyin gave out a Nirvana nest. This was more precious than the sea sponge. There were too many uses for it. Other than body refinement Nirvana, it could even be used for Yimo's spirit will 9 transformations. Most importantly, it can help those below Tao Essence to build their body perfectly. The next was Abyssal Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, Jiao Dan and them. They all gave precious things. Yimo knew that this was all because of Zhuge Zhichen. He gave out the God Flame. If other people gave things significantly below that value, it would be losing face. This person was sucking up to the dragon race everywhere. If it wasn't that he really loved AO Man, then it was that he wanted to get something from the dragon race. However, he did this at the cost of making the other Primordial Essence Divine Emperors a little annoyed. Soon, it was Yimo's turn. Yimo took out a jade bottle and said, I don't have anything good. I rely on pill concoction to feed myself, so Iluli give a bottle of pills. Seeing this, everyone stared at the jade bottle in curiosity, all wanting to know what pill this was. However, Yimo didn't say what pill it was. People couldn't really use spirit sense to check it. Dad, other people's gifts were opened. You should have a look what this pill is. What if he just gave an ordinary pill? AO Man quickly said. She knew that if her dad put away the pills, she would have to wait till the end of the ceremony before knowing what pill it was. She immediately reproached AO Man and saluted with his fists to Yimo an apology. Pill Divine Yi, my daughter is too spoiled and is being rude. Yimo smiled. No matter, I'm at least a Tao Essence Pill Divine. I'm not going to give a bottle of immortal pills. AO Wan smiled. Pill Divine Yi is the number 1 pill divine of multiple realms. Man Air is rude. Please don't mind Pill Divine Yi. AO Man saw this and realized she was being rude. She quickly got up and bowed to Yimo. Brother Yi, can I have a look at your pills? Yimo immediately said, of course, but no need to call me big brother. I'm a pill divine, just call me Pill Divine Yi. She wanted to know what pill Yimo gave to. After all, Yimo was extremely famous. Purple Heaven Pill, Extreme Grade Purple Heaven Pill? She said in shock. 12 extreme grade purple heaven pills was no small gift. This was a tactic cultivation resource. It could allow Tao nourishment. Divine Emperor reach Tao actualization. Rarely could people concoct extreme grade purple heaven pills. Even if they did, it would just be 1 or 2. Yimo pretty much gave 12 chances to reach Tao actualization to the dragon race. Even if all of them couldn't reach Tao actualization, there would be at least a third. This wasn't the most important meaning of this bottle of pills. It was that if Yimo had Tao fruits, he could concoct extreme grade purple heaven pills non-stop. If a race had all these pills, there was no way they wouldn't rise up. Seeing this, Aolwan and she looked at Yimo with keen eyes. Even the Primordial Essence Divine Emperor of other races looked at Yimo with keen eyes. Of course, the 2 Divine Emperor who had conflict with Yimo looked at Yimo with annoyance and killing intent. She ignored his daughter who wanted a pill and got up saying to Yimo, thank you for your gift Pill Divine Yi. Pill Divine Yi is a Tao Essence Pill Divine. The dragon race has a lot of God Spirit herbs. Pill Divine Yi can go choose some. A few more Primordial Essence Divine Emperors gave presents, and then it was the half Primordial Essence's turn. After the gifts, it was the dance show by the dragon race and then immortal fruit and wine. After the ceremony, both the guests and host were happy. Chapter 22:12 Yimo's dominance. When he felt it was about time, Aolwan stood up and said, Aoshi's Primordial Essence ceremony will conclude here. Thank you, immortal friends, for coming to this ceremony. There's also something related to a few races that we need to discuss with some Primordial Essence Divine Emperors. Please come with me to the business palace. Of course, those immortal friends who want to trade treasures, please wait for a while. This shouldn't take long. Yimo heard it was related to a few races and immediately got up. Although he didn't get invited, he represents the human race here. Plus, he had never denied that he was Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Of course he was going to this Primordial Essence Divine Emperor meeting. Desui knew Emo wasn't invited. Seeing Emo get up, he asked in confusion Pill Divine Yi, "This is a meeting between races. What are you? A Pill Divine, going for?" Then, when Desui was waiting for Pu Yangxi to say something as well, however, before Pu Yangxi could speak, Emo said coldly, "Are you blind? Do you not see that I'm a human race representative?" Hearing Emo so rude, Aolwan and Aoshi were dazed. No matter how powerful Emo was at pill concoction, he was only a Tao Essence Divine Emperor. How did he dare to talk to a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor like this, under this circumstance, even if when Desui wanted to kill Emo, Aolwan had no reason to protect Emo? However, thinking about how Emo was a top Tao Essence Pill Divine, Aolwan felt pity. If other Primordial Essence Divine Emperors didn't know about Emo, then he would save Emo at all costs, but now that they did, even if he saved Emo wouldn't just be concocting pills for the dragon race. Thinking about this, Aolwan felt that he only needed to speak up for Emo a little but try not to offend when Desui. However, Aolwan and Aoshi soon dazed. When Desui didn't rage and instead pointed at Emo's face yelling, "Emo, you're a Tao Essence Pill Divine and yet you speak so rudely. You embarrass the word Pill Divine." Aolwan and Aoshi didn't see Emo's subtle battle with Desui, so they were so shocked at Desui's response. Emo sneered Desui, "I know you sent a message out before, but I warn you. If the Aquarius race dares to attack the Divine Tao realm, I swear I will to the Aquarius realm into a shield. If you don't believe me, we luli see." Desui was indeed a little concerned with Emo. He was at most on par with Zhao Dan. Now that even Zhao Dan and Len Shuachi treated Emo with respect, he decided to be careful. But no matter how concerned he was furious after being threatened like this. He was about to attack again. Aolwan realized that things weren't as he thought, so he said, "Desui, immortal friend and Pill Divine Yi, the Dragon Palace cannot afford such activity." When Desui knew he couldn't fight here and thus he cursed Emo, "Don't think that the Aquarius race is scared of you. The Aquarius race is scared of no one. You don't have the power to do what you want at the Aquarius race." Tang Songyin seemed to be interested in Emo and laughed. "Since Pill Divine Yi says he's representing the human race, why not come over as well?" That handsome-looking Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Zhuge Zhichen suddenly said, "Immortal friend Tang, this isn't appropriate. I don't object Pill Divine Yi representing the human race. Aolwan Divine Emperor says this is related to a few races, but in fact only we're involved. Now that there's suddenly someone extra, isn't it a bit unfair?" Aolwan looked at everyone with difficulty. Should he agree or not? If he didn't agree, he would offend Emo. If he agreed, he would offend the rest of the people. If Emo was nothing, he wouldn't care, but now Emo was not only a Tao Essence Pill Divine but also someone Desui was concerned with. It was best not to offend Emo. Plus, he recognized the mutated shadowless bud but couldn't ask about it yet. Thinking about this, Aolwan could only say, "Other than Aoshi and I here, there are 6 Primordial Essence friends. Everyone say what they think. I disagree." When Desui said without hesitation, Zhuge Zhichen smiled, "I admired Pill Divine Yi, but I don't think this matter has anything to do with Pill Divine Yi." Pu Yangxi also said this thing has nothing to do with Pill Divine Yi. There were 3 out of 6 who disagreed to Emo coming. There wasn't much Emo could do. Aolwan knew Emo probably couldn't go, but in order to respect Emo, he still looked at the remaining 3 Divine Emperors. Tang Songyin said, "It's very good for Pill Divine Yi to go. He's the number 1 Pill Divine. It would only benefit us." Len Shuachi said calmly, "I agree to Pill Divine Yi going." Aolwan looked at Zhao Dan and asked, "Immortal friend Zhao, what's your opinion?" Zhao Dan sneered, "For rude guys, Emo quickly interrupted, "Immortal friend Zhao is right, for rude guys, By the way, last time I accidentally broke your house, I promise that won't happen again. If you have time, I would invite you to come to my Divine Tao sect to drink wine and compensate." Zhao Dan wasn't scared of Emo, but he felt threatened by Emo. Each time he saw Emo again, he could feel Emo was different. The first time he saw Emo was a little worm. Something he could kill at any time. The second time he saw Emo became Tao Essence Tertiary stage and almost heavily injured him. This was the third time he saw Emo, and Emo was at Tao Essence peak stage now.
If it wasn't that Yemo hid his power, Pill Divine Yi was too strange. If he could avoid offending Yemo, he would. He offended Yemo before and was called fried egg in front of everyone. Now, Yemo was hinting that he wouldn't call him fried egg again. This made him interested. If he was called fried egg in front of more people, what face would he have left? Zhao Dan knew that if he didn't let Yemo go, Yemo would definitely call him fried egg here. Cough. Zhao Dan said, I think immortal friends Len and Tang are right. It's fine to let Pill Divine Yi go. When Desui was so annoyed, he didn't know what the relationship between Yemo and Zhao Dan was. Yemo called him fried egg and this guy still let Yemo go. Zhuge Jichin could tell that Zhao Dan was a little concerned with Yemo. He felt strange too. He still said it's 3 against 3, Weiluli. Yemo interrupted Zhuge Jichin. Immortal friend Zhuge, do you mean to say that my opinion doesn't count? Do you have to act against the human race? Seeing this, Ao1 quickly changed the subject. Okay, Weiluli just go together as 8. Ao, she won't need to go. Since immortal friend Ao said this, I have no objections of course, but I want to know how long would this take? A lot of immortal friends came this time. One is to congratulate the emergence of another primordial essence, but another reason is to exchange some things. Should we exchange things first before discussing this? Zhuge Jichin said. People could tell that Zhuge Jichin didn't want Yemo to be involved in this and thus he kept trying to find ways to delay things. Perhaps he would find another excuse to delay things after the exchange. However, Zhuge Jichin was a beast race primordial essence. Ao1 couldn't ignore him. Immortal friend Zhuge's proposal is great. Then, Ao1 turned to the guests again. Guests, please move to the guest hall where we shall commence trading. Chapter 22 13-second clash. When Yemo took Shadowless and Xiao Rang to sit down, the guest hall was already filled with people. Heaven Pan dragon fruits were brought up in many plates. Whether or not Yemo was a primordial essence divine emperor, no one dared to underestimate Yemo anymore. Ao1 waited till the guests have sit down before saying, I will start this Dao exchange social. I have a bone arrow here for sale. Everyone make a bid. I will trade whatever I'm happy with. Then, Ao1 took out a long jade box and opened it up. Golden arrow of divine extermination. Almost everyone recognized this arrow. Yemo's heart went up in excitement. He had collected 7 golden arrow of divine extermination and thought that was the max he could find. Yet today, he saw the 8th golden arrow of divine extermination. It wasn't much to other people, but it was a necessity to him. No one had the golden bow of divine extermination, so it wouldn't be much useful to getting the arrow. However, the price wouldn't be cheap. Seeing everyone recognize this, Ao1 laughed. Before, I went to the Void Marketplace to an auction and bought this arrow, but after all these years, I didn't find any bow nor arrow, so I've given up. If there are immortal friends who have similar interests as me, you can get it. Yemo wanted it so much, but he resisted. The more desperate he was, the more it meant that he had the bow. When Desui and Zhuge Jichin wouldn't let him get the golden arrow of divine extermination so easily, Yemo didn't care if he exposed that he had the bow as he had the power. I'll pay 3 billion god crystals. A half primordial essence said, this was a very high price for the arrow if one couldn't find the bow. This half primordial essence wanted to get Ao1's good impression, so he paid some more. Yemo decided to not bid yet. He didn't have god crystals, and if he bid, it might rise the price higher. He had remembered this half primordial essence. He would find this person after the social, when Desui suddenly said, I'll pay 5 billion god crystals. Everyone looked at Wen Desui. Wen Desui didn't need to suck up to Ao1. He paid such a high price probably because he had the golden bow. Yemo was very confused. The bow was on him. In that case, why was Wen Desui paying such a high price, since when Desui bid, he would have to? If this arrow fell into the hands of that half primordial essence, he would be able to get it back, but if it fell into the hands of Wen Desui, it wouldn't be so easy. Shadowless knew what boss meant and he looked at Xiao Rang saying, Xiao Rang, you know why the tree wants the golden arrow of divine extermination? Xiao Rang shook his head, I don't know. Because he has the golden bow of divine extermination, so he wants the arrow. I really don't like this tree, should we disturb his business? Shadowless smiled. Xiao Rang knew what Shadowless meant. The bow was in boss's hands. Xiao Rang immediately nodded, great idea, make a bid, it's just a tree. Hearing Shadowless and Xiao Rang call him a tree, when Dishue's face was green. The blue color disappeared from his face. His hair really did make him look like a palm tree. Zhuge said calmly, Pill Divine Yi, your immortal pet is too rude. How dare they talk to a divine emperor like this? Yi Mo was long annoyed with this Zhuge. Now that Shadowless gave him an opportunity and this guy was still talking shit. Yi Mo immediately yelled, Shadowless, don't talk like this again, okay? A palm tree is a palm tree, don't say a tree. That's blasphemy. Boss, I understand, next time I'll palm tree. Shadowless laughed. Zhuge was scorned like this, but he only smiled and said nothing. When Desui couldn't resist it and suddenly got up and waved a water ripple at Yi Mo, as a primordial essence divine emperor, he could turn everything here into dust, but he can also control his attack to be in one line. This water ripple sliced across space towards Yi Mo. This fierce to an extreme killing intent didn't affect anything around them. Spaceless water slice. People immediately recognized when Dishue's signature god art. It was an extreme use of space law that could ignore space. All space that had water would be bound by this slice. Weaker people wouldn't even be able to move. Even strong people who didn't know space law well would be hurt. Other than a few extreme dimensions, most dimensions had water in space, much less a planet like this. Aolwan sighed. He didn't intervene this time. It was Yi Mo challenging when Desui. If when Desui still didn't attack under such situation, it was impossible. Yi Mo didn't even got up and waved out a god rune as well as a spirit sense god art. He didn't attack with full power. If he did, he could release 2 god runes and another spirit sense god rune. There was no point attacking with full power here. When Desui couldn't kill him and he couldn't kill when Desui, great primordial god rune. People were even more shocked. The Great Primordial God Rune also ignored space and came before when Desui, Great Primordial God Rune was a ferocious great god art, and from the looks of it, Yi Mo's Great Primordial God Rune was no longer small mastery. What shocked people even more was that Yi Mo only used Realm Domain and Spirit Sense Domain to block when Dishue's slice. He didn't destroy it. Just when people didn't understand why Yi Mo did this, Shadowless suddenly reached out and devoured this spaceless water slice. Everyone took in a cold breath. What god beast was this? Devour Law God Beast? How powerful was this? No wonder Pill Divine Yi didn't consider this primordial essence divine emperor a threat at all. Aolwan's eyes were spasming. He recognized Shadowless was a mutated Shadowless bug but didn't expect Shadowless to be this powerful to have reached God Tao. Even in the history of Shadowless bugs, there was not a single God Tao, but soon, people's eyes were caught by Yi Mo's Great Primordial God Rune again. Of course, when Desui recognized Great Primordial God Rune, he quickly palmed out as water ripple mirrors appeared before him. The Great Primordial God Rune crushed all these water ripple mirrors, but more and more mirrors stacked before when Desui. Everyone saw the Great Primordial God Rune weaken and knew that when Desui blocked this Great Primordial God Rune at least, but everyone knew this was a small location. If they fought in the void, would Yi Mo just throw out a Great Primordial God Rune and not do anything else? Clearly, when Desui had the lower hand, crack. When Yi Mo's Great Primordial God Rune dissipated, everyone thought this clash was over, but they saw when Dishue's face change. His blue face went a little red. It was just for a brief moment, but everyone saw this. When Desui was injured a little, everyone looked at Yi Mo with different light. This was no Dao Essence Divine Emperor, this was clearly a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Zhao Dan saw when Dishue's face go red and immediately knew that when Desui was ambushed. He showed a happy smile, but then, Zhao Dan felt more concerned with Yi Mo. Yi Mo was nearly twice as strong as when he fought him last time. This human divine emperor was insane, and with his insane god beast, it was best not to mess with him. When Desui calmed himself and sat down, he was certain he was no match for Yi Mo. This Yi Mo was too terrifying. He felt lucky Yi Mo didn't kill all the Aquarius race at the God rank square. With how powerful Yi Mo was, even if Yi Mo did that, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 22:14 is wished, I'll pay 6 billion God crystals for the golden arrow of divine extermination. Yi Mo said. To others, Yi Mo clearly bid to annoy when Desui and robbed the golden arrow of divine extermination. He didn't have 6 billion God crystals, but if the deal was made, he would borrow from Zhao Dan. If Zhao Dan wouldn't do that, he would exchange with pills. Aolwan finally calmed his mood now. Shadowless gave him a huge shock, but Yi Mo gave him more shock. Yimo was no Tao Essence Divine Emperor, he was clearly an extremely terrifying Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. How could a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor with great Primordial God rune be simple? He definitely wouldn't believe that Yimo was a Tao Essence Divine Emperor who could take on a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. No one would believe this. Zhuge Jichin knew Yimo was not bad, but he didn't really take Yimo seriously. However, Yimo's clash with Wendesui shocked him quite a bit. He knew that if he fought Yimo and there was that god beast, he might not win. He might even lose. The divine Tao realm was broken everywhere and had no resources. How could a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor come out of that place? Was the human race going to rise? Ilwan smiled. Since Pill Divine Yi bid 6 billion, of course, I'll bid 10 billion god crystals. Wendesui suddenly said. Everyone knew that Wendesui was going to have a bid war with Yimo. Yimo said in that case, everyone thought Yimo was going to give up. Yimo suddenly smiled at Wendesui. I'll bid a cosmic Tao pill. It's extreme grade, by the way. What? When Yimo made this bid, everyone was dazed. Who would use cosmic Tao pill to buy one golden arrow of divine extermination? The cosmic Tao pill was something extremely hard to concoct, much less extreme grade. If this pill was given to a Tao actualization peak stage, he would spend his entire fortune to buy it. Even Tao Essence and Primordial Essence couldn't calmly face the cosmic Tao pill. Who didn't want such pill? The cosmic Tao pill could not only help Tao actualization Divine Emperor learn Tao Wave Law to reach Tao Essence, but it can also help Tao Essence and Primordial Essence Divine Emperor learn Cosmic God Art. Only the best Tao Essence pill divine could concoct such pill. This wasn't just extravagance anymore, but thinking about how Yimo was a Tao Essence pill divine, everyone understood. Kong Han and Tian Rui knew Yimo had quite a few cosmic Tao pills. The Void Marketplace Merchant Tower's cosmic Tao pills must have come from Yimo. They earned a huge sum with that. Wendesui was lost for words. Was this necessary? How could he even bid now? Ailwan said before Wendesui could bid. Okay, deal. What else would he want? Yimo was overjoyed when he got the 8th golden arrow of divine extermination. Everyone thought it wasn't worth for him, but only he knew it was too worth. This first deal caused quite some ruckus, but it was finally done. However, everyone thought Yimo was an impulsive guy. Zhuge Jichin stood out second. He took out a golden huge egg and said, this is a god beast egg of the flying flame ant. I'll trade with whatever I like. Yimo sighed. At this level, there was nothing bad. The flying flame ant was a very rare god beast. It could reach Tao Essence at its peak. At that level, it was no slower than extreme grade flying god artifact. Not only so, once the ant reached god level, it would have a ring of golden flame around it that was extremely pretty. If this was given to a girl, the girl would be overjoyed. Seeing this, Aoman's eyes showed desire. She clearly wanted this egg, but she knew that even though she was the princess of the dragon race, she wouldn't be able to get this egg. This wasn't something that could be gotten with god crystals. I'll bid a golden light abstruse fruit. The first to bid was Tang Tsongyin, the Phoenix race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. What Yimo didn't understand was that she was a phoenix. She was already very fast. Why did she need this egg? The image of a phoenix flying on an ant occurred in Yimo's mind. That scene was too ridiculous. Zhuge Jichin shook his head. One golden light abstruse fruit isn't enough. If it's 2 Primordial Essence abstruse pill, I would be willing. The golden light abstruse fruit is a Tao fruit that could allow Primordial Essence Divine Emperor to recover God Essence, but it wasn't very fast and could only be used once. If it was Primordial Essence abstruse pill made with the golden light abstruse fruit, it would be different. One pill could instantly let a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor recover 60% of his God Essence. Tang Tsongyin said in disappointment, I'll add another 2 billion God crystals. That's not enough either. Zhuge Jichin said. Yimo suddenly said, immortal friend Tang, you've helped me quite a bit before. If you're willing, I can turn your golden light abstruse fruit into Primordial Essence abstruse pill immediately. It would take 5 minutes. Pill Divine Yi, you can help me concoct it? Tang Tsongyin asked in surprise and joy. If you're willing to believe me, of course. Yimo said. Tang Tsongyin desperately said, of course I believe you. She already sent the jade box to Yimo. Other people needed the pill, but so did she. With that pill, other Primordial Essence Divine Emperors would need to think twice before attacking her. Hearing this, all the Divine Emperors stopped dealing and all looked at Yimo. After all, no one had seen a Tao Essence pill divine concoct pills. Yemo knew what these people thought and he smiled. I prefer a quiet environment for pill concoction, so I'm going to set up a restriction. He wasn't going to show his pill concoction to everyone. His flame was divine flame blue like morning sky. This was more precious than primordial spirit artifact. His pill cauldron wasn't ordinary too. Shin-known cauldron. Even now, Yemo didn't know what it was. There was no way he was going to show all these things to all these primordial essence divine emperors. Yemo set up a few restrictions and disappeared from the palace. The divine emperors just realized that the restrictions Yemo set up casually were top-level restrictions. Although no primordial essence divine emperor was weak at restrictions and formations, Yemo did this so easily, meaning that he was a master amongst master for formation. It was easy for primordial essence divine emperors to pierce Yemo's restriction with spirit sense, but if one did this was a death conflict. Chapter 22:15 Abstruse Yellow Chi. Primordial Essence Abstruse Pill was extremely useful to Primordial Essence Divine Emperors, but it was no harder to concoct than Cosmic Tao Pill. Yemo could even concoct 12 extreme grade Cosmic Tao pills. A cauldron of Primordial Essence Abstruse pills were done in less than 5 minutes. Yemo took 3 pills and placed 9 into a jade bottle. It wasn't that Yemo wanted to steal it, but Yemo had a purpose for helping Tang Songyin. His cultivation level was too low before and he only stayed at the Tao Fruit Tower Square for business for half a day before he had to leave. Now that his power was on par with Primordial Essence, it would attract huge numbers of divine emperors to come to him for pill concoction after he showed his skills. The people here were either half Primordial Essence or Primordial Essence. The weakest was Tao Essence Divine Emperor. One could imagine how much fortunes these people had. He said that his cauldron of concoction would have 9 pills. If it became 12 pills here, people would think he was taking a huge advantage and he would have less pills to collect. No one broke Yemo's restriction, but everyone was staring at it. A few divine emperors who wanted the egg stopped bidding. One was that Tang Songyin was Phoenix Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, but had to pay her some respect. Secondly, they wanted to see if Pill Divine Yi was deserving of his title. Those people who got pills from Yemo dashed away as quickly as possible. No one would tell people they had extreme grade Tao Fruit God pills. Yemo's name got out, but the powerful beings weren't too sure. If Yemo could really concoct Primordial Essence Abstruse pills, then it was good for everyone here. Yemo said 5 minutes, but no one really believed Yemo would be done in 5 minutes. Even if Yemo needed 15 minutes or more, no one would mind, but clearly, Yemo's pill concoction speed was far beyond their expectation. It was less than 5 minutes and Yemo put away the pill concoction barrier. He took out a bottle of pills from the restriction. Tang Songyin looked anxiously at Yemo. She didn't know if Yemo succeeded or failed. Yemo smiled and gave the jade bottle to her immortal friend Tang. "It's not bad, have a look." Tang Songyin immediately opened the jade bottle and then called out in surprise and shock, 9 extreme grade Primordial Essence Abstruse Pill? Pill Divine Yi, you're not a Tao Essence Pill Divine, you're a Primordial Essence Pill Divine? With this, everyone looked at Yemo in completely different light. Primordial Essence Pill Divine, this was a legendary existence. In history, it's only said that one Primordial Essence Pill Divine came from the human race. Then, there was no more. Yemo knew Yemo wants Primordial Essence Pill Divine yet, so he smiled. "I'm not Primordial Essence Pill Divine yet, but immortal friend Tang. You got your pills, you can do your deal." "That's right." Tang Songyin woke up from her excitement and then she remembered Yemo's payment. "Pill Divine Yi, you helped me concoct a cauldron of Primordial Essence Abstruse pills, I'll give half to you." Yemo waved his hand. "Immortal friend Tang, you've already helped me before. Don't give these few pills to me. I'm a Tao Essence Pill Divine, I can get pills whenever I want." Tang Songyin looked at Yemo and smiled sweetly. "Since Pill Divine Yi says this, I won't be too polite. The Phoenix race welcomes Pill Divine Yi at any time." Pill Divine Yi, Tang Chi, whom you saw last time, is a natural seductive body. If you like her, I can help you out. Yemo quickly waved his hand. "Thank you for your goodwill, immortal friend Tang. I already have a Tao partner." Zhuge Zhichen suddenly laughed. "Immortal friend Tang, instead of helping others, you might as well help yourself and Pill Divine Yi. I think you two are quite a good match." Yemo looked at Zhuge Zhichen in some confusion. This guy's attitude towards him seemed to have changed. The young girl face of Tang Songyin showed a sliver of redness and embarrassment. "I'm willing, but Pill Divine Yi doesn't want to. He said he already has a Tao partner."
Then, she looked deeply at Yemo. Yemo suddenly felt goosebumps. Who knows how old this Tang Songyin was, and she acted shy like a young girl. Yemo didn't want to offend Tang Songyin and quickly said, "Immortal friend Tang, you should hurry and deal with immortal friend Zhuge." Tang Songyin rolled her eyes at Yemo and then said to Zhuge Zhichin, "Little Zhuge, I've already gotten the primordial essence abstruse pill, give me the egg." Then, Tang Songyin threw out 2 pills to Zhuge Zhichin. He didn't hesitate and threw the egg to Tang Songyin. Then, Zhuge Zhichin said to Yemo, "Pill divine Yi, I didn't expect your pill concoction skills were at this level. I take back what I said before. I believe immortal friends Tang and Len were right. As a top pill divine, it's good for your to come. The beast race has a lot of spirit items. Pill divine, you must come to our race when you're free." Zhuge Zhichin clearly wanted to suck up to Yemo. He was against Yemo going the most, but now, he was the most eager one. However, people knew that there weren't much conflict between the two. Yemo didn't act up towards Zhuge Zhichin's sign of goodwill. The human race was split apart. An ally now was better than an enemy. He saluted with his fists and said, "Thank you, immortal friend Zhuge, I will go to the beast race when I'm free." Tang Songyin sneered in contempt. She felt Zhuge Zhichin was too materialistic. As soon as Yemo showed some power, Zhuge Zhichin came to suck up to Yemo. What was he doing before? Zhao Dan coughed. "Pill divine Yi, we're friends too. I've also agreed to Yemo going to that place. See, you helped immortal friend Tang concoct pills. I might not be as pretty as her, but..." Yemo knew what this monk was going to say and said, "Brother Zhao is right. Plus, I feel that Brother Zhao might not be less prettier than immortal friend Tang. After the deal is done and Brother Zhao wants pill concoction, it's just a matter of a word." Then, Yemo added, "Of course, if Brother Len needs pill concoction, I'm happy to help." The human race was alone. Yemo wasn't going to let go of the opportunity of getting some allies. There was no major conflict between him and the Abyssal, Phoenix and Beast race. Len Shuachi showed a genuine smile this time. "Then thank you, Pill Divine Yi." Seeing Yemo connect with everyone, Demon race Pu Yangtze was immediately annoyed. Yemo was someone he must kill. Yemo killed his demon race divine emperor. How could he let Yemo go? According to his investigation, Yemo killed another demon Dao Essence Emofu. Dao Essence was precious to any race, and yet Yemo killed too. So what if Yemo had great god art, great primordial god rune? He wasn't an idiot like Wendesui. He could join up with Wendesui to attack Yemo. Seeing Yemo still want to keep talking to Aolwan, Pu Yangtze immediately said loudly, "Since the 2 rounds of deals before were exciting, I won't disappoint everyone too." Everyone's attention was caught by Pu Yangtze. Pu Yangtze raised a black gourd and said, "What I want to trade is inside this gourd. What's inside is some abstruse yellow chi that was formed at the beginning of the universe. I also want whatever I like." Before Pu Yangtze finished, he was interrupted by all sorts of noises. There were 2 types of abstruse yellow chi. One was the chi formed with the creation of the world. This chi filled the world, but it was hard to find complete one. Another type was the chi formed by the abstruse yellow bead. Abstruse yellow bead was the best primordial spirit artifact. It was on par with Chaos Divine Treasure. Both types of chi could cleanse immortals' wisdom and immortal root. It would help correct their cultivation method. The person who got the abstruse yellow bead can cultivate inside it. His speed would be many times that of other people and would be invincible amongst peers. The natural abstruse yellow chi is more precious as it can be used to learn Chaos Dao and reach primordial essence. Chapter 22:16 Huge Seeker. Abstruse yellow chi was extremely precious, but GMO didn't have to have it. He had more Chaos Chi. Chaos Chi was just like abstruse yellow chi, they both came after the birth of the universe. Abstruse yellow chi was more valuable than Chaos Chi in that it could cleanse one's spirit and immortal root as well as make the body stronger. Now, Yemo had reached divine body. His bitter bamboo and chaos tree had the same spirit cleansing and immortal root cleansing abilities. Comparatively, the Chaos Chi was more valuable in learning Chaos Dao as well as condensing God Art Law. Therefore, the Chaos Chi was more useful to him. The reason he used that many Chaos Chi to reach Dao actualization peak stage was because his cultivation method was too powerful and he had the Chaos Tree. If it was some other person who had a gourd full of Chaos Chi like this one, he could even use it to vindicate Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Even if Yemo wanted this gourd of abstruse yellow chi, he didn't have the power to contend. Yemo didn't contend for it, but other people did.
Soon, all sorts of Dao fruit, extreme grade God artifact, top God spirit item, and even truth spirit world came out.
Yemo saw a half primordial essence bit a markless glass light. Pu Yangtze didn't agree, but Yemo was interested. This was a top void immortal material. It was level 13. This material was extremely rare and hard to capture. It was a bit like void flying snow, but countless times rarer and more valuable. This material was the best material for making flying magic artifact. This half primordial essence had a lot of this material. It would be more than enough for one flying god artifact. Yemo was interested, but he didn't intervene at this time. After Pu Yangtze's turn, it was his turn. After a round of bidding, this abstruse yellow chi was eventually taken by Aol1 using 3 extreme grade god spirit range. 2 heavenly fruit and 1 bottle of dragon chi. The most precious thing Aol1 took out was the dragon chi, and it was due to that the Pu Yangtze agreed. Seeing the abstruse yellow chi getting taken away, many people felt pity. They knew that since Pu Yangtze could take out 1 bottle, he definitely had a second one, but no one dared to make him take out a second one. After the deal, Yemo also interrupted the happy Pu Yangtze and took out a small jade bottle. I also have a bottle, but it's not abstruse yellow chi, it's chaos chi. Before Yemo finished, there was a huge rustling. This social exchange gathering was too worth it to come. Not only was there abstruse yellow chi, but also chaos chi. These were all things needed for vindicating primordial essence. Seeing people start bidding before he finished speaking, Yemo was a little helpless. He underestimated how much the chaos chi was desired. Tang Sonin laughed. No wonder, immortal friend, you wasn't interested in the abstruse yellow chi, you have something equal to it. Yemo guessed that half primordial essence would definitely take out the markless glass light. If this person took it out, he would trade immediately. If this guy didn't take it out, he would ask for it. As soon as Yemo thought of this, the half primordial essence took it out again. I'll use markless glass light and 5 billion god crystals. He was more desperate than Yemo to use chaos chi to vindicate primordial essence. He added 5 billion god crystals this time just so he wouldn't fail again. Okay, I'll trade with you. Yemo sent the bottle to the half primordial essence. Seeing this, the half primordial essence took it joyfully and gave the markless glass light out without hesitation. Wait, a voice suddenly said, and was going to grab the markless glass light and storage ring. Yemo had been staring at this for half a day. How could he let someone intervene? Plus, he paid for this. He sensed this the moment the person attacked and swept his hand too. 2 god essences exploded in the air. Yemo opened his spirit sense domain and protected the material and the storage ring, bringing it to him. Before the explosion could fully spread, it was annihilated by a few other primordial essence divine emperors. Yemo then stared coldly at the half primordial essence and said, "Do you want to break the rules of trade at the Dragon Palace?" At the same time, Yemo was thinking why a half primordial essence had the guts to rob his things halfway. Yemo's spirit sense scanned this half primordial essence without hesitation. Yemo's spirit will 9 transformations had reached 7th transformation, Void. The half primordial essence's stealth realm domain was immediately smashed open. At the same time, Yemo realized this guy was actually a primordial essence divine emperor. When Aol1, who was going to rage, discovered that this person was a primordial essence divine emperor too, there was confusion and shock in his eyes. His tone changed. This is probably winged raced San Luo divine emperor, right? Congratulations on reaching primordial essence. You didn't invite us old people to your primordial essence ceremony. That's not nice. San Luo clearly didn't expect someone could use the best spirit sense god art to break open his realm domain, exposing his cultivation level to everyone. Yemo's spirit sense god art was too shocking. It was as though he had been washed in the endless void. He quickly saluted with his fists. San Luo was impulsive just then. Please forgive me, Aol1. I've just reached primordial essence and hadn't had time to stabilize my power, so I didn't dare to startle immortal friends. I was planning to invite everyone after some time, but I exposed it today. Congratulations on reaching primordial essence. When immortal friend San Luo holds the ceremony, Pu Yangtze will definitely come disturb you. Pu Yangtze immediately showed goodwill to San Luo. Seeing that he had conflict with Yemo, San Luo thanked and then saluted with his fists to Yemo. Pil Divine Yi, that markless glass light is extremely important to the winged race. I was planning to deal with this immortal friend privately, but Pil Divine Yi dealt with him first. I acted in a rush, please forgive Pil Divine Yi. Yemo didn't really care as long as he had the item, so he said magnanimously, it's fine. I want mind. San Luo still said, Pill Divine Yi, this material is extremely important to the winged race. Please name a price. If it's something I can take out, I won't be stingy. Yemo needed this material for his flying magic artifact. He wasn't going to give it out just because San Luo said he needed it, thus, Yemo said, sorry, I really need this too. Selfish people are like this. He needs it for his entire race, but some people just wants to take it for his own selfish purpose. I'm ashamed to be with such people. Pu Yangxi scorned. Yemo stared coldly at Pu Yangxi. Pu Yangxi, since you're so generous, then give me your abstruse yellow chi. I'll give the markless glass light to immortal friend San Luo. Don't tell me you don't have any. If you're not willing to do that, then don't talk shit. San Luo suddenly sound transmission to Yemo. Pill Divine Yi, if you're willing to give it to me, I'm willing to tell you a huge secret. I promise everyone would want to know this secret. Chapter 22:17 Gang up. Due to Green Lotus, Yemo cursed San Luo for being an idiot.
In order to ensure fairness, the dragon race has set up sound transmission restriction. This meant that everyone couldn't bid secretly. San Luo was a primordial essence divine emperor, but he had no status here.
He was just a new primordial essence divine emperor.
He was an idiot for daring to sound transmission under such circumstance. Even he would have to be careful. As soon as San Luo said this, his face changed. Clearly, he realized he had done a stupid thing. Zhuge Zhichen said, I seem to have sensed some sound ripple.
Immortal friend San Luo, what good thing is it? Why don't you share it with everyone? San Luo wanted to slap himself a few times. He knew that this was because he cared about the markless glass light too much. He was straightforward and got up. The winged race really needs the markless glass light. Immortal friends, if you can give it to me, I'm willing to share the secret with everyone. The glass light is only a level 13 material, it's not very rare. Pill Divine Yi, my winged race is far from its prime, but we have quite some level 13 immortal materials. If you're willing to give the glass light to me, you can choose any level 13 material from the winged race. Len Shuachi had some good impression towards Yemo, seeing how San Luo wanted to use this method of giving pressure to Yemo and get the material. He felt contemptuous. He said calmly, Immortal friend San Luo, you mean to say that if immortal friend Yi doesn't take out the markless glass light, you wouldn't tell us? San Luo bit his teeth and said yes. Yemo sneered. Even if he didn't take it out, San Luo thought too, simply wanting to give him pressure through other primordial essence divine emperors. If the markless glass light wasn't rare, what was? When Desui said slowly, Immortal friend San Luo, you need to tell us what the secret is about. See if it's worth Pill Divine Yi giving the material to you. Yemo knew that when Desui meant to say that he wanted to see if the secret was worth other people helping, San Luo had decided to use all means necessary. Now that when Desui and Pu Yangxi were backing him up and the two dragon primordial essences didn't talk, clearly they were waiting to see if this news was worth the value. Okay, I'll say it. I know where the Chaos Green Lotus is. I can take everyone there. I can't open it alone, but with a few primordial essence friends, we can definitely get it. San Luo's words was like a nuclear bomb. In the endless void universe, there was the 10 great spirit items. Chaos Green Lotus was the first. This was the only chaos spirit item. It could be said that in this world, there was nothing more precious than the Chaos Green Lotus other than the Chaos Tree. Just what use did the markless glass light have for the winged race? They were even willing to spill such a secret. San Luo said, if I can get the markless glass light, I will immediately say where the Chaos Green Lotus is. I believe everyone knows the talent of the winged race. If I want to leave here, no one can stop me. If I hide, no one will be able to find me again. San Luo said this so people wouldn't coerce him to tell where the lotus was. When Desui heard this and got up while looking at other people, Pu Yangxi got up without hesitation and looked at Yemo. Even Zhuge Zhichen smiled and saluted with his fists. Pill Divine Yi, the Chaos Green Lotus is too attractive. I have no choice but to get up. Yemo knew that this guy was purely benefit motivated. It was normal for him to change sides so quickly. San Luo looked at the dragon race. Aowan didn't move, but she got up and saluted with his fists. Pill Divine Yi, the Chaos Green Lotus is no small matter. I promise that even if Pill Divine Yi gives out the markless glass light, you won't lose out. We few primordial essence divine emperor are willing to pay for it together. Even if others don't, the dragon race is willing.
Ao1 didn't get up, but Ao she clearly represented the dragon race.
Yemo sneered.
Indeed, in front of interests, all the good words were bullshit. Other than Ao1 who didn't talk, there were already 6 primordial essence divine emperor who signaled for Yemo to take out the markless glass light. No matter how powerful Yemo was, he wouldn't be able to escape from 6 primordial essence divine emperor. Even so, Zhuge Jichin smiled at Tang Songyin, Len Shuachi, and Zhao Dan.
What do you three think?
He didn't even care about the half primordial essences. Len Shuachi hesitated for a while and said everyone wants the Chaos Green Lotus. No one can take it for themselves, but the markless glass light belongs to Pill Divine Yi.
We'll listen to Pill Divine Yi.
Len Shuachi said this but didn't get up. Yemo had only seen Len Shuachi once and yet Len Shuachi did this. This meant that this person was worth becoming friends with. If it was Zhuge Jichin, he would have long gotten up. Zhao Dan was very happy that Yemo did as he promised and didn't call him fried egg. Just when he was about to say he wasn't going to give up Chaos Green Lotus but there was no way he was going to help Song Luo rob things, Yemo got up. Everyone, the markless glass light is in my hands but I don't plan to give it out.
No one can take it from me. If you want to fight then go ahead. Then, Yemo took Shadowless and Xiao Rang into the Golden Page world. He was not weaker than any primordial essence divine emperor right now.
Even though he used Golden Page world in front of these primordial essence divine emperor, no one knew about it.
But Yemo planned to leave.
He knew that he was no match for these primordial essence divine emperors joined up. If he was a true primordial essence divine emperor, he would never run. Song Luo's face changed when he saw Yemo not planning to take out the material under the pressure of 6 primordial essence divine emperor. When he saw Wen Desui and Pu Yangxi's sly smile, he knew that he was used, but nevertheless, he was going to get the material. It was too important for his race. Seeing Yemo retreat a few steps, Aolwan suddenly got up and said, Pill Divine Yi, this guest palace is an important ground to the dragon race.
Don't bother thinking about tearing space and leaving.
I believe a markless glass light is nothing too important.
Why not take it out? You can get a share of the Chaos Green Lotus.
Compared to that, the markless glass light is really nothing.
Really? Then I must really try.
Yemo said calmly and walked 2 steps in the void and threw out a few formation flags while releasing Zisu. He had some guilt towards the dragon race before. Shadowless took too many of their fruits, but now, he felt Shadowless took too little. It was best that he took the entire garden. They changed face way too quick. His bottle of purple heaven pills had gone to waste. If it was some other primordial essence divine emperor, he wouldn't be able to tear open space, but GMO was a formation master and he checked this formation when he came in. He had never thought he would flee here, but checking the formation for a way out was a habit. GMO reacted quickly, but so did the other divine emperors. Almost at the same time EMO released Zisu, a few magic artifact lights struck towards Yemo's back. Chapter 22:18 Great Koan Demon God Sutra, Rumble Rumble. Yemo's realm domain cracked apart. One dark ray that far surpassed other magic artifact rays tore open Yemo's realm domain and smashed on Yemo's body first. Even though Yemo was divine body, blood mist flew, but due to this, Zisu tore open space and Yemo disappeared. The people in the guest palace were all shocked. Yemo only spent 1 second to leave, but the power he showed in such a short time was unbelievable. Yemo's pill concoction restriction showed his powerful formation skills. Now that he left this guest palace, it meant that he could find the formation door of the guest palace. To be able to do that in such a short time, clearly Yemo's formation skills were far beyond anyone here. With how he used his body to block Pu Yangxi's strike and only spraying some blood, it meant that his body refinement was at divine body level. Yemo was a pill divine too. Even those powerful beings born at the beginning of chaos were at most like this.
Pu Yangxi wasn't happy at all that he got Yemo.
His face was already gray and now it was even bleaker.
He knew that his strike didn't do damage to Yemo at all. Now, there was greater conflict between them. He knew that if Yemo left here, no one would go hunt Yemo.
The reason the dragon race and Zhuge Jichin attacked was to get the markless flowing light from Yemo. Now that it was gone, they had no conflict with Yemo. Of course, this would depend if Yemo would get revenge. Aoshi released his magic artifact, but his attack was a little slow and didn't touch Yemo.
Those who really attacked Yemo was Pu Yangxi, Wen Desui, Song Luo and Zhuge Jichin. These few primordial essence divine emperors sat down. Song Luo was gone. The winged race primordial essence divine emperor had strong control over space and had immense speed too. Unless there really was a powerful being that could completely turn the surrounding space to be his, otherwise he wouldn't be caught. Even EMO could only use one region god art in a set location in time. Of course, if EMO reached primordial essence, then his one region god art would upgrade and could completely keep Song Luo. EMO stood in the void and was very annoyed. The markless glass light was level 13 material, but it was extremely rare. This piece was this huge too. It was no less precious than primordial material. Other people didn't take it not because they didn't know how precious it was, but because they couldn't find a top-level forgery divine. EMO was a top-level forgery divine. How could he let such a big piece go? If this thing fell into Song Luo's hands, EMO was certain even he wouldn't be able to get it back from Song Luo. More importantly, who didn't want the Chaos Green Lotus? He wanted it too, but he knew that with this many primordial essence divine emperors searching for it, even if he found it he would have no advantage. As long as he took the markless glass light, Song Luo would definitely run. That way, the Chaos Green Lotus wouldn't be exposed. EMO didn't need to worry about Song Luo taking the lotus. If he could, he wouldn't spill this secret. He had the material. As long as Song Luo couldn't find another one, he wouldn't need to worry about Song Luo not searching for him. EMO knew this thing was very useful to Song Luo. Even if he was to give it to Song Luo, he wouldn't let other divine emperors take advantage of it. He was the one giving the markless glass light to Song Luo. Why should other people get a share? But EMO didn't plan to share the Chaos Green Lotus with Song Luo. The main reason he got the markless glass light was to forge Flying God artifact. He received some injuries, but these injuries were nothing to the Chaos Tree. He recovered and then immediately went out to find a way to leave. EMO had been through so many voids and now, his spirit sense could feel the void realm. He easily tore open the void before him and returned to a familiar place. EMO's spirit sense was on par if not stronger than Primordial Essence Divine Emperor right now. However, no matter how strong the spirit sense of a Tao Essence Divine Emperor was, there was still a qualitative difference compared to Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. EMO's spirit sense cultivation method was extremely powerful, but before learning Primordial Essence Tao, it was impossible to break open these high-level void realms. EMO released Blue Moon and gave the Guangyuan Palace location orb to Shadowless. He left the three-fly Blue Moon towards the Guangyuan Palace while he went inside the Golden Page world. He was prepared to forge extreme-grade Flying God artifact. He never planned to give the markless glass light to the winged race. In the Immortal Realm Grand Heaven Domain Chaos Star Realm, Yan Zhoutian stood at the entrance to the 5th level for a long time before saying I can go out. He had returned to Immortal Emperor Peak stage. But this time, he was in no rush to vindicate Tao. After experiencing all this and how the Divine Tao Realm Tunnel was exposed by a Divine Emperor called Li Shou, he realized that relying on the 33 heavens to vindicate Tao was a joke. 33 heavens was the broken immortal realm. It would be strange if that could vindicate Tao. The reason he chose the 33 heavens to vindicate Tao and not some other means was because he didn't want to vindicate an ordinary Tao. He wanted to surpass everyone. He went into the Chaos Star Realm to prepare himself for going to the Divine Tao Realm. He was going to vindicate Tao there. You're Yan Zhoutian? A cold voice sounded and then a grey-robed man came before Yan Zhoutian. Who are you? Hearing this person dare to talk to him in such tone, Yan Zhoutian's face sunk. This person was extremely skinny and only Immortal Emperor primary stage. You don't need to know who I am, but did you take the 3 Death Tao fruit at Chaos Star Realm level 7? This skinny Immortal Emperor primary stage asked coldly. Yan Zhoutian was so furious that he laughed. How dare an Immortal Emperor primary stage talk to him in such arrogant tone? You want Death Tao fruit? Let the Emperor see if you have the capability. A black line on Yan Zhoutian's wrist suddenly turned to countless dark rays that formed a huge net. It locked the nearby space and loomed towards the skinny Immortal Emperor primary stage. The skinny Immortal Emperor waved out a golden light. Yan Zhoutian realized that this was a golden staff. It easily tore open Yan Zhoutian's black net and his Immortal Emperor domain. Yan Zhoutian was extremely shocked. He had never lost to someone of the same cultivation level. This was someone weaker than him. The golden staff was extremely terrifying. It expanded and shot down tens of thousands of Buddhist rays. Yan Zhoutian felt this was extremely eerie. On the outside, it looked like tens of thousands of golden Buddhist light, but when it fell,
it was bleak like demonic hell. Yan Zhoutian immediately realized this was Great Koan Demon God Sutra,
the most terrifying demon Tao cultivation method.
It's said to have been left behind by a demon race powerful being.
How could someone in the immortal realm have this?
More importantly, this person fused the Demon Sutra with Buddhist light. Wait, your magic artifact belongs to Nanming Heaven Zen Temple's #1 master Gongjit Sangming.
Why is his magic artifact in your hands? Yan Zhoutian asked seriously. As he spoke, the dark mist turned into countless dark rays that blocked the Buddhist light. Chapter 22:19 Dongfang Wan's Fury. Buddhist light clashed with the dark rays and exploded out countless dark beams.
There was clearly Buddhist light, but after the explosion there was no golden light at all. The terrifying immortal essence force cracked the nearby void. The realm space of the Chaos Star Realm was extremely tough.
Ordinary immortal emperor wouldn't even be able to break it at all.
Yet, Yan Zhoutian's battle with this little immortal emperor primary stage cracked the space. One could see that their god art was far beyond ordinary immortal emperors. Yan Zhoutian was smashed flying by this terrifying power. That immortal emperor primary stage retreated a little, but Yan Zhoutian's heart sunk. He was actually outmatched by an immortal emperor primary stage. He had never thought he would lose again to someone of the same cultivation level. He lost to Emo, who was weaker than him before, and that was already his shame. Now, he lost to an immortal emperor primary stage. Yan Zhoutian was thinking, was he really getting old? Yan Zhoutian's confidence was crushed. When he lost to Emo twice, he wasn't this defeated, as he knew his cultivation level hadn't recovered.
But now, there was another maniac.
In just one clash, he was at the disadvantaged. Who are you? Yan Zhoutian asked. You have the right to know who I am.
The emperor is Dongfang Wang.
The skinny immortal emperor said, and then the golden staff emitted tens of thousands of golden light. He was a little shocked himself. He had been used to being invincible amongst peers.
So what if this guy was immortal emperor tertiary stage? This was the first time he saw someone clash head-on with him and not be at a great disadvantage. Dongfang Wan?
Yan Zhoutian thought for a long time and couldn't think of who this was. I've never encountered a match amongst peers. Seeing how you can escape under my Buddhist light, I'll give you an opportunity. Hand over the 3 Death Dao fruit and go.
I won't kill you. More light gathered on the staff, but Dongfang Wang didn't attack. Invincible amongst peers? Yan Zhoutian sneered. Say that when you encounter that guy.
I'm weaker than you now, but keep dreaming if you want my Death Dao fruit.
Yan Zhoutian shook and disappeared. Dongfang Wan reached out his spirit sense and didn't find any trace of Yan Zhoutian. He immediately frowned.
He felt his experience was lacking compared to these old guys of the immortal realm.
Yan Zhoutian probably used space braking to run away.
If his immortal friend's domain could see the space up here, Yan Zhoutian wouldn't get away so easily. I can leave here too.
Dongfang Wan's eyes showed fervor.
A woman appeared in his mind. When he was only a golden immortal, she gave some pills and immortal crystals to him. At that time, he knew the difference between them was heavens apart. If he wanted to know her, he would have to bring his cultivation level to the peak. He cultivated like crazy. Other people would need hundreds or thousands of years to break through, but he only needed a few decades. For the same god art, other people could only release 70% of the power, but he could release 120% of the power. The things other people didn't understand, he only needed to devour abstruse yellow chi to understand. He had a secret no one knew, and that was he killed Gongjit Sangming's essence spirit.
He got a bead from this skeleton.
This bead was called Abstruse Yellow Orb. In order to speed up his cultivation, he had always been in the Chaos Star Realm. There was many dangers here, but also many fortunes. Because he had the Abstruse Yellow Orb, his life was saved countless times.
He also fused Gongjit Sangming in his Great Koan Demon God Sutra in the orb.
Those who didn't fight him would never know his terror. If that Yan Zhoutian dared to keep fighting, he knew he could kill Yan Zhoutian. He wasn't worried of exposing his staff. His power gave him the confidence. He would say he found the staff. Would the Zen temple dare to say anything? Before Mou Immortal Sect, a grey-robed skinny man appeared. His eyes were spewing with anger. He swore he would turn Mou Immortal Sect to dust and kill everyone there. This person was Dongfang Wang. The first thing he investigated when he came out of the Chaos Star Realm was Xinbingyu. Her extreme beauty and figure was deeply imprinted in his mind.
Dongfang Wan was a firm-willed person. He loved Jinbingyu, but he knew that only when he reached Immortal Emperor would he have the right to say he loved her. Now that he reached Immortal Emperor in the Grand Heaven domain, he immediately came down to Gonghua Heaven to learn about Jinbingyu. He didn't spend long to find out that Jinbingyu went to MOU Immortal Sect frequently. He also found out that she seemed close with the sect leader Yimo. When he first heard of Yimo, he didn't realize that Yimo was the person who annihilates Shitang on Earth. When he saw Yimo's image and heard of what he did, his fury was completely ignited. The sect leader of MOU Immortal Sect was the person he hated the most. He thought Yimo was a small cultivator, but instead, this person was an immortal emperor and built the MOU Immortal Sect. Yimo hunted him everywhere on Earth, and even in the immortal realm, he was still above him. The goddess he loved the most was Jinbingyu, and yet Yimo was shameless enough to be with some otherworldly beauty like her. If he didn't kill Yimo, how could he release his anger? He was no longer the weak Dongfang Wang on Earth. He was an invincible immortal emperor. He believed he could kill Yimo with his demonic Buddhist light. He was going to annihilate MOU Immortal Sect, kill Yimo and everyone related to Yimo. If it was some other thing, Dongfang Wang could contain his anger, but thinking about how the woman he loved was with Yimo, how could he resist? Plus, with his power, he didn't need to forbear. That perfect figure in the depth of his mind was ruined by Yimo, rumble. His golden staff struck on the defense formation of MOU Immortal Sect. Immediately, almost the entire sect knew the formation was being attacked. The formation instantly activated countless formation light. Facing such beams, Dongfang Wang could only retreat. But no matter how powerful this defense formation was, he was going to break it. Who are you? How dare you attack the MOU Immortal Sect? A woman appeared at the formation door and yelled. Tens of dashing lights came out behind him. A mere immortal king dares to mind the emperor's business. The emperor shall turn MOU Immortal Sect to dust. Where is Yimo? Let him see who I am. Dongfang Wang felt very satisfied. Immortal Emperor? The woman called out in shock. MOU Immortal Sect had quite a lot of immortal emperors, but they weren't in the sect. Due to MOU Immortal Sect's fame, the immortal emperors didn't even need to stay in the sect. 2 of them went to the Divine Dao realm and the rest didn't stay in the sect. The woman was vice sect leader Lu Feng. Just when she was worried and about to send flying messenger sword to call back the few immortal emperors, she heard a soft voice who was going to turn immortal friend Ya's MOU Immortal Sect to dust. Qian Bei. Lu Feng saw the person and opened the formation in surprise and joy before bowing. Dongfang Wang just wanted to reproach, but he found the nearby space to be completely bound. He couldn't even move at all. A beautiful middle-aged woman smiled to Lu Feng. I was just at Extreme Wind Heaven and I sensed my mark on the formation being attacked, so I came over. Hearing this, Dongfang Wan was scared soulless. How far was the Extreme Wind Heaven from Gonghua Heaven? How long had he even been attacking the formation and this person was here? What power was this? Divine Emperor? Chapter 22:20 Flee like a dog. This was definitely a Divine Emperor. Dongfang Wan immediately realized. No matter how strong an immortal emperor was, he wouldn't be bound by one. No immortal emperor would be able to cross this many heavens in such a short time. Dongfang Wan knew this woman was close to Yimo. Dongfang Wan knew that whether he could live or not today depended on if this woman was murderous. For the first time today, he felt he was impulsive. He knew about Dao Vindication Divine Emperor, but he had never heard of one in the immortal realm. It was because he knew there was no Divine Emperor and no one could stop him that he was this cocky. Yet, a Divine Emperor appeared in the immortal realm. This Divine Emperor also happened to be close to the MOU Immortal Sect he was going to attack. One's luck couldn't be this bad, right? You want to annihilate MOU Immortal Sect? MOU Immortal Sect is the leader by example of the immortal realm. They never abuse the weak. What right do you have to annihilate MOU Immortal Sect? The woman greeted Lu Feng and then asked Dongfang Wan coldly. This woman was Li Xiu. After Yimo helped her out a great deal, she stayed at the immortal realm guarding the tunnel to Divine Dao realm. She didn't like to kill and thus didn't attack Dongfang Wang. If it was some bad-tempered Dao molding Divine Emperor, he would have turned Dongfang Wang to dust with one palm. Dongfang Wang said with fury, I've always been cultivating in the Chaos Star realm. I have 2 prides in my elf. One is that I have an extremely beautiful and loving wife. The second is that I have the best immortal spirit root. Li Xiu used spirit sense to check Dongfang Wang and saw that he wasn't lying.
His immortal spirit root was definitely the best and he wasn't old. Dongfang Wang said hatefully, my wife's father didn't like us being together. I've ignored death cultivating in the Chaos Star realm just so I can reach Divine Emperor earlier and take my wife to see her father and let him accept me. However, when I came back I saw that my wife was taken away and abused.
Dongfang Wang knew that if he lied to a Divine Emperor, it would be seen through.
His hatred towards Yimo was real. Yimo robbed the person he loved so much on Earth, and Jiqi, and now took away the goddess he loved in the immortal realm. With how Yimo annihilated Shitang and chased him like a dog, how could he forget this hatred? Li Xiu nodded. She could tell that Dongfang Wang's hatred was real. When I asked, I found out that it was Mou immortal sect Yimo who took my wife by force. Even if my soul is annihilated, I will get revenge.
Qianbei, I know I may not be a match for you.
You can kill me if you want, but there's no way I would give up my hatred towards Yimo.
Li Xiu said calmly, let's not talk about whether the news is real or false. Even if Yimo took your wife, you can only get angry at him.
What has this got to do with Mou immortal sect? Dongfang Wang dazed. He seemed to realize that he shouldn't be angry at Mou immortal sect. His emotions calmed down a little. Yes, Qianbei, I shouldn't bring this on others. I was just so furious. Please punish me. I know with Qianbei here I can't kill Yimo, this evil bastard. But before you kill Wan Bei wants to see my wife. Lu Feng yelled, keep your mouth clean. Sect leader Yi is a person of great honor, would he rob the wife of someone like you?
Pfft, Li Xiu asked plainly, how long have you been cultivating in the Chaos Star realm?
Dongfang Wang dazed and subconsciously answered, nearly 200 years. I miss my wife, so every 200 years I would go see her. Li Xiu said calmly, immortal friend Yi has left the immortal realm to the divine Tao realm more than 200 years ago. If you go there, you would have no chance to come back to the immortal realm. How can immortal friend Yi rob and rape your wife? You're probably used? If Dongfang Wang was acting before then, now he was truly dazed. Divine Tao realm, what is that place? A realm higher than the immortal realm. Immortal realm immortals who reach immortal emperor would usually go to the divine Tao realm to vindicate divine emperor.
Li Xiu answered calmly, wrong. I was wrong. I was tricked. I hate you. Dongfang Wang murmured and suddenly knelt down before the two. Dongfang Wang, was actually used.
Qianbei, please punish me. Even if you turn me to dust, I wouldn't hate you at all. Then, Dongfang Wang sliced off his two arms and threw it before Lu Feng. Dongfang Wang didn't discern the facts and just attacked Mou immortal sect. These two arms don't deserve to stay on my body. Dongfang Wang didn't stop the bleeding and kept kneeling. I do things on my heart. If Qianbei didn't come today, I almost made a huge mistake. Please punish me, Qianbei. Li Xiu sighed. Dongfang Wang was too impulsive. Seeing Dongfang Wang still ask for punishment after slicing his arms off, Li Xiu no longer wanted to do anything to Dongfang Wang. She looked at Lu Feng and said, what do you think? Lu Feng knew that although Li Xiu was strong, she was very docile. She quickly said, Qianbei can decide. Dongfang Wang looked determined. He could tell that Li Xiu wasn't a murderous person and she already believed him. He had made up his mind, if he didn't die this time he would definitely go to that divine Tao realm and vindicate Tao. People were insects before Tao vindication. With his terrifying power, he was weaker than an insect in front of a divine emperor. When he vindicated Tao, he would come back and let her know whom she offended. Seeing Dongfang Wang like this, Li Xiu felt pity and said, get up, find your wife. Sect leader Yi is very honorable. He's not the person you think he is. Don't do things on one side of the story. Dongfang Wang bowed with a pale face. Yes, Wan Bei will remember this. Wan Bei's wife always said that I was too impulsive. Wan Bei has been trying to change, but this time something happened to her. I really couldn't calm down. Li Xiu nodded. Go, I hope you can find your wife. Yes, thank you Qianbei for not killing me. Wan Bei will pay you back. Dongfang Wang walked and didn't even look at the two arms on the ground. Li Xiu waved and the two arms fell back on his shoulder and connected. Take your arms. Dongfang Wang knelt down again. Thank you Qianbei. If Wanbei can't find my wife, I will go to the divine Dao realm and vindicate Dao and then come back to protect the immortal realm like Xianbei. Li Xiu didn't think much and nodded, throwing him a jade slip. This is the void formation door to the divine Dao realm. With your cultivation level, you can go. Dongfang Wang took it and bowed again before leaving Mou Immortal Sect. Seeing Dongfang Wang leave, Lu Feng bowed again. Xianbei, please come into the Mou Immortal Sect. Li Xiu nodded. All right, how is Yimo? Due to Qianbei's god crystals, she has passed Immortal King Divine Damnation. She's in solitary cultivation now. Lu Feng said with gratitude. If it wasn't for Li Xiu bringing back many things, Mou Immortal Sect wouldn't have such cultivation speed. Even she wouldn't be able to reach Immortal King peak stage from primary stage in a few hundred years. Chapter 22-21 Guang Yuan Palace. Young girl, boss, is this made with that markless glass light? So fast. Shadowless felt the new flying god artifact Yimo made and gasped. Not only Shadowless but small Ginseng and Xiao Rang also excitedly felt around the new flying god artifact. They wanted Yimo to say he would go into solitary cultivation again and leave them to play with this flying god artifact. That's right, this will be called Mou boat from now on. Yimo was extremely happy with this. This was the best magic artifact he had made, and it was an extreme grade flying god artifact. There were many extreme grade flying god artifact, but the difference was huge. His spacetime boat was upgraded from low grade flying god artifact. Although it used many of Yimo's materials, its quality wasn't very good. It was rather bad amongst extreme grade flying god artifact. Compared to Mou boat, it was heavens apart. Yimo made Mou boat personally and he inscribed every formation on it. Whether it was material or formation, it was the best. Markless glass light had this special property, and that was passing through realm barriers. If you had enough power, you don't even need tearing formation. You could just use markless glass light to pass realm. Those weaker people could markless glass light to cross realm too. Yimo only noticed this property when he was forging. Markless glass light could pass through the highest level void barrier. This made Yimo overjoyed. Yimo used Mou boat for less than a month and the Guang Yuan Palace on the location orb cleared up. Yimo knew that he was at Guang Yuan Palace. He let Shadowless enter the Golden Page world. Xiao he was murderous and cold, but Yimo trusted this person would keep his word. So, Yimo never went back to the Divine Dao realm and came straight to the Guang Yuan Palace. When Mou passed through a region of space and clouds, Guang Yuan Palace appeared before him. Yimo thought Guang Yuan Palace was a place so it wouldn't be too huge. When he saw the immense heaven domain before him, he immediately knew this place was far from what he imagined. Guang Yuan Palace was not only big but also had quite some people. Yimo scanned with his spirit sense and found there were millions of people. There were all sorts of races here. A palace was floating in the middle of this heaven domain. Below the palace was clouds. Yimo immediately guessed that this was Guang Yuan Palace. He had seen many palaces, but Guang Yuan Palace seemed like an immortal palace the most. Yimo stood before the defense formation of the heaven domain. He didn't go in. If he forcefully entered, it would be considered provocation. Yimo didn't wait for long and an immortal monarch flew out of the realm and stood before the realm protection formation asking Yimo, "May I ask what business does immortal friend have at Guang Yuan Palace?" He could tell Yimo was much stronger than him, but he still called Yimo immortal friend. One could see how confident Guang Yuan Palace was. "I'm Xiaoyi's friend. I was invited by him to come concoct pills for young mistress." Yimo saluted with his fists. Hearing this, the immortal monarch asked in shock, "You're a pill divine? You're going to concoct pills for the young mistress?" Yimo said again, "You heard right. I'm a pill divine. Specifically, immortal friend Xiao invited me over for pill concoction." This immortal monarch quickly apologized and asked why isn't divine he back. Yimo took out the jade slip Xiao he left for him and said, "This is left by immortal friend Xiao. Have a look." Xiaoyi's jade slip was to introduce Yimo and say that he wouldn't be able to come back yet. This immortal monarch looked at the jade slip and then quickly took out a jade card opening the formation. "So you're pill divine Yi, please come in." Yimo went in and asked, "You know me?" The immortal monarch quickly said, "Divine he already said in the jade slip, and the Guang Yuan Palace have long heard of pill divine Yi's name, the number one pill divine. Palace Lord just finished solitary cultivation and went to the void marketplace to invite pill divine Yi. However, pill divine Yi came to our Guang Yuan Palace instead.
I'll immediately report to the palace lord. Yemo nodded and said, when you send a message, say I can't stay for long. Please come back quickly.
Since the palace lord wasn't here, he wouldn't be able to concoct pills. As soon as this immortal monarch brought Yemo to the entrance of the palace, he was stopped by a green-robed young girl. The immortal monarch quickly bowed. Lian Kai, greet young mistress.
The young girl said calmly, Lian Kai, this is Pill Divine Yi, right? I'll greet him personally. You go do your things first. Yes, young mistress. The immortal monarch quickly retreated. Yemo noticed this girl. She had no essence chi wave. Her face was a bit pale. The hand she showed was extremely white too. One can even see her veins. Her forehead was a little whiter than ordinary girls, but her eyes were extremely bright. Her long eyelash moved gently as though they could speak. To be specific, she wasn't an extremely pretty woman, but she was very pleasant to look at. She had this calm and gentle chi about her, someone who had never cultivated but could make people feel this was definitely a kind heart person. From the news Lian Kai just sent, he said that Pill Divine Yi came just to concoct pills for Nian. Nian is very grateful. My dad isn't in the palace. Pill Divine Yi, please follow me. The young girl bowed to Yemo and spoke very politely. Yemo followed Nian into the depth of the Guangyuan Palace. He could tell on the way that there were extremely powerful formations everywhere. Even a Dao Essence peak stage would soon be trapped by formation without Nian leading the way. Nian hadn't cultivated before, but she spoke like the spring wind. Even Yemo felt it was relaxing to talk to such a girl. Yemo thought Nian would take him to the guest room, but instead Nian took him to a girl's bedroom. Without a doubt, it was her room. When Yemo saw Nian's room, he realized there was no intimate feminine feel about her room. All there were just books. These books were all made with the thinnest heavenworm silk. Each book was extremely thick. Yemo scanned with his spirit sense. There were all sorts of books here: medicine, pill concoction, formation, forgery, cultivation method. There were even ordinary immortal novels. Nian's soul was crippling, so she couldn't cultivate nor have spirit sense. Yemo didn't feel strange that the books she read weren't made with jade slip. However, he didn't get why Nian read all these books when she couldn't cultivate. I can't cultivate. When Dad and all my friends start cultivate, all that can keep me company are my books. This is my book room and also my friend. Every book here is my friend. They've kept me company until one day that I die. Nian said calmly. She smiled as though not worrying for her sickness at all. Yemo suddenly felt sympathetic towards Nian. It was very normal for someone who couldn't cultivate to live on Earth, but here it was too unbearable. Everyone around her was cultivating, only she couldn't. She didn't even have anything to talk with others. If this only lasted a few days it was fine, but it lasted years. This loneliness and boredom could kill people. Nian could sit here and calmly talk to him and introduce him to her friends. Shocked Yemo. How lonely was a person who could only be friends with books? Actually, I really want to cultivate big god arts like others and then travel the cosmos and fly in the void. Nian's eyes were full of hope. Yemo felt touched and said, don't worry, since I'm here, I will definitely help you concoct the shaking light soul pill and cure your condition. Yemo was quite confident with this. Nian shook her head. Brother Yi, you're older than me, so I'll call you Big Brother. In fact, no one can concoct the shaking light soul pill as the pill recipe is incomplete. Yemo looked at Nian in shock. He knew there was a problem with the recipe because he was a top pill divine and had 3 birth chant to help him derive. However, how did Nian know the pill recipe was incomplete? Since she knew, the Guangyuan Palace Lord definitely knew too. Why was he still looking for pill divines to concoct the pill? Chapter 22. Help or no? Is it Guangyuan Palace Lord Fengguang immortal friend ahead? A gray flying ship just came to the outskirts of the Void Marketplace and was stopped by a man on an immortal ship. At the same time, an extremely fast golden ship came across the void. 4 men sat on the golden ship. If it was some ordinary immortal ship, there was no way the gray ship would stop. But when the man above the gray ship noticed the 4 people on the golden ship, he immediately stopped and saluted with his fists. So it's immortal friend Ao, Zhuge, Wan, and Pu. This is really coincidental. Fengguang just wanted to leave the Void Marketplace and I encountered you guys. Fengguang was busy before and was unable to come to Aoshi immortal friend's primordial essence ceremony. Please forgive me, immortal friend Aoshi. These four were Aoshi, Windesui, Puyangsi, and Zhuge Zhichen.
The four had agreed to search for Yimo's news at the Void Marketplace. If there was no news of him, they would go to the winged race. Even if Tsong Luo didn't come out, they would force Tsong Luo to come out. The Chaos Green Lotus was no small matter.
There was no way they would give up on it.
They didn't contact Len Shuachi, Tang Sonin, and Zhao Dan because they felt they were closer to Yimo. Aoshi quickly said, "How do I dare to blame immortal friend Fengguang? Immortal friend Fengguang is alone in the Guangyuan Palace. It's natural that you have a lot of things to handle. Long time no see, Palace Lord.
Since we happen to meet today, why don't we go get a drink at the Void Marketplace together?"
Zhuge Zhichen got up and smiled. Fengguang said with trouble. If it was before, Fengguang would definitely go, but today I really do have an emergency.
I believe you all know about my daughter.
There's a pill divine headed towards the Guangyuan Palace today.
I have to go back. Pill divine for pill concoction? Is it number 1 pill divine EMO from the Void Marketplace?
Zhuge Zhichen's eyes lit up and asked. Fengguang nodded. That's right, it's pill divine Yi.
Does immortal friend Zhuge know pill divine Yi too?
Zhuge Zhichen glanced at the other three. Their faces were full of joy. Zhuge Zhichen saluted with his fists. Palace Lord, we want to go have a look at Guangyuan Palace.
Of course, if Palace Lord joins us, we would have more confidence? Nianyan looked at Yimo's shocked glance and said softly, "Brother Yi doesn't believe what I said?"
I have Brother Yi is the number 1 pill divine of the Void Marketplace.
Your understanding of pill Dao must be extremely high, but what I'm saying is the truth. I won't lie to Brother Yi. Yi Mo nodded. Sister Nianyan, tell me about it.
He was already a bit suspicious of Fengguang. Nianyan sighed. The recipe seems complete, but it's actually lacking a very important thing, and that is life force. No matter how precious the shaking light herb is, it can't be forged into the shaking light soul pill without life force.
Yi Mo was shocked at how smart Nianyan was.
Although she didn't understand what life force was missing, but just knowing this was already shocking enough. She couldn't cultivate, so she learned all this from the books and derived it herself. He had vindicated Dao and focused on pill concoction and also used 3 birth chant to derive this. Compared to her, he was far off. Nianyan only knew that life force was lacking. She didn't know it was chaos life force that was lacking. Nianyan saw Yimo stay silent and said, "My dad cultivated 3 shaking light herbs. He invited 2 of the most renowned pill divines to concoct the shaking light soul pill, but they all failed." Nianyan seemed sad, and then she said, "My dad is a pill concoction divine emperor. I already told him when I realized that life force was lacking. However, my dad loves me too much and still invited the 2 pill divines over."
When they were about done,
my dad pulled out their life force and threw it into the cauldron. Yimo realized.
Guangyuan Palace Lord wanted to use the pill divine's life force.
However, he didn't know that only chaos life force could be fused into the pill. Thinking about this, Yimo suddenly felt wrong. If Guangyuan Palace Lord didn't know it was chaos life force that was missing, he wouldn't use the pill divine's life force. He would grab a few random people and pull out their life force. When pill divines were concocting the pill, their mind was fused with the pill, so using this life force would be better than ordinary life force. From this, it was quite possible that the Guangyuan Palace Lord knew chaos life force was missing. He couldn't get it and thus had no choice but to replace it with pill divine life force. However, the 2 before failed. "Brother Yi, you should leave quickly.
My dad will be back soon.
He's worried about me," and set up a 1-use long-distance teleportation formation.
Nianyan saw Yimo fall silent and seemed to understand what she said. Yimo was in extreme conflict. Should he help her concoct pill?
She was such a kind woman. If he didn't do it for her, he would feel really annoyed.
However, that Guangyuan Palace was no nice person. Then, Nianyan seemed to have thought of something.
She grabbed a thick book from the shelf and placed it in Yimo's hands. "Brother Yi, you're the first to help me concoct pills.
This is what I've written after years of studying pill concoction and herbs. It might help you. If one day I disappear but the things I wrote still exist, I would be very happy."
When he got this book, Yimo had made up his mind to concoct the shaking light soul pill for Nianyan. He was a Dao Essence Divine Emperor, so what if the Palace Lord was a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor? Who could stop him if he wanted to go? When he met Master Tianze on Earth, Tianze said to stay true to his heart. He had never done anything that was against his heart. If he wanted to concoct pills for Nianya but didn't because he was scared of the Guan Yuan Palace Lord, he would lose his true heart. How could he vindicate primordial essence? Thinking about this, Yemo took her book and saluted with his fist. Sister Nianyan, since I came of course I will concoct a cauldron of shaking light soul pill. Just trust me. Before Nianyan spoke, there was a laughter. Then a skinny but extremely tall man pushed open the door and came in. He saluted with his fists to Yemo. Thank you for coming to Guan Yuan Palace Pill Divine Yi. Feng Guang wasted some time outside, please forgive me. Seeing her dad come in, Nianyan's face went even more pale. She knew that even if Yemo wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to. Nianyan sighed and came up pulling Yemo's clothes. Thank you Pill Divine Yi for helping Nianyan concoct pill. Even if it fails, Nianyan will forever remember Pill Divine Yi. Then, she bowed to Yemo. Yemo knew that she meant to say if he was killed by her dad, she would remember his help. Chapter 22-23 Chaos Life Force. Greet Palace Lord, I'm friends with Xiao He. I was asked by him to concoct pills for young Mistress Nianyan. It's not tiring. Yemo's views towards this Palace Lord changed and his tone grew much plainer. Fengguan said very hospitably, pill concoction is of no rush. Pill Divine Yi is a guest. Please come to the guest palace and enjoy some immortal fruit. Then he said to his daughter Nianyan, don't worry, Pill Divine Yi is the #1 pill divine of the Void Marketplace. He can definitely concoct the shaking light soul pill for you. Yes, Dad. Nianyan bowed. Yemo suddenly thought of oh man. She could ask for things in front of her father, but Nianyan was completely different. The Palace Lord seemed to love his daughter a lot. He got her so many books and searched around for pill divines to concoct pills for her. He spent such great wealth and effort to cultivate 3 shaking light herbs. When Yemo followed the Palace Lord into the guest palace, there were 4 people sitting in a room stealthed by all sorts of restrictions. If Yemo came here, he would clearly know who these people were. They were Pu Yangxi, Wen Desui, Zhuge Zhichen, and Aoshi. Feng Guang is indeed very nice to his daughter. The shaking light herb isn't so easily prepared. However, I wonder if that Yemo could concoct the shaking light pill for him. Aoshi drank some immortal wine and said, I hope he can do it quickly and then do as he promised. When Desui said coldly, Pu Yangxi sneered but said nothing. This sneer was subtle, but Zhuge Zhichen saw it. He knew that Pu Yangxi's sneer wasn't targeted at Yemo, but when Desui, thinking about this, Zhuge Zhichen knew that Pu Yangxi and Aoshi probably knew that Yemo had much better things than markless glass light. However, when Desui was an idiot. He was shrouded by hatred. Thinking about this, Zhuge Zhichen said, are you guys really willing to give Yemo over to Feng Guang as long as he hands over the markless glass light? Pu Yangxi and Aoshi just glanced at Zhuge Zhichen but said nothing. When Desui was a primordial essence divine emperor too. Now that Zhuge Zhichen made it so obvious, he immediately realized if we still want Yemo's other belongings, then Guang Yuan Palace Lord. When Desui suddenly realized. Guang Yuan Palace Lord said before that if Yemo failed pill concoction he would ask Yemo for compensation and give the markless glass light to him. He only asked to get a leaf of the green lotus. If Yemo succeeded in pill concoction, he would still persuade Yemo to hand the markless glass light over. But since Yemo helped with pill concoction, he would protect Yemo's life. How could he not have heard of Guang Yuan Palace Lord's character? There was no way he would protect Yemo's life just to thank him. That meant that regardless if Yemo succeeded in pill concoction or not, the Palace Lord would give them the markless glass light but not Yemo. Why did the Palace Lord want Yemo? Clearly it was because of what Yemo had. Yemo was this insanely powerful, he definitely had good things on him. However, the Palace Lord seemed to have underestimated Yemo. It wasn't quite possible for the Guang Yuan Palace Lord to take out Yemo for certain. Seeing when Desui realized this, Zhuge Zhichen smiled. Feng Guang underestimated Yemo. He thought that Yemo was just a Tao Essence Divine Emperor and could capture him for sure. He thought that we didn't catch Yemo because we didn't know where he was. I believe he will soon get a surprise. Pu Yangxi nodded. Yemo definitely has more than one secret. He probably has something else other than chaos item. Chaos item? When Desui asked in shock. He only guessed that Yemo had good things. He didn't really expect Yemo had chaos items. Seeing when Desui still not realized this, Pu Yangxi shook his head. Yemo sold a bottle of chaos chi at the auction. only chaos treasures can hold chaos chi. Since EMO could take out chaos chi at any time, it meant that he had chaos treasure.
Ayo, she nodded. I only realized this afterwards.
If the jade bottle that EMO gave that half primordial essence was a chaos item, then that jade bottle itself would be worth more than the chaos chi. I checked, he just used a very strong restriction to send the chaos chi into the jade bottle.
Even without the jade bottle, the chaos chi wouldn't disperse.
The jade bottle is just for show.
That can't guarantee that he has chaos item. When Desui asked.
But then he realized, even the best formation grandmaster could only use very powerful restrictions in formation to gather chaos chi if they didn't have chaos treasure. They couldn't collect too much too. EMO was willing to take out a bottle of chaos chi. This meant that he definitely had more, although this didn't mean 100% that EMO had chaos item, but it was possible.
Zhuge Zhichen said although we can't prove that EMO has chaos item, there's still such possibility. Feng Guang is someone who never does anything without benefits.
Since he's willing to help get the markless glass light but not hand over EMO, he clearly guessed that EMO has some good things.
Did that Feng Guang guess that EMO has chaos treasure? When Desui asked, Pu Yanxi shook his head. Not necessarily, but possible.
Perhaps he wants something else from EMO, but regardless of what it is, it wouldn't be simple if Feng Guang is after it. Why don't we just call Feng Guang over and tell him that EMO isn't someone he can keep alone?
We'll say what EMO has and then we'll split it. If EMO gets away, it wouldn't be good. When Desui said.
He was scared of EMO leaving the most. Pill Divine Yi, how confident are you in concocting that shaking light soul pill?
I only have one left.
If the pill concoction fails.
Feng Guang poured a cup of immortal tea and asked EMO. EMO fell silent for a while and suddenly said, I'm 80% confident. What? Feng Guang's hands moved.
His eyes were full of fire. He suddenly regretted agreeing to Aoshi's request. He knew that chaos life force was needed for the pill.
EMO was this confident, meaning that he probably had chaos life force.
Such treasure would definitely not be less valuable than the chaos green lotus. He didn't feel surprised that EMO had it.
All the things in the universe had spirit. Chaos items had more spirit.
They would usually find a pill divine who knew them the most. EMO was the number one pill divine of the void. EMO sneered inside, but he said slowly, Palace Lord don't know that the recipe is lacking some life force. This life force is chaos life force.
I've only seen this in an ancient pill recipe. Ordinary people can't get chaos life force.
The reason I'm saying I can successfully concoct the pills is that I have a life force that can substitute chaos life force.
Hearing this, Wang Yuan Palace Lord just went on an emotional roller coaster. His emotions sunk to the bottom. After a long while he subconsciously asked, what life force?
EMO sighed. When I was in the cultivation realm, I entered the void and got a ball of 7-colored void life force marrow. In that ancient recipe, the life force can be replaced with void life force marrow. That's why I said don't worry, Palace Lord.
Guang Yuan Palace Lord dazed. That works too?
Void life force marrow was precious, but it was something from low void realm.
It was no wonder EMO was willing to use it for pill concoction. Chapter 22-24 Scheme against EMO. Can you show me the void life force marrow?
Feng Guang said. EMO shook his head. If Palace Lord studied pill Dao, you would know that it can be taken out in the void, but if I take it out here,
it would reduce its potency.
Using the void life force marrow to concoct the shaking light soul pill has a limit.
Only one pill will come out. I only have one of this. If it's wasted, it would be a huge loss to young Mistress Nianyan.
That's right, Pill Divine Yi decide everything. Feng Guang knew that EMO didn't lie. EMO got up and said, Palace Lord, I might be friends with Xiaoti, but as a Pill Divine, I will still take what needs to be taken. Of course, how can I let Pill Divine Yi come for free? Feng Guang quickly said. EMO nodded. I need 50 extreme grade God spirit range, 200 drops of 100 million year God marrow, 100 billion God crystals.
I don't need anything else. Feng Guang dazed.
He had never seen someone ask for this much. No matter how precious the shaking light soul pill was, it wasn't worth this much. EMO asked more than he advertised for. Seeing EMO stare at him, Feng Guang smiled bitterly. Even if you sell the Guang Yuan Palace, I wouldn't have that much. You I do have 30 extreme grade God spirit range. I do have 200 drops of 100 million year God marrow. As for 100 billion God crystals, I can only get 50 billion. Yemo said without hesitation. Sure, that will do. Seeing this, Feng Guang immediately said, I'll go get the shaking light herb, please help with pill concoction. Pill divine yi, no rush, give me the payment first and I have to concoct pill in Miss Nianyan's room. Yemo said, why? Feng Guang looked at Yemo with extreme confusion. Yemo said because the pill made with void life force marrow needs to be consumed immediately. Of course, one thing is that Miss Nianyan's room has never been used for cultivation. The essence qi is very calm there. It's more suitable for pill concoction. The last sentence was bullshit. He knew that even if Feng Guang understood what he thought, he couldn't reject this. As a top formation grandmaster, he already saw that everywhere in the Guang Yuan Palace was covered with surveillance formation except Nianyan's room. He planned to help Nianyan concoct pills and immediately go. Guang Yuan Palace wasn't a place he liked to stay. Feng Guang fell silent for a while and said, okay, go to Nianyan's room for pill concoction. Nianyan saw Yemo come back into her room. Before she could ask, she saw her dad come in. Pill divine yi, there's 2 storage ring here. One is your remuneration and one is the pill concoction materials including the shaking light herb I just dug. Then Feng Guang looked lovingly at Nianyan and said, Nianyan, pill divine yi is very confident. This pill needs to be concocted in your room. The pill needs to be consumed immediately, so don't worry. When pill divine yi is done, you must listen to him and consume the pill immediately. Then, Feng Guang looked gratefully at Yemo. Pill divine yi. I'll leave my daughter to you. Then he paused and asked, how long would pill divine yi need to concoct a cauldron of shaking light soul pill? Yemo thought for a moment and said probably 3 to 4 hours. Okay, I'll be waiting for pill divine yi's success at the guest palace. Feng Guang said and left Nianyan's room. Seeing her dad leave, Nianyan looked at Yemo in shock. Brother Yi, how could my dad let you concoct pills in here? To her dad would never leave Yemo's pill concoction. Even if he did, he wouldn't let Yemo stay in her room as her dad would be coming in at any time. Her dad cared about her a lot and wouldn't take Yemo's life force in front of her. Now that Yemo was in her room, her dad would need to do it in front of her as he wanted Yemo's life force. Yemo smiled. Your dad probably thinks I can't get away after pill concoction. Then Yemo set up a few restrictions on her room before continuing. Nianyan, I'm going to concoct pills, you can sit first. Wait, Brother Yi, I feel the most important thing for you now isn't pill concoction. Since you can come here, I feel the most important thing is for you to leave. Nianyan stopped Yemo and said desperately, don't worry, I will definitely concoct the pills for you. Yemo went to a corner and then set up a few restriction and began pill concoction. Nianyan saw that Yemo really begun and didn't dare to talk anymore. She only hoped that when Yemo concocted the pills, her dad would be grateful and let him leave, despite knowing this was a very rare chance. What do you guys want me for? Yemo is still in pill concoction. When the results come out, I will definitely take the thing over. Feng Guang hurried to where the 4 primordial essence divine emperors were. Pu Yangxi and them didn't talk. They all looked at Wen Desui. Wen Desui knew that he had to speak. It was his fault for realizing that Yemo had good things last. Immortal friend Feng Guang, I'll be straightforward. When Desui said we're all not dumb, I believe immortal friend Feng Guang is after something on Yemo, right? Hearing this, Feng Guang asked in confusion, what good thing? I invited pill divine yi completely to concoct pills for my daughter. Feng Guang didn't bullshit. His number 1 goal was still to save his daughter. Of course, he would use her to get good chaos life force treasure, but even if it was some other pill divine, he would still be thinking the same. Zhuge Jichin smiled and got up. We suspect Yemo has a chaos treasure. Of course, this is just a guess. What? Feng Guang said in shock. If Zhuge Jichin suspected that Yemo had chaos treasure, then it was pretty much certain that Yemo had it. Perhaps the voice life force marrow Yemo said was bullshit. He was using chaos life force to concoct pills. Yemo definitely have good intentions doing this. He wanted things from him. Since Yemo had chaos treasure, he must not hand over Yemo. As soon as Feng Guang thought of this, Zhuge Jichin asked immortal friend Feng Guang, regardless of whether your shock is real or fake, I want to ask you one thing.
How well do you think you will fare against immortal friend Desui in a battle?
Feng Guang regained his composure and smiled. Immortal friend Desui is the #1 primordial essence divine emperor of the Aquarius race, but I've only been in solitary cultivation.
How can I match immortal friend Deshui's great god art? When Desui interrupted immortal friend Feng Guang, I'm not scared of being embarrassed. Out of the people here, I'm probably the weakest. It's fine if immortal friend Feng Guang speaks the truth. I'm no match for immortal friend Feng Guang, and everyone knows this. Feng Guang smiled but said nothing. Zhuge Zhichen smiled. Immortal friend Feng Guang, no need to be so humble. In a real battle, immortal friend Desui is indeed no match for immortal friend Feng Guang. But if immortal friend Feng Guang thinks Pil Divine Yi is a Tao Essence Divine Emperor, then you're wrong. Pil Divine Yi is a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, and he's one who's stronger than us. Hearing this, Feng Guang was completely blown away. Yi Mo was a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor? Since when did the human race have a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor? If Yi Mo was a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, could he easily capture Yi Mo? When Desui said calmly, immortal friend Zhuge is speaking the truth. I've fought Yi Mo twice.
I was no match for him both times.
If I wasn't at the Dragon Palace, I might have been killed by this person already.
Seeing Feng Guang look at him, Aoshi saluted with his fists. Immortal friends Desui and Zudge are speaking the truth.
Yi Mo is indeed a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor and not an ordinary one.
He was at the Dragon Palace for my Primordial Essence ceremony, but he escaped from the gang up of 5 Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. So, it's impossible for immortal friend Feng Guang to subjugate Yi Mo alone.
You might even be killed instead. Feng Guang's face sunk. The reason he was so generous in giving Yi Mo almost his entire fortune was because he wasn't afraid of Yi Mo escaping. However, he was certain that Zhuge and them weren't lying.
Otherwise, Yi Mo wouldn't appear in the Guangyuan Palace so calmly. Feng Guang said, I almost gave all my fortune to Yi Mo for pill concoction. I can collaborate with you guys, but I will also get back my fortune other than getting a share of what Yi Mo has. Chapter 22-25 Heavy Battle with Primordial Essence. It wasn't hard to concoct the Shaking Light Soul Pill, it was only hard without Chaos Life Force.
Yi Mo had Chaos Tree, so it didn't waste any effort concocting the pills. He was done in just 5 minutes. Yi Mo took 11 of the 12 pills. Nian Yan only needed 1. Brother Yi, did you fail? Nian Yan saw Yi Mo remove the restriction and got up worriedly.
If Yi Mo didn't fail, how could he come out in just 5 minutes? Yi Mo took out a pill and smiled. I've finished.
You just need to eat this pill and you will be completely cured. At the same time, you can start cultivation. Ha! Nian Yan called out in shock. Before she finished,
Yi Mo's pill already landed in her mouth. It turned into endless life force.
Nian Yan instantly felt her life force gather.
Her soul became strong and this steady feeling rose up. This was the first time she had such feeling. This was the feeling of life.
This feeling was wonderful. It didn't feel ethereal like before.
Nian Yan's eyes went red the instant she felt she touched her life.
She knew that the pill Yi Mo gave her definitely wasn't fake. How is it? Yi Mo asked.
He could clearly feel Nian Yan's change.
That return of life force, Nian Yan woke up from her joy.
Although she had seen through life and death, she didn't want to die if she could. Thank you, Brother Yi.
Nian Yan bowed to Yi Mo.
Then she said excitedly, if my dad knew that you really made the pill, he would be very happy. He would definitely treat you as an important guest. Yi Mo said calmly, your dad might truly love you, but he definitely won't treat me as an important guest. Even though I made this pill, it would just be giving my life to him. Seeing Nian Yan look at him in confusion, Yi Mo laughed in self-mockery. Your dad probably suspects I have good things on me. He's waiting for me to finish pill concoction and so he can kill and rob me.
Nian Yan was shocked for a moment, but then she sighed and didn't argue.
She knew her father. He loved her a lot, but he wasn't a grateful person. After a while,
she looked up and looked firmly at Yi Mo. Brother Yi, you saved me. Even if I used my life, I won't let anything happen to you. Yi Mo waved his hand. Sister Nian Yan, the reason I was willing to concoct pills wasn't because of your dad but because of you. You're very kind, but you can't change your dad's decisions. You know why your dad agreed to give me so much remuneration for pill concoction? It's because he thinks he can take it back.
Yemo stopped her from talking and continued. The reason I chose to concoct pills in your room is so that I can leave from here. If I leave Guangyuan Palace, your dad wouldn't be able to do anything to me. If I leave from here and your dad is still going to ambush me, I won't show mercy.
You're going to tear the void from here? Nian instantly realized. Yemo nodded. That's right. However, your dad's cultivation method doesn't suit you. In thanks for the book you gave me, I have a cultivation method to give you. With your talent and cleverness, you can easily vindicate Dao with my cultivation method. Then, Yemo placed a jade slip in Nian's hand. We'll part our ways now. Whether or not we can meet again, I hope you can vindicate Dao soon. Then, Yemo released Zisu.
A purple light flashed and the next moment, Yemo disappeared into the void crevice. Nian looked dazedly at where Yemo disappeared for a long while before bowing again. Brother Yi, thank you.
If Nian achieves anything in the future, I will repay you.
When Yemo tore open the space from Nian's room, he immediately knew things were bad. The place he was at was modified. It was either a spirit-controlled region of the void or was a small world. All around him was restrictions and formations. Yemo knew he was set up by Fengguang.
Fengguang knew his purpose for concocting pills in Nian's room.
So, this guy set up this trap. Realizing his situation, Yemo was in no rush to tear open the space here. He knew that since Fengguang drew him to this region, he wouldn't be able to break free in a short while. Since Fengguang thought he had him for sure, then they would fight. Pill Divine Yi, thank you for concocting the shaking light soul pill for my daughter.
If you hand over your chaos item, I promise in the name of Guangyuan Palace that I won't hurt you at all.
Fengguang's voice sounded. Yemo said plainly, your Guangyuan Palace name is full of shit.
To me, Guangyuan Palace is just a trash ground. If I want to leave, Fengguang, you wouldn't be able to stop me. If immortal friend Fengguang can't, then what about us as well?
A voice sounded.
Zhuge Zhichen and then appeared. Yemo's eyes narrowed. He knew he was set up by Fengguang. However, he wasn't worried.
When he ran from the Dragon Palace, it wasn't purely because he couldn't beat them but that if they fought he would use all his means.
He had too many means.
If he couldn't kill them all, it would be exposed. The situation at the Dragon Palace determined that he couldn't kill everyone there. Since he was sealed in this space, then he would talk with power. So what if he wasn't primordial essence yet? Yemo, you killed countless of my Aquarius Divine Emperor. The Aquarius race has sent warships. The Divine Dao realm is probably in ruins now. When Desui sneered, he knew Yemo would never be able to get away. Hearing this, Yemo's eyes were bulging out.
He couldn't resist anymore and hacked out with Zisu. Instantly, a twisted purple sword rune appeared in this void.
This was his full-powered falling mark sword rune. This falling mark sword rune struck towards Wen Desui. At the same time, Yemo released the lightning orbs. Seeing Yemo attack so ferociously, the other four released their magic artifacts at the same time. However, no one other Wen Desui attacked with full power.
They knew Yemo wouldn't be able to get away. Attacking with full power now was stupid.
If they fought one-on-one, they would attack with full power. However, although everyone was collaborating here, they couldn't just show people their lethal blows. When Desui had to attack with full power, he felt a powerful threat. Yemo's devouring twisted sword rune already locked onto his soul before it even arrived. This wasn't the Dragon Race Guest Palace. Yemo's sword rune exploded with full power.
Zisu was stronger than even primordial spirit artifact.
With this strike, no matter how strong Wen Deshui's spaceless water slice god art was, it couldn't stop the falling mark sword rune. The spaceless water slice was crushed by the falling mark sword rune.
The god art space law was smashed to pieces like bubbles. Wen Desui was on alert for Yemo's spirit sense god art, but he couldn't care now.
An extremely powerful water shield formed. At the same time, he felt a void appear in his sea of consciousness. He couldn't control this void. Not good. It was that spirit sense god art again.
Wen Desui cursed that the rest of the people didn't attack with full power.
Water ripples stacked up in his sea of consciousness, wanting to block this great primordial god rune spirit sense attack. Then, he realized he was tricked. Yemo didn't just have one great primordial god rune, it was three. The three great primordial god rune spirit sense attacks broke open the water ripples. When Desui felt his sea of consciousness ache in the next moment, the falling Mark sword rune broke open his defense magic artifact and landed on his body, thud. When Desui was a primordial essence divine emperor, but under Yemo's terrifying strike, he didn't even take out a decent defense and was turned to nothing. Even his storage ring exploded. Countless god crystals turned to nothing. Only a truth spirit world bead was left on the side, rumble. At the same time, for magic artifact struck Yemo's 36 lightning orbs. This tore open the realm domain of the lightning orbs in Yemo's own realm domain. Yemo was smashed flying after spitting a mouthful of essence blood. Chapter 22-26 Little Blue. When Yemo was smashed out, the other four were a bit dazed. Even Zhuge Jichin, who highly estimated Yemo, completely didn't expect that Yemo could kill when Desui in such a short time. Everyone attack with full power, when Desui is the example. Zhuge Jichin no longer had a smile on his face. At the same time, a blue light appeared in his hand. A painting scroll was subtly showed in the blue light. Yemo was injured, but he could tell the scroll wasn't simple. Pu Yangxi waved his hand and a dark barrier appeared around him. At the same time, there was a pair of demon light frost crows above his head. She released a shocking blood rain flag. Yemo's spirit sense scanned and knew this was close to primordial spirit artifact. What shocked Yemo was that Guangyuan Palace Lord, whom he felt threatened the most, only released an extreme grade god artifact blue sword. The four clearly treated Yemo was a powerful enemy. They sealed off all of Yemo's exit. Yemo didn't even have a place to run. Yemo's Zisu and 36 lightning orbs already bursted their eyeballs out. These two magic artifacts were definitely no lower than primordial spirit artifact. Yemo easily took out two primordial spirit artifact. One could see that Yemo definitely had more magic artifacts. Pu Yangxi attacked first. The pair of demon light frost crows made mind-devouring shrieks and shot out two demon lights that sealed off Yemo's retreat, their powerful realm domains stacked together. Yemo felt it was difficult to even breath in here, much less break free and attack one. Aoshi's eyes flashed with cruelty. The lightning blood rain flag loomed over Yemo's head. Powerful lightning rain smashed down. These lightning light rain spat out from the flag and twisted the entire void in this rain veil. This wasn't just lightning rain, it was world-destroying death beams. Yemo didn't wait till Fengguang to release his magic artifact. A flame suddenly burned around him. The space binding him was instantly burned away. The slowed 36 lightning orbs started to spin again, divine flame, blue like morning sky. As soon as Yemo's flame came out, the four instantly recognized it. At the same time Yemo's 7 blue suns floated in this void, Fengguang's long sword was released. The blue sword beam and the two demon lights smashed Yemo's 36 lightning orbs away, instantly attacking Yemo's body. At this time, Yemo's heaven flame 9 suns was completely released. The 7 blue suns almost completely melted this region of void. Their stacked realm domain also cracked under the heaven flame 9 suns. Yemo's realm domain finally took some space. However, the 4 primordial essence divine emperor's clothes didn't even crack under the heaven flame 9 suns. The heaven flame 9 suns only broke their realm domain, but it didn't affect them that much. However, Yemo just wanted to break their stacked realm domain for the moment, or he wouldn't be able to counterattack. At this time, Yemo couldn't even care if he had enough god essence and spirit sense. His 5 lightning spear destruction, great primordial god rune and Zisu attacked at Zhuge Jichin. To Yemo, Zhuge Jichin's magic artifact was the scariest. That mountain water painting seemed familiar, rumble. Yemo felt a blue light instantly break open his realm domain and 36 lightning orbs. An extremely beautiful landscape appeared before him. There was an exquisite hut next to the green lake. Luoying, Xingxue were smiling at him and waiting for him to go in and reunite with them. When Yemo dazed, the bitter bamboo in the golden page world suddenly wobbled and this clear chi spread across Yemo's sea of consciousness. Yemo shook, but at the same time, the lightning rain death beams broke open Yemo's 36 lightning orbs. Yemo's eyes showed resolution. He knew he was at a disadvantage and it was impossible to kill Zhuge Jichin without getting hurt. He had to gamble. He gambled that Zhuge Jichin didn't know he had woken up. He gambled that his 36 lightning orbs in divine body was about to take this hit. Yemo made up his mind and smashed all his god art only at Zhuge Jichin. He ignored all the other attacks. Rumble, 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 crack, crack, crack. In that instant, all sorts of magic artifact exploded and flew. Blood mist flew, lightning rain, demon light, sword ray, sword chi, they entwined together, turning this region of void into a space of destruction. Fengguang's blue sword veil and Pu Yangxi's demon light struck Yemo.
Even though it was blocked by Yemo's realm domain and 36 lightning orbs, it almost tore Yemo to pieces. The lightning rain tore open a shocking wound on Yemo's already broken body. Before Zhuge could rejoice, his eyes instantly widened as he looked at the Zisu sword ray falling in disbelief. He didn't understand how Yemo could still counterattack when he lost himself in the Immortal Palace landscape painting. This was a primordial spirit artifact. He still didn't understand why Yemo chose to attack him, who was at the very back when the other three attacked him. But this wasn't the most important. Yemo clearly was trying to take him out with his life. Zhuge was certain that if he fought Yemo alone, he would fall into such situation. Just how powerful was Yemo's spirit sense to be able to stay conscious in the landscape painting while being attacked by 3 primordial essence divine emperors? Zhuge didn't have time to think properly. The painting scroll completely expanded and smashed with Zisu. These scenes instantly disappeared. 3 great primordial god runes seeped out from the painting and attacked Zhuge. When the 3 great primordial god rune arrived, Zhuge was cut into several pieces. Yemo flew away heavily injured. Yemo sighed. He only heavily injured Zhuge. With Zhuge power, even if he was torn to pieces, he would soon recover if his sea of consciousness and essence spirit was fine. However, he couldn't keep attacking Zhuge. His god essence was dried up now. Seeing his body being split into a few pieces, Zhuge breathed easy instead. He knew that Yemo wouldn't be able to attack again. It wasn't hard to recover his body. He also knew that Yemo wasn't scared of his landscape painting scroll. At this moment, the 7 blue suns dimmed and disappeared. No one cared. Yemo was heavily injured. His god essence was withered. It was normal that he couldn't control his god art. Even Zhuge didn't care. When he was recovering his body, he suddenly felt a blue light appear before him. At the same time, a blue sun smashed over. Zhuge looked at this dazedly, completely not comprehending how Yemo could attack him. In that instant, Zhuge was burnt to nothing. A small yellow bracelet was taken away by the blue flame and then instantly brought back to Yemo. Little Blue. Yemo looked at Little Blue in surprise and joy. He really wanted to finish Zhuge off with a flame god art, but he didn't have the capability. However, Little Blue understood him and did it for him and even took back Zhuge belongings. Yemo took Little Blue with his hands. He knew now wasn't the time to talk. He ate a primordial essence abstruse pill. He was grateful to Tang Songyin. Without her, he wouldn't be able to replenish his god essence. He kept 3 primordial essence abstruse pills, which would instantly recover 60% of a primordial essence divine emperor's god essence. This meant that he could attack with full power 3 more times. Yemo looked very terrifying right now. Bones could be seen on his chest. More than 10 blood holes passed through his chest. The most savaged was Pu Yangxi's demon light. It passed through Yemo's chest and went out through his back. What flowed out wasn't blood but great chi, it was lost life force. Chapter 22-27. You're too greedy. Fengguan wasn't shocked that Yemo killed Zhuge. He saw Yemo being attacked by 3 primordial essence divine emperor and didn't turn to bloody mist. He called out in shock, chaos life force, divine body. If he still didn't realize now, he would be an idiot. Not only Fengguan but Pu Yangxi and Ao she realized too. They knew Yemo was divine body already, but now, Yemo also had chaos life force. If Yemo didn't have any of those, he would have been caught already. Yemo received such terrifying injuries and still could recover so rapidly. The chaos life force Yemo had wasn't simple. Chaos tree. Almost at the same time, the 3 thought of this word. Chaos tree also had another name, the tree of life. Only the chaos tree could constantly supply Yemo with life force. Otherwise, how could Yemo stay this lively after being struck by Pu Yangxi's demon light frost crows? More than 1 primordial spirit artifact, divine flame, chaos life force. Their eyes went red. Even primordial essence divine emperor couldn't reject such fortune. If they got these things, who would be a match for them in the universe? He has a lot of things, we can share it out. His essence chi and spirit sense is used greatly. Let's use this opportunity to attack. Before Pu Yangxi finished, Yemo attacked first. Yemo charged at Pu Yangxi this time. He didn't even release Zisu. He just waved out a void mark with his hand. Pu Yangxi instantly felt that he was in a space that didn't belong to him nor the world. This space belonged to Yemo, Yemo's god art, one region. Pu Yangxi sneered and spun his overlord demon barrier.
At the same time he broke free from Nemo's one region god art, an extremely ancient time chi came, Pu Yangxi instantly froze. He felt he became younger. He saw his first love. He went back to the past where he buried the woman he loved the most personally. He swore that he would surpass samsara and not his life get controlled by the world, but now, why did he have the feeling of samsara? A samsara bridge appeared before him as though calling to him. Step on. If he stepped on, he would gain new life. Nemo's god art, samsara, not right. Pu Yangxi suddenly woke up. He wasn't in samsara, he was fighting Nemo. His realm domain smashed out and he broke free from Nemo's samsara, that only lasted 1 instant. How long was 1 instant? It wasn't enough to do anything, but for Primordial Essence Divine Emperor or Nemo, 1 instant was enough to do many things. 3 great primordial god rune and a punch, Nemo used his simplest fist god art. Void. This was the first god art Nemo mastered, a god art he rarely used. However, Void was the best god art for Nemo now. The great primordial god rune didn't break open the barrier but it cracked a crevice. Pu Yangxi woke up and Nemo's punch entered this crack. I won't go into samsara. Pu Yangxi said these words and felt his surroundings pause again. This was Nemo's time law god art instant second. Pu Yangxi could no longer bear being bound by a god art. He spat a mouthful of essence blood and suddenly black mist burned around his body. This black mist instantly turned Nemo's instant second god art into nothing. God art space demon kill. Pu Yangxi ignored Nemo's void punch and released his own law god art. Nemo's void punch suddenly paused. He felt he had sunk into a demon chi dimension. In here, he was locked by the dimension and couldn't move. At least in that instant, he couldn't move. Waves of demonic lethal chi brought destructive killing intent and arrived. These demonic lethal chi were going to completely tear him apart. There was a burning desperation in Nemo's eyes. If only Shadowless was here. Shadowless could devour space, but he knew that Shadowless would only devour a few space and would turn to dust, rumble. For the first time, Aoshi's flag flew out of his hand, passing through Pu Yangxi's demon kill space and struck on Nemo's chest. It almost took away half of Nemo's chest. If Nemo wasn't divine body, his body wouldn't exploded already. Nemo sighed. He knew he failed. If Aoshi attacked half a second later, he would have a sliver of hope, but even if he was going to die, he would bring someone with him. Nemo broke free from the demon kill space. He ate the remaining 2 primordial essence abstruse pills. The paused void punch smashed out like a flood and onto Pu Yangxi. Thud, blood mist exploded. Pu Yangxi's essence spirit just escaped but was devoured by Little Blue, who hit in Nemo's void punch. Splurge, a gray spear passed through Nemo's chest, smashing him away and nailing him to the void. A gray chi emitted from the long spear and Nemo was nailed in the void. He couldn't move at all. Even without this spear, Nemo wouldn't be able to run from Aoshi's lightning rain flag, but with this spear, Nemo didn't even have any chance to live. God slaughter gray spear. Nemo knew this was a primordial spirit artifact. An extremely ferocious primordial spirit artifact, so this was Fengguang's magic artifact. Nemo sighed. This Fengguang really knew how to hide. If Fengguang took out this first, he wouldn't have targeted Zhuge Zhichen first, but Fengguang, God slaughter gray spear. Aoshi immediately recognized it. That's right, it is. Fengguang said, and then suddenly there was this mist beam behind Aoshi that completely enveloped him. Fengguang, you bastard. Aoshi didn't expect Fengguang would ambush him at this time, however, it was too late. Blood mist flew and an essence spirit flew out. As soon as the essence spirit came out, it was crushed to nothing by Fengguang's powerful god essence hand, Nemo, and the 5 primordial essence divine emperor's battle only lasted a short time. It was only a few seconds and the battle ended. 4 primordial essence divine emperors died. Nemo was nailed by the god slaughter gray spear. Even though he had the chaos tree, if he couldn't break free from the spear, he would have to die. The only winner was Guangyuan Palace Lord Fengguang, seeing Nemo's blood being devoured by the god slaughter gray spear. Fengguang said plainly, luckily these 4 idiots came or I really wouldn't be able to subjugate you. You're the scariest Tao Essence Divine Emperor I've ever seen. I'm certain that you haven't reached the 3rd step. If you vindicated the 3rd step of Tao, even the 5 of us combined will be crushed by your finger. Fengguang shook his head, but this person will be me in the future. You didn't need to die here. What a pity,
You were too greedy. Feng Guang didn't attack Emo immediately. He waved his hand and all the floating storage ring, truth spirit worlds and magic artifacts flew into his hands. Emo tried to struggle and immediately knew that he wouldn't be able to break free. He felt his life force dripping away. His essence blood and essence chi was devoured by the spear constantly. Emo gave up struggling and said, I really suspect if you're Nyan's real father. You are using your daughter. I even suspect that you purposely caused her condition. Unexpectedly, Feng Guang smiled. No matter what you doubt, you will die for certain. You won't get to know if Nyan is my daughter. I know you're very strong, so strong that I'm scared. So, I won't get close to you. I'm a very careful person. Although in time, the spear would kill you, but I've still decided to kill you personally. I can't wait to see if you have the chaos tree. Suddenly, a scorching flame appeared in Feng Guang's hand. He stared at the flame and said, one god flame should be enough to turn your divine body into nothing, right? Emo suddenly laughed. Feng Guang, I have the same thing to tell you. What is it? Feng Guang subconsciously asked. He had this innate fear towards Emo. As soon as he asked this, he felt his entire body was covered by this destructive killing intent. It was as though if he moved, he would turn to dust. You're too greedy. You shouldn't have killed Aoshi first. A golden bow appeared in Emo's face. On it was a golden bone arrow. Chapter 22-28 Sealed Void, previous index. Next add bookmarks. Before Emo shot out his arrow, Feng Guang already felt that terrifying killing intent grinding away his life force. At this moment, he couldn't move. If he moved just a little, he would die to the arrow immediately. Golden arrow of divine extermination. Feng Guang murmured. Sweat was dripping down his forehead. He didn't even remember when this last happened. When Emo drew open the bow now, he knew it wasn't the same as before. The power of this bow and arrow had increased countless times. Emo felt a little sad. This was the first time he used golden arrow of divine extermination after completely spirit controlling it. This might be the last time too. He felt the terrifying lethal chi. Emo knew that if he shot out this arrow, he would be destroyed too. Perhaps he was already destroyed. Pill Divine Yi, don't attack. You're nailed by the slaughter god Grey Spear. If you use your god essence and spirit sense, your foundation will be ruined. You will never be able to repair it. Feng Guang stared at the arrow and said shakily. He didn't know if he could dodge this arrow, but he knew the killing intent of this arrow was too terrifying. It already went inside his bone marrow. If he had the chance again, he would never join the hunt for Emo. Even if he did, he would never kill Aoshi first. A sliver of mockery flashed across Emo's eyes. He knew that he couldn't move at all, being pinned by the spear. Releasing the golden bow and arrow of divine extermination now was destroying his foundation and life force. He knew that even if he didn't move, Feng Guang wasn't going to remove the spear for him. Emo was going to die, but he didn't want to die to a sly person like Feng Guang. Before Feng Guang finished, Emo shot out the first golden arrow of divine extermination. A faint golden mark tore open this void. Endless destruction enveloped everything. There was no more life force nor mark in the space. The bone arrow broke away everything and swept away the world. The space that was extremely tough due to all the restrictions started to crack up like a spider web. Feng Guang's eyes spasmed. His back was drenched in sweat. The instant Emo shot this arrow, he breathed easy instead. He wouldn't be scared once the arrow was shot out. As long as he blocked this arrow with full power, then even if he was heavily injured, Emo would be his. A faint red cauldron was instantly released by Feng Guang. Its grade was higher than Pu Yangxi's Overlord Demon Barrier. Rarely could people even release defense magic artifact under the fully spirit-controlled golden arrow of divine extermination. Rarely, but that didn't mean no one. Feng Guang was amongst that rarely. He instantly released the huge cauldron in front of him. Rumble, the golden arrow of divine extermination shot on the cauldron. The cauldron made whimpers and this terrifying crack appeared all over the huge cauldron. The huge cauldron was very precious, but to Feng Guang, his life was more precious than countless of these huge cauldrons. Powerful killing intent seeped from the cauldron and smashed onto Feng Guang's dantian. Feng Guang spat mouthfuls of essence blood. His meridians all shattered, but he saved his life. Before he could breathe easy, he once again felt the soul invading lethal force.
Feng Guang immediately realized Yemo had more than one golden arrow of divine extermination. Another 2 golden lights sliced across the space. Feng Guang suddenly regretted nailing Yemo with the spear. If he had the gray spear in his hands, he would be able to block a few arrows. He really didn't understand how Yemo could keep shooting the arrows. Even if Yemo didn't want his foundation and kept burning God Essence and foundation, he wouldn't be able to keep shooting. All those who were nailed by the God Slaughter Gray Spear couldn't move. Their life force and essence blood would be instantly devoured clean. Then, their essence spirit would be annihilated. However, Yemo shot out 3 golden arrow of divine extermination. Was the chaos tree really that terrifying? A person nailed by the God Slaughter Gray Spear could still gather God Essence, but these weren't what he could imagine. The second arrow smashed apart his cauldron and the third arrow carried endless destruction to his chest. Feng Guang's realm domain became weak like a chicken egg under this bone arrow. He waved out a few space law god arts, but they could only block the arrow for an instant. The next moment, the golden arrow of divine extermination nailed him on the chest. Feng Guang spat a few more mouthfuls of essence blood. He used his hands to grab the golden arrow of divine extermination and then he breathed slowly. He finally stopped the third arrow. It made him heavily injured, all his bones and meridians were broken, but he finally stopped it. At least his essence spirit wasn't injured. Yemo gradually felt his power leave him. Every time he gathered God Essence to shoot that arrow, the terrifying power of the God Slaughter Gray Spear would tear his meridians and foundation even more. Yemo knew he had to kill Feng Guang even if he traded his life for it. He drew his golden arrow of divine extermination again and shot out 4 arrows at the same time. Bloody mist seeped out from Yemo's body. Yemo couldn't shoot out the 8th arrow. His hand couldn't even grab the bow and arrow anymore. The last arrow and the bow floated around like the rest of the magic artifacts in this region of space. The 4 arrows didn't shoot out at the same time, but the difference between each one was very short. The 4 arrows once again tore the void here, turning it dark gray. All life force was crushed under the 4 arrows. Feng Guang grabbed the 3rd arrow, but his eyes stared deadly at the 4 golden colors. He didn't expect Yemo could shoot out 4 arrows again. He also didn't understand how Yemo had this many golden arrows of divine extermination. His surrounding was completely sealed by the golden arrow of divine extermination. He couldn't nor dare to move, rumble. The 4th arrow took Feng Guang flying and nailed him in the void too. The 5th arrow arrived instantly and blew his body apart. The 6th arrow annihilated Feng Guang's essence spirit and the 7th arrow nailed Feng Guang's skull to the void. Then, this region of void became dead silent. Other than magic artifact that would make everyone's eyes go red floating around, there was only the nailed skull of Feng Guang and nailed Yemo. There was nothing else other than destruction. Yemo's head swayed to the side. He had no sound nor chi in this void. Perhaps only Little Blue could move. Little Blue's wobbly blue flames turned into 2 hands. The 2 hands wanted to pull down the God Slaughter Gray Spear from Yemo. However, even Yemo couldn't pull the God Slaughter Gray Spear when he was heavily injured. Little Blue tried again and failed. The God Slaughter Gray Spear was still stuck on Yemo's chest. It didn't even move. After countless failures, Little Blue gave up. It suddenly adhered to the spear and released a terrifying temperature. Clearly, Little Blue wanted to melt the spear. Everyone went quiet again. There was only the sound of Little Blue trying to melt the God Slaughter Gray Spear. If anyone came into this space, he would be shocked by the countless treasures here. He would even wonder if he was dreaming. There were primordial spirit artifacts everywhere. Truth spirit worlds were floating. There was God Flame and even Divine Flame. Year by year passed. The God Slaughter Gray Spear was gradually melted by Little Blue. Although it would only get 1 layer thinner each year, Little Blue never stopped. This region of void space was gradually sealed by dust. Chapter 22-29 Chats at the Immortal Rest Tower. Void Marketplace Merchant Tower has always been the #1 immortal rest tower of the Void Marketplace. All races and divine emperors like staying here as they could get the latest news and the best residence here. However, the rooms were too tight. Most people could only stay in the hall except for some early comers. A blue-robed woman sat quietly at one corner. She had been here for a long time and never asked for anything other than a kettle of immortal tea. Perhaps because she came early, she had a table all to herself. The Immortal Rest Tower was big, but because there were so many people, almost every table was full. However, no one went up to her table to sit with her, no one dared to take this table by force purely because this woman came from the human race and was a Tao actualization divine emperor.
A Tao actualization divine emperor was nothing in the void marketplace.
There were Tao actualization divine emperors everywhere, but she was from the human race. The human race had high status in the void marketplace. No people would offend human race for no reason. She didn't come here for long and felt confused that no one came to her side. She knew she was nothing in the void marketplace. Even if someone came to her table, she wouldn't say anything. At this moment, another woman came into the hall. She saw the seats were all full and frowned. She wore light green immortal robes. She emitted this immortal aura that was beyond realms. Her long hair casually on her shoulders showing her unparalleled figure. Every realm had countless extremely beautiful women, and there were even more in the void marketplace. However, everyone was certain that they were nothing compared to this green-robed woman. The blue-robed woman was extremely beautiful, but when she saw this green-robed woman, she knew she was like an ugly duckling compared to the green-robed woman. She got up and said, "Immortal friend, I have some space here.
If you don't mind, please sit over."
The green-robed woman saw a good-looking goddess invite her and immediately went over and thanked. "We're all from the human race and we're all Tao actualization divine emperor.
We have some fate to be encounter each other. Why thank me? I'm called Nia Shuangshuang, may I ask Marshall's sister?"
The blue-robed woman smiled. The blue-robed woman was Nia Shuangshuang, who vindicated Tao at the Ice God Palace and went to the Divine Tao realm and then came to the Void Marketplace from the Divine Tao realm. After Nia Shuangshuang ambushed GMO, she became solitary and didn't like talking. She had always been in solitary cultivation or adventuring alone in the Chaos Star realm.
When she reached Tao molding Divine Emperor, she became better.
Then she left the Ice God Palace and came to the Divine Tao realm. The green-robed woman thanked him, called Jin Bingyu. Nia Shuangshuang had never heard of this name and asked Marshall's sister Bingyu,
"Are you here to find opportunity to break through?"
Jin Bingyu shook her head. "No, I came here to look for someone." Then she stopped talking. This was Nia Shuangshuang's first time seeing someone who talked less than her. She didn't know anything about the void marketplace, so she asked quietly Marshall's sister Bingyu, "I see there's a lot of people here and I'm sitting alone. Why does no one come sit next to me?"
Jin Bingyu smiled, "Because you're a human race divine emperor. Before you agree, no one would come over."
"Why?" "When I just arrived at the Divine Tao realm, I heard that the Divine Tao realm was broken and the human race had very low status. Why is there such a change?"
Nia Shuangshuang asked.
Jin Bingyu thought for a long while before saying, "Because a pill divine of the human race appeared." He was not only a pill divine but also created a huge name for the human race, especially in this immortal rest tower. Xinghong, divine emperor of this tower, is really close to him and takes care of the human race. Jin Bingyu thought of the days she was with Yemo. There are countless powerful beings in the void marketplace.
The human race has such divine emperor? How could he create such a huge name in the void marketplace?
Nia Shuangshuang asked in disbelief. This time, another human divine emperor said, "Of course. Pill Divine Yi killed more than 100 Aquarius race divine emperor at the God rank square. He also took back the spots belonging to the human race for the Tao Fruit Tower. Then the Aquarius race attacked the Divine Tao realm, but what happened?
They ran back.
They ran because they were scared of Pill Divine Yi." Nia Shuangshuang had been focused on cultivation and didn't care about that much. However, she did hear about the Aquarius race attacking the Divine Tao realm. She didn't expect this involved a human pill divine slaying more than 100 of their divine emperors. That's nothing. When Pill Divine Yi went to the dragon race for Aoshi Divine Emperor's primordial essence ceremony, 6 or 7 primordial essence divine emperors attacked Pill Divine Yi, but they weren't able to keep him.
Now, who would dare to talk shit to Pill Divine Yi one-on-one?
Another human divine emperor said. Nia Shuangshuang was very shocked. She knew the human race had no primordial essence divine emperor. Didn't this mean that this Pill Divine Yi was human race primordial essence divine emperor? Just when she wanted to ask, another sneer sounded. Pill Divine Yi is indeed powerful, but he's still dead. Otherwise, why has there been no news of him for 1,000 years ever since he left the dragon race? Plus your human race only has a Pill Divine Yi. Who else in the human race is powerful? On the top 10 of God rank, do you see a single human divine emperor? Good point, the Divine Tao realm is broken. If it wasn't for our Aquarius race Desui Divine Emperor showing mercy, there would be no Divine Tao realm.
Yemo is not bad, but that's only with Tao Essence Divine Emperors. If he encounters Primordial Essence Divine Emperors, he can only run.
If Yemo comes here, even our Aquarius race Ri Guang Divine Emperor can take him down easily, much less Divine rank number 2 Beast race Tianhua Divine Emperor.
A watery Tao Actualization Divine Emperor immediately said. The human Divine Emperor heard this and got up, run from a few Primordial Essence Divine Emperor? If you're good, then why don't you show me and run? If Pil Divine Yu was here, that Roy Guan wouldn't even last one move. In that case, I will challenge you.
If you're strong, come fight me on the stage at the God Rank Square.
The Aquarius Divine Emperor said with annoyance, okay, I will fight with you.
Unexpectedly, it was this green-robed goddess who agreed. The Aquarius Divine Emperor looked at Jinbingyu in shock. Goddess, you're from the human race, but I didn't challenge you. Jinbingyu said coldly, I'm uncomfortable with anyone who dares to say bad things about Yemo.
If you don't challenge me, very well, I will challenge you.
Nia Shuangshuan was thinking how there could be such a coincidental name. She had already severed Yemo with everything in the past.
Was everyone who was called this name this eye-catching? She got up and asked Jinbingyu, Martial Sister Bingyu, that Yemo. What relationship are you with Yemo? Why are you fighting for him?
The Aquarius Divine Emperor disrespected Yemo verbally, but he was very scared of Yemo.
News of Yemo suppressing Aquarius Primordial Essence Divine Emperor when Desui had long spread everywhere. I'm his lover, what? You don't dare to go? Jinbingyu said calmly. Chapter 22:30 No Return. I'm an Aquarius Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. I'm not going to care about a woman like you.
The Aquarius Divine Emperor sneered and left angrily. Jinbingyu sat down calmly and said nothing. The entire hall calmed down too. Everyone knew that the Aquarius Divine Emperor didn't really leave because Jinbingyu was a woman. There was no difference between men and women in battle at the Void Marketplace.
The reason the Divine Emperor left quickly was because she said that she was someone Yemo loved. Who was Yemo?
No matter how much the Aquarius and Beast race degraded Yemo's name in the Void Marketplace had never shivered. He killed more than 100 Divine Emperors and swore it when Desui in the Dragon race, but when Desui didn't dare to say anything. A few Primordial Essence Divine Emperors wanted to stop Yemo, but Yemo left casually. There were hundreds of witnesses there, and all these witnesses were powerful people. Then, there was news that the Dragon race, Beast race, Aquarius race, and Demon race Primordial Essence Divine Emperors joined up to find Yemo, but they disappeared along with Yemo. These news caused many guesses. Some people guessed that the 4 Primordial Essence Divine Emperor fought with Yemo in a huge battle and they all died. Some people guessed that these 4 Primordial Essence Divine Emperors killed Yemo and didn't want people to say things, so they went into solitary cultivation. Other people guessed that these 4 Primordial Essence Divine Emperors and Yemo were all heavily injured. So, they hid and treated their injuries. Regardless, it was Yemo fighting 4 Primordial Essence Divine Emperors. Yemo could fight 4 Primordial Essence Divine Emperors. This little Tao Actualization Divine Emperor was truly lesser than an insect to Yemo. If he really offended Yemo's woman, then he would have nowhere to run when Yemo came back. When he heard Jinbingyu was Yemo's woman, he just used an excuse to leave. Martial Sister Bingyu, the Yemo you spoke about came from the immortal realm? Nia Shuangshuang finally had the chance to ask. Jinbingyu nodded yes. Your human race Divine Emperor, do you really not know him? Nia Shuangshuang waved out an image and asked shakily, Martial Sister Bingyu. Is Pil Divine Yi this person? Jinbingyu wiped the image away and said with some annoyance yes. She didn't like it how Nia Shuangshuang clearly knew Yemo but still spoke like this. If Yemo wasn't famous at all, then she wouldn't be angry. However, Yemo was famous in both the Immortal Realm, Divine Tao Realm, and the Void Marketplace. Yet Nia Shuangshuang said she didn't know him. You are someone Yemo likes? Nia Shuangshuang asked, forcefully controlling her shakiness. Why couldn't Yemo like her? This question made Jinbingyu very uncomfortable. She frowned. He's who I like. I came here to find him. Then Jinbingyu turned to leave. She didn't like talking to Nia Shuangshuang. There was no point. Nia Shuangshuang gave her the feeling of someone she didn't want to be friends with. Nia Shuangshuang got up and looked at Jinbingyu's disappearing figure. Suddenly, she felt her entire body shake. she was a Tao actualization divine emperor, but she couldn't control her body from shaking. In order to vindicate her greatest Tao, she severed her pastimes and ambushed GMO. However, GMO wasn't killed, and many years later, she couldn't even look up to him. This was the stepping stone to her great Tao? A bitter scorn came up to her mouth. Compared to Emo, who was above primordial essence, Nie Xuanxuan felt her great Tao was a joke, even that Jin Bingyu was many times stronger than her. When Yemo's name was mentioned like that, Jin Bingyu would get up to fight for Emo. Meanwhile, she had liked Emo too and just sealed those things. But what did she do? Emo took her to the immortal realm and sent her to an immortal king who could save her. He was still worried about her and found his way all the way to Ice God Palace. Just how hard was it for an ordinary immortal to find it there? However, she didn't even think about this. How she repaid Emo was by tricking Emo into her room and pulling down the Ice God formation. Emo was fine under there, meaning his cultivation level was definitely beyond Immortal King. That meant that Emo could have gone to the Ice God Palace for revenge, but Emo never went. Nie Xuanxuan suddenly felt sad. She would rather Emo come to her for revenge. Emo didn't do that, meaning he didn't even have hate for her. Perhaps in Yemo's mind, there was no longer Nie Xuanxuan. Jin Bingyu was many times better than her. She was very powerful, but she didn't need to sever love to vindicate her Tao. At this moment, she would rather she was Nie Xuanxuan who never recovered her memories. She would still rather be that innocent Nie Xuanxuan. She knew that the moment she pulled down the formation, she had lost everything. Some lost things could be found, but some lost things would never come back. Nie Xuanxuan suddenly thought of the song she heard at the Qingwei Abyssal River yesterday is gone forever. Happiness is more precious than anything. The spilled water can't be taken back. When she first heard this song, she thought it was another earthling who came to the immortal realm. But now, she realized that GMO sang that song. She remembered this song because at the bar in Beijing, she sat with GMO and the song played in the bar. Nie Xuanxuan was lost in her thought. After a long while, she got up, but then she realized that even if she went back to the Divine Tao realm, she wouldn't be able to get back to the Qingwei Abyssal River. She sighed and looked at the busy immortal rest tower. Her heart was empty. In the Golden Page world, Shi Wanqing, who was Immortal King primary stage, and Mu Xiaoyun, who was Tao nourishment, sat facing each other but had no mood for cultivation. Ever since Mu Xiaoyun vindicated Tao, she made no progress. She was worried about GMO. GMO hadn't come to the Golden Page world for this long. Small Ginseng, Shadowless, and Xiao Rang knew the masters weren't happy and moved to the side. They were very worried about GMO, but without GMO's permission they couldn't even scan their spirit sense out, much less go outside. Martial Sister Xiaoyun, Martial Sister Wanqing. I'm certain that Brother Yi is fine. Otherwise, the Golden Page world wouldn't be fine. If there was someone who could do anything to Brother Yi, how could he not spirit control the Golden Page world after all these years? We've been fine in the Golden Page world, meaning that Brother Yi is fine. Cheng Ru comforted. She had reached Tao molding Divine Emperor. She had been comforting Qi Wanqing and Mu Xiaoyun these years. She was a bit worried too. We'll wait for another while. If there's still no news of husband, I'm going to think of a way to leave here. Mu Xiaoyun said firmly. The other two didn't talk clearly, agreeing to her. MOU Immortal Sect. It was sect in the low heaven domain, but it was the biggest sect of the 33 heavens. The MOU Immortal Sect was filled with people. Luo Ying was sitting at the top. Next to her was Song Yangzhu, Ning Qingxue, and Su Jingwen, Su Yuehua, Su Ping, Li Yuqian, Yi Ling, Tang Beiwei, Lin Yiban, Su Tong, Shi Tai, Su Changjie. Gojito were all here, even Lu Feng, Han Ling, Inui, and them were here. Yemo's head looked low. She sat in one corner as though she was just told off. Luo Ying said slowly, Yemo set up MOU city on Luoyu continent and then MOU Immortal Sect in Gonghua heaven. What's the purpose of this? It's not to show off. He did this so we can gather together. Now, other than people who haven't ascended from MOU city, the rest are all gathered here. Luo Ying then looked at Yemo and said, it's easy to go to the Divine Tao realm from MOU Immortal Sect, but what happens if you go there? Do you want Yemo to look for you guys again? Yemo, you can reach Immortal Emperor. Other than your talent. You should think about how many cultivation resources you got. Jing Gwen, you're the same. These cultivation resources are all brought back by Yemo. This is why the MOU Immortal Sect is more powerful than other sections.
Yimo groaned on Isusu, why could Sister Bingyu go to Divine Tao Realm?
Luoying sighed but still explained she's different to us.
She's not a part of the MOU Immortal sect so she can go. From now on, I'm not allowing MOU Immortal sect to go to the Divine Tao Realm until EMO comes back.
Even if you go to the Divine Tao Realm, you might not get more cultivation resources.
The Divine Tao Realm is broken and cultivation resources are lacking. Chapter 22:31 9 Arrows of Divine Extermination.
In a space sealed for unknown years, Little Blue finally pulled out the God Slaughter Grey Spear. He had been melting this spear for nearly 1,000 years and finally melted most of it. Then, he pulled the spear. The God Slaughter Grey Spear was a primordial spirit artifact, but now Little Blue threw it on the side like trash.
Little Blue's attention was focused on Yimo.
As soon as this spear was pulled away, Yimo's injuries were instantly filled by the Chaos Tree's life force. Before the life force emitted by the Chaos Tree and the destruction of the God Slaughter Grey Spear formed a balance. Without the Chaos Tree, countless Yimos would have turned to dust, now that the God Slaughter Grey Spear was pulled away. Yimo's life force rapidly recovered, but soon Little Blue noticed something wrong. Yimo's life force and body were repaired, but GMO still floated in this space, having no signs of waking up. This time, Little Blue was truly worried. He thought pulling the God Slaughter Grey Spear away would wake EMO. In reality, that was the only thing Little Blue could do. Little Blue saw a subtle tree behind EMO. It immediately thought of the Chaos Tree and quickly called, "Big Tree, I've done all I can. The rest is up to you. If you still can't wake boss up, you're too shit." Little Blue learned most of his language with Shadowless and Small Ginseng, however the Chaos Tree didn't disappoint Little Blue. Even if Little Blue didn't speak, the Chaos Tree intended to help. A boundless tree appeared not far behind EMO. It emitted endless life force and Chaos Tree. These chi were all sent into Yemo's body. Yemo's completely destroyed foundation nirvana'd. His meridian and sea of consciousness reformed. After a light cracking sound, Yemo woke up. Instantly, Yemo realized that the Chaos Tree was rebuilding his foundation through nirvana. He forgot he had the Chaos Tree. Other people's foundation may never be recovered after being destroyed, but that didn't include him. The Chaos Tree was the number tree across countless realms. It was born with the universe. What couldn't it do? Plus, this Chaos Tree went through nirvana just like him. It knew how to build his foundation better. Emo didn't want to think about anything else. He cooperated with the Chaos Tree and Life Force, rebuilding his foundation and sea of consciousness. His power was recovering, he was getting stronger. The sea of consciousness went through nirvana, void, and the life and death nirvana. Now, Emo's spirit will 9 transformations reach the 8th level samsara. Immediately, Emo's sea of consciousness stabilized. His spirit sense could easily pierce out this void. Emo forced down his surprise and joy. He was still at Tao Essence power, but there was a fundamental change to his sea of consciousness. He could even penetrate this restricted space with his spirit sense. This meant that his spirit sense was beyond ordinary primordial essence. Divine Emperor, his cultivation level was still rising. Countless Tao laws were brought over by the Chaos Tree, letting Emo constantly learn. Tao Essence peak stage, half primordial essence. When Emo's Tao was at half primordial essence, he resolutely cut off the insertion of life force and Chaos Chi from the Chaos Tree. Emo got up and looked at the Chaos Tree behind him that was less than 3 meters tall. He felt very sad. If he didn't suddenly wake up, that Chaos Tree might turn back into that sapling. He didn't need to sacrifice the Chaos Tree to vindicate his Tao. He had his own Tao. The Chaos Tree helped him reach half primordial essence and repaired his foundation. He was very grateful and satisfied. With his current power, he would definitely not be heavily injured like this if he fought the 5 primordial essence divine emperors again. Emo took out the remaining Chaos Chi from the Golden Page world and gave it to the Chaos Tree without hesitation. Then, he took the Chaos Tree into his sea of consciousness, seeing all the floating magic artifact, storage ring and truth spirit world. Emo didn't know if this battle was worth it. No one would be able to get all these things through 1,000 years of solitary cultivation. Emo took these things and picked up the golden arrow of divine extermination that pinned Fengguang. He kicked Fengguang's skull away and said to Little Blue, "Thanks to you, Little Blue." Emo didn't completely die. He had some impression of Little Blue melting and pulling the God Slaughter Grey Spear. "I didn't lose anything. I also ate a God Flame."
It tastes ordinary, Little Blue said.
Then, it seemed to think of something and pointed at the half-melted god slaughter gray spear.
Boss, this spear is melted, but it's not simple. He thought that since Boss liked collecting magic artifacts so much, why didn't it like this spear? Emo glanced at the god slaughter gray spear. I don't like this spear and I don't want to repair it. Let's go, Little Blue. Emo took Little Blue and tore open the void here. When his spirit sense scanned Nyen, she was Tao actualization peak stage. He sighed.
He had ever seen someone more talented than Nyen.
In just 1,000 years, she was Tao actualization peak stage.
However, after he killed Fengguang, he didn't plan to see her. He just wanted to leave here quickly. Wan Qing, I seem to have felt husband's qi just then. Mu Xiaoyun suddenly got up and said. Before Qi Wanqing could speak, she heard Yemo's voice. Xiaoyun, you're right.
I'm back.
Mu Xiaoyun suddenly turned around, and when she truly saw Yemo next to her, she hugged Yemo tightly, calling husband. Yemo touched Mu Xiaoyun's hair. Xiaoyun, your progress isn't great.
Wanqing, I didn't expect you're immortal king already.
We'll go back to the immortal realm together and I'll take you to the title tablet square for king naming.
Yemo saw Qi Wanqing's eyes were red.
Clearly, she was very worried about him. Brother Yi, as long as you're back. Qi Wanqing said, after Yemo spoke with Mu Xiaoyun and Qi Wanqing, Xingru came over. Then, small Ginseng and Shadowless ran over. Yemo felt surprised why Xingru was still Dao molding Divine Emperor. And, he also felt an extremely familiar Dao wave on Xingru. However, this involved Xingru's Dao path, so he didn't ask. After talking for a while, the group left the Golden Page world and came to Yemo's MOU boat. Of course it was Shadowless and small Ginseng controlling it.
Yemo and them chatted for a while, letting them enjoy the vast void view.
Yemo went to check his loot. In the Golden Page world, Yemo looked at the pile of extreme grade god spirit range and was completely dazed. These primordial essence divine emperors were too wealthy. Yemo found nearly 300 billion god crystals. Compared to the countless materials, magic artifact and god spirit herbs, these god crystals were nothing.
This wealth truly shocked Yemo.
Just how long would he need to concoct and forge to use them all? Plus, there were mountains of magic artifacts.
Did he even need to forge any? What gave Yemo the greatest surprise was Zhuge Zhichen's thing.
When Yemo picked up the landscape painting scroll. This was a primordial spirit artifact. However, Yemo also found a chaos space magic artifact. It was a gourd and inside was all abstruse yellow qi. Yemo sighed. He wasn't the only one with great fortune. Zhuge Zhichen was rather young, but he was primordial essence divine emperor and had this many good things. If he didn't die, these abstruse yellow qi was enough to help him form a 5-element world. However, he died to Little Blue. Yemo looked down on Wen Desui the most, but he gave Yemo an even bigger surprise.
Yemo found the last golden arrow of divine extermination in his truth spirit world. Finally, Yemo's set was complete. No wonder Wen Desui wanted the golden arrow of divine extermination. He already had one. Yemo collected these things and had decided to go back to the divine Dao realm first. Repairing the divine Dao realm required primordial essence power. He was only half a step from primordial essence. The chaos tree was on him, but it was quite withered due to helping him. However, the abstruse yellow qi would help. He just needed to find the missing piece of the world mountain and then spirit control the entire world mountain. Chapter 2232 Unable to be suppressed. Boss, we're about to reach the void marketplace. Should we go in? Shadowless felt extremely satisfied controlling the MOU boat. Let's have a look. Since they were going past it, Yemo wanted to go in and look.
Xinghong helped him a lot. Although he helped Xinghong a lot too, Yemo was still very grateful to Xinghong. Taishu Luan, long time no see. As soon as Yemo entered the void marketplace, he saw a black-robed man.
Yemo immediately recognized this person. It was Taishu Luan who dealt the primordial essence dawn fruit with him. Taishu Luan was previously god rank number 1, but he had long reached Dao essence now. It's you? Taishu sure looked at Yemo in shock. There was a few people behind Yemo and even an Ice Ginseng King. Yemo was half primordial essence now.
He didn't even fear primordial essence divine emperor, so when he entered the void marketplace,
he took Shadowless and them out.
The void marketplace was very busy. Although the Golden Page world was good, it would get boring if you spent too much time inside. Plus, they have been staying inside for more than 1,000 years. That's right, it's me.
I'm as nice as before. Yemo smiled at Taishu Luan. When Taishu Luan left, he threatened him that they would meet again. Hearing this, Taishu Luan's face went stale, but he wasn't worried. He saluted with his fists and said, I'm no match for you now. I take back my threat to you before. However, after I reach primordial essence, I still hope to see you again. Seeing meant fighting. Clearly, he had heard of Yemo's fame. Yemo smiled, then come find me when you're primordial essence. Don't disappoint me. Okay. Taishu Luan turned and left. After walking a few steps, he said, Pill Divine Yi, I admire you a lot. At least you're not fake. Brother Yi, what did he mean? Shi Wanqing asked in confusion. Yemo smiled. He thinks his things are very precious, but I don't even consider it valuable. Yemo knew that Taishu Luan had at least another primordial essence dawn fruit, but Yemo didn't even mention it. Clearly, he didn't want it at all. Shadowless looked at the busy streets of the Void Marketplace and almost danced in joy. He loved this place. Boss, can you give me some god crystals and let me take Chiu Rang and small ginseng for a spin? Shadowless looked at Yemo pitifully. Xingru had been in the Golden Page world for this many years and knew Shadowless and them very well. She smiled and said, why don't I take them out? Yemo thought that although the Void Marketplace was big and there were so many restrictions, they couldn't stop his spirit sense at all, so he nodded okay. But Shadowless, remember this. If you dare to start trouble in the Void Marketplace, then only small ginseng and Chiu Rang would be coming out. You will have no hope. Boss, I understand. I promise I won't start trouble. Shadowless said and went out before even waiting for Xingru. Xingru got a storage ring from Yemo and followed Shadowless in them. Yemo's face changed. What happened? Husband? Mu Xiaoyun quickly asked. I'm going to the God Rank Square, come over immediately. Yemo said and then disappeared. Where is the God Rank Square? Shi Wanqing looked at Mu Xiaoyun in confusion. Mu Xiaoyun pulled Shi Wanqing's hand and said, I know, follow me. Bingyu, how are you here? Yemo's voice sounded before he landed. He saw Jin Bingyu face multiple divine emperors alone. There were even 2 Dao Essence divine emperors. There were a few divine emperors on Jin Bingyu's side, but they looked weaker. Both sides were emanating with killing intent. Clearly, they would be fighting at any time. Although Jin Bingyu was Dao actualization, she might be instantly killed facing a few Dao essences, however. Yemo was still shocked that Jin Bingyu's cultivation level progressed this quickly. Jin Bingyu immediately saw Yemo. This instant, her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. She had been to the Void Marketplace countless times as Yemo last came to the Void Marketplace before disappearing. She wanted to see if she could find Yemo here, and now she really did. Yemo felt Jin Bingyu's eyes and temperament change. He didn't know what this change was, but it was different than before. More unexpectedly, Jin Bingyu suddenly collected her killing intent and charged up to Yemo, hugging him. Yemo could even feel she was shaking. Yemo dazed. How could Jin Bingyu have such avid emotions? This wasn't right. She was completely different to her cold look before. This aroma and soft body squeezed into Yemo's arms. Yemo, who was caught off guard, felt some heat. What appeared in his mind was Jin Bingyu taking off her clothes. However, now that Jin Bingyu was wearing clothes, he felt more heat than before. I want to do the things that flesh and bodies do. Jin Bingyu's whisper sounded by Yemo's ear that exploded Yemo's mind. He was almost about to take Jin Bingyu away immediately, but he quickly calmed down. He instantly understood Jin Bingyu's change. Her Dao changed. Her Dao went from emotionless Dao to emotional Dao. This was related to him. Yemo really understood why Jin Bingyu wanted to make love to him. It wasn't that she really wanted to do that, but because she wanted to help him reach divine body. It wasn't strange for Dao partners to embrace each other in the Void Marketplace. However, it was strange that Yemo and Jin Bingyu embraced together. With Jin Bingyu's look, no one could find a woman prettier than her in the Void Marketplace. Yet such a goddess, hugged with a man in front of everyone, Jin Bingyu felt Yemo's reaction and was overjoyed. She finally sensed Yemo caring about her, but soon, Yemo patted Jin Bingyu's back and said, Bingyu, what's going on? Why did you almost fight those little beasts?
Yemo pointed at the divine emperors at a standoff with her husband, brother Yi, Mu Xiaoyun, and Qi Wanqing came over. Xin Bingyu woke up from the excitement, but her heart was still skipping fast. She finally felt it. Even though she was a Dao actualization divine emperor, she couldn't suppress that feeling with her power. Bingyu, this is my wife Mu Xiaoyun, this is Qi Wanqing. Yemo introduced, it's Pill Divine Yi. As they spoke, people already recognized him. Yemo saluted with his fists to the surrounding. That's right, I'm Yemo. Then Yemo asked Bingyu what was going on. Chapter 22 3300 year later battle, so you're Pill Divine Yi. I'm Aquarius race Ru Guang. This immortal friend Zhang had no respect for elders. She was extremely rude. A tall man saluted with his fists and said, "Ha, extremely rude." Another human Dao actualization stood out in scorn before saluting with his fists to Yemo Yi Qianbei, the Dao actualization divine emperor next to Rui Guang scorned Qianbei at the Void Immortal Rest Tower Square. He said that Qianbei can only escape in the wake of primordial essence divine emperor. Goddess Bingyu disagreed and challenged him. The divine emperor didn't dare to agree, but then Rui Guang suddenly came to the void marketplace and stopped Goddess Bingyu here, wanting to teach her a lesson for disrespecting Aquarius race Dao essence divine emperor. Yemo realized what happened. Xin Bingyu's Dao heart changed, but her character wouldn't change. She wouldn't start trouble for no reason. The main reason she got angry was probably because of the Aquarius race sneering at him. Yemo had seen this Rui Guang on the divine rank square. He was ranked 9th amongst Dao Essence Divine Emperor, Pill Divine Yi. When the Aquarius race army attacked the Divine Dao realm, Desui Divine Emperor considered the long-time friendship of our two race. Despite having a complete advantage, the Aquarius race retreated. Before he finished, Rui Guang felt he couldn't move at all. Did the Aquarius race attack the Divine Dao realm? Yemo's ice-cold voice fell into the ears of the Dao Essence Divine Emperor. Rui Guang completely forgot to answer. There was only shock in his heart. He was the 9th-ranked Dao Essence Divine Emperor. He could even kill ordinary half-primordial essence. He thought Yemo was only a bit stronger than him. However, he couldn't even more in front of Yemo. How could this huge difference not shock him? Yi Qianbei. The Aquarius race did indeed attack the Divine Dao realm 1,000 years ago. They killed nearly 1,000 people of the Divine Dao realm. For some reason, they suddenly left despite having the complete advantage. At the time, it was Yao Pu and half-primordial essence Ma Hong leading the army. The human Dao actualization explained again. Yemo's face went cold. He couldn't be bothered listening anymore and waved out a lightning spear. This 1-kilometer lightning spear appeared out of nowhere. This Dao essence could only watch as the spear smashed towards his body. Instantly, his soul was annihilated. He collected the loot and said to the other Aquarius race Divine Emperor, piss off and tell your race, I will soon go visit the Aquarius race. The other Aquarius Divine Emperors didn't dare to say a thing. Rui Guan was the number 1 Dao essence of their race, and yet he was killed by Yemo like an insect. Pill Divine Yi is so dominant. A bleak voice sounded and then a square-faced man appeared. His Dao wave flowed. Clearly he was a primordial essence Divine Emperor. His hair stood up like metal pins. Before Yemo finished, a few more people landed. The first to land was a young man. He was extremely handsome and also Dao essence. Yemo felt a similar Dao wave to Zhuge Zhichen from him. Since he was related to Zhuge Zhichen, he was definitely from the beast race. This square-faced man was probably from the beast race too. He didn't expect beast race to have 2 primordial essence Divine Emperor. The 2 people who came later were Kong Han Divine Emperor and Peng Yuan. They were both half-primordial essence. Greet Pill Divine Yi. The 2 quickly bowed. Peng Yuan was more respectful. Ever since leaving the Dragon Palace he felt very scared of Yemo. The square fell silent with the arrival of the primordial essence Divine Emperor. Yemo was very powerful, but on the surface he wasn't primordial essence Divine Emperor yet. Plus, many things about Yemo was stories. Even though Yemo killed the 9th-ranked Dao Essence Divine Emperor, Rui Guan was still a Dao Essence Divine Emperor. A Primordial Essence Divine Emperor can easily kill the strongest Dao Essence Divine Emperor. Pill Divine Yi, why would you suddenly appear here after disappearing for so many years? This square-faced Primordial Essence saw that Yemo ignored him and his face sunk. Yemo said calmly, what does that have to do with you? Who do you think you are? Hearing this, The primordial essence immediately emitted killing intent.
The nearby divine emperors below Tao essence were easily pushed away, but when this lethal force came before Yimo, it was turned to nothing. Seeing the two about to fight, Kong Han quickly bowed. Pill Divine Yi, this is Beast Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Fan Gao. Yimo knew that Kong Han was worried about two Primordial Essence Divine Emperors fighting here. Yimo interrupted. Immortal friend Kong Han, don't worry. Even if I fight, it won't be here. Yimo, my uncle went to find you. Why are you here? Why hasn't my uncle appeared? That handsome Tao Essence Divine Emperor couldn't resist asking, are you a dog keeper? You lose your dog and you come asking me? Yimo sneered. The Tao Essence's face went bad. His killing intent was also bursting out. However, Fan Gao said, Tianhua, don't worry. At this moment, this primordial essence calmed down instead. Yimo knew that it wasn't Fan Gao's temper improving, but he felt his power. This handsome Tao essence was called Tianhua. He was probably divine Tao rank number 2, Zhuge Tianhua. Pill Divine Yi are Beast Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Zhuge Zhichen and Aquarius Race Wen Desui, as well as Demon Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Pu Yangxi and Dragon Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Ao. She disappeared at the same time. Now that you appeared, but they haven't, I hope you can give us a resolution. I know you won't now. 100 years later, the four races will go ask at the Divine Tao realm. As for the conflict between Pill Divine Yi and the Aquarius race, the Beast race will take it. Fan Gao pulled Zhuge. Tianhua, let's go. We'll seek an answer 100 years later. Before Yimo could respond, he took Zhuge Tianhua and left, soon disappearing from the void. The surrounding people saw that even Fan Gao didn't dare to fight Yimo and immediately knew that the tales were true. Yimo was truly a primordial essence divine emperor. Yimo didn't care. He knew why Fan Gao decided 100 years. Zhuge Tianhua was Tao essence peak stage. He definitely would be able to reach primordial essence in 100 years. He was also going to use these 100 years to contact the other races and attack the divine Tao realm together. Yimo had decided to use this 100 years to get a few helpers. That Jiaodan was good. As for Lin Shuachi and Tang Songyin, even if they couldn't help him, he must ensure they won't be invited by the other races. Now, he had to go back to the Divine Tao realm and understand how much power they had. Pill Divine Yi, last time you came to the Void Marketplace, we didn't greet you well. If Pill Divine Yi. Yimo knew Kong Han wanted to invite him over, but he rejected. Thank you, immortal friend Kong Han, but it will have to wait till next time. I'm leaving the Void Marketplace now. Chapter 2234. Good thing, an extreme grade flying god artifact left the Void Marketplace and charged into the void. Fan Gao, who just left, stood at the front of the ship, but he was very calm. He didn't seem angry at all. Zhuge Tianhua stood next to him and also seemed very calm. Divine Emperor, was my uncle really ambushed by Yimo? Zhuge Tianhua asked seriously. Fan Gao thought for a long while before saying, I'm not certain if Yimo is primordial essence divine emperor yet or not, but I'm certain he's no weaker than me. 1,000 years ago, his power was definitely not at this level. Even Pu Yangxi would be no weaker than him, much less Jichen. I would definitely not believe that Yimo can kill 4 primordial essence divine emperor face to face. But that Yimo is very cunning and experienced in formation. If Yimo ambushed them, there's a sliver of possibility. However, I'm certain that Yimo knows something about them 4 disappearing as they disappeared at the same time. Zhuge Tianhua opened his mouth but didn't keep asking, did you want to ask why I didn't take him out at the square? Fan Gao saw this. Zhuge Tianhua nodded. Yes, you're stronger than my uncle. With Yimo's power, we should be able to take him. Fan Gao shook his head. You underestimate him too much. He left easily with 5 primordial essence divine emperors going after him at the Dragon Palace. Even if evenly matched with him, you wouldn't be able to stop him. Plus, if we fight with Yimo at the square, it would hinder us seeking help from other races. Other people would think we lost to Yimo and then we went to them for help. This would put the beast race at a disadvantage. Of course, this is just one of the reasons. Does Divine Emperor want me to reach primordial essence within 100 years? Zhuge Tianhua asked. Fan Gao nodded. That's right. Regardless, it's no small matter that primordial essence divine emperors of the 4 race disappeared going after Yimo. Perhaps they had conflict over the Chaos Green Lotus, or perhaps they were ambushed by Yimo. The beast race only has me as primordial essence divine emperor other than Jichin.
The demon race is mysterious. I'm certain they still have 1 or 2 primordial essence divine emperors left.
Didn't you see that as soon as Pu Yangtze disappeared, Wunzhou jumped out?
As for the dragon race, they have even greater foundations.
Other than Aoshi, they definitely have more than just Aol1.
As for the Aquarius race, although they have a lot of Tao Essence Divine Emperors, I'm certain the only primordial essence Divine Emperor is Desu. Read latest chapters at l.istnovel.com. If you vindicate primordial essence, then no matter how scary that Yimo is, I can fight him feeling assured.
Otherwise, I would be very limited. I understand. Where are we going now? Zhuge Tianhua answered.
Fan Go said, of course, the demon race. I heard the demon race has a saint who is Tao Essence peak stage power just like you. I'll take you to see the demon race primordial essence divine emperor. It's best that we can have a marriage alliance before fighting Emo. Zhuge Tianhua didn't object. Small Ginseng, Shadowless and Qiu Rang followed Qing Ru and happily wandered the streets of Void Marketplace.
Although Small Ginseng was Ice Ginseng King, no divine emperors at the Void Marketplace were idiots.
How could an Ice Ginseng King who dared to roam the streets be simple? Plus, Shadowless had this powerful dragon chi, no one dared to mess with them. Some people have already found out that Small Ginseng and them came with Pill Divine Yi to the Void Marketplace.
Martial's sister Chang Ru?
In a joyful voice, Nia Shuangshuang appeared before Qing Ru. Qing Ru was happy to be able to see someone she knew at the Void Marketplace.
She didn't really like Nia Shuangshuang's Tao.
She felt Nia Shuangshuang was too cold and emotionless. Saint Shuangshuang, I didn't expect to see you here. Qing Ru said, hearing Qing Ru still call her saint and not Martial's sister. Nia Shuangshuang's eyes dimmed a little, but she soon recovered. Martial's sister Qing Ru, you're also a Tao molding divine emperor after all these years. After pausing for a moment, Nia Shuangshuang asked Martial's sister Chang Ru, can I talk to you privately? Qing Ru glanced at Shadowless and them. Before she could speak, Shadowless called Qing Ru, boss, go do what you need to do. Small Ginseng and Qiu Rang are protected by me, they're definitely fine.
Boss?
Nia Shuangshuang stared at Shadowless in shock. She didn't understand how a goddess like Qing Ru became a boss. Plus, why did she feel Shadowless was familiar? He looked like her immortal pet.
Okay then.
Qing Ru saw that Shadowless and them were excited and didn't want to disappoint them. In a small immortal rest tower, as soon as they sat down, Nia Shuangshuang asked Martial's sister Cheng Ru, when I activated the Ice God formation, did you break open it? Qing Ru knew what NSS wanted to say and nodded. Nia Shuangshuang fell silent for a long while and asked, did you look down on what I did so you didn't want to go back to the Ice God Palace? Qing Ru nodded and still didn't speak. Nia Shuangshuang bit her lips and suddenly said, Martial's sister Qing Ru, thank you for opening it. Qing Ru suddenly got up and smiled. Even if I didn't open it, it wouldn't be able to do anything to Emo. I'm going, take care.
Nia Shuangshuang got up too. Martial's sister Chang Ru, did you come here alone? No, I came with Emo.
Qing Ru felt she didn't need to hide this. Emo, he's at the Void Marketplace too? Nia Shuangshuang suddenly felt her throat becoming dry. Qing Ru sighed, yes, he's here, I'm going. Seeing Qing Ru get to the door, Nia Shuangshuang finally reacted and asked shakily again, what's that dragon horse-looking god beast? That's Yemo's god beast. It mutated from Shadowless Bug. It's probably from the dragon race. Qing Ru suddenly felt Nia Shuangshuang was pitiful. She vindicated Tao, but what difference was this Tao vindication to not vindicating Tao? Thinking about this, she took out an exquisite extreme grade flying immortal artifact and said, Emo gave me this, you should have it. Then Chang Ru left, leaving the dazed Nia Shuangshuang. Nia Shuangshuang's brain was in a compelled mess. Shadowless Bug? Was the two frosty eggs Shadowless Bug? She saved Emo and had her soul frozen by that huge egg. It was because of that Emo took her to the immortal realm. Her egg also turned into a cute immortal pet. Nia Shuangshuang woke up but found that Qing Ru was gone. She picked up the ship and suddenly noticed the words at the tail of the ship, Shuangshuang's immortal ship. Nia Shuangshuang finally realized why Qing Ru said Emo gave her this. Emo definitely prepared this ship for her, but she ambushed him. Emo was extremely disappointed and gave the ship to Qing Ru. Now, Qing Ru gave it back to him. Nia Shuangshuang's hands were shaky. She suddenly really wanted to go see Emo, but she knew she had no face to see him. Small ginseng, I quite like this. In front of a stall, Shadowless grabbed a gray wood into his hand. What is it? Small ginseng and Xiao Rang squeezed over.
Shadowless laughed. You won't understand even if I tell you. Small ginseng, just pay the god crystals. Stall owner, how much is this wood?
The stall owner was only a Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. He could tell Shadowless was interested in this.
His eyes spun and he said, God Beast Master. Everything I have here is the best.
This thing is just 1 million god crystals.
Not expensive.
This is good, Shadowless said. The stall owner immediately realized that he made the price too low despite raising it 10 times.
He should have asked for 5 million.
Now that Shadowless grabbed this and said this was good, many people came to watch immediately. Small ginseng felt around for a while and said with a bitter face, God crystals are with Sister Chung Ru.
I have no god crystals. What are you doing?
Why don't you have god crystals?
I won't take you out to play next time.
Xiao Rang, hurry up and ask Ching Ru boss for god crystals.
I'm waiting for you here.
Shadowless ordered.
Someone checked the gray wood in Shadowless's hands with spirit sense. God Beast Immortal Friend, can you show me this wood? A Tao Actualization Divine Emperor saluted with his fists. Shadowless immediately grabbed the wood tightly. No, I've already bought this. You haven't paid god crystals yet. This thing doesn't belong to you. Are you going to forcefully buy?
That Tao Actualization Divine Emperor said. Small ginseng murmured, you have no experience.
You didn't even buy the thing and you _e saying it's good.
Chapter 2235 Chaos Tree. Here, when Emo saw Shadowless, he saw a blue light grab at the wood Shadowless clutched. Without hesitation, Emo broke through space and grabbed it too. Thud. The space around Shadowless was smashed open by 2 giant Essence Chi hands. Even the stall before Shadowless turned to dust. Luckily, these 2 giant hands didn't let the Essence Chi expand. Even though Shadowless reached God Tao, he was smashed away by this terrifying explosion.
The surrounding Divine Emperors were all pushed away by a powerful space force. Boss, you're here? Shadowless stood dustily and looked at Emo. He saw Boss grab a gray wood.
At the same time, he saw a green-robed strange who stood before him. He was the person who tried to rob his wood. This green-robed person wasn't simple to be able to fight over the wood block with Boss. The surrounding people also realized that Emo and the green-robed person weren't simple. Plus, some people recognized Emo. At this moment, Small Ginseng and Xiao Rang, who were sent flying away, finally came back. Give me the wood. The green-robed man was shocked. He really didn't expect someone to attack later and still rob the thing. Since when did the human race have such powerful person? But he only finished half a sentence before stopping.
He dazedly looked at Emo and subconsciously asked, it's you? He seemed to have seen Emo before. Emo wasn't going to hand out what he got. He put away the wood block and looked at him. You know me? I don't know you. I've never seen you.
The green-robed man immediately said and tore open space. He was extremely shocked. Emo was only a truth realization state level 8 little cultivator and now he was on par with him.
How many years has it been?
How insane was this guy? The nearby Divine Emperors saw someone easily tear open the space at the Void Marketplace and immediately held their breath.
No one dared to talk. All those who could tear open space here was definitely Primordial Essence Divine Emperor.
Emo clearly had the upper hand to be able to fight over something with that person and make that person not dare to fight back. Clearly Emo was a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor too. From this, one could see that the greywood was something good, but no one dared to ask, how much is your stall? I'll compensate you.
Emo looked at the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. 30 million.
The Divine Emperor answered carefully. Even if Emo didn't say this, he didn't dare to ask for compensation. Emo took out a storage ring and said, this is yours. Now, Zhen Bingyu, Mu Xiaoyun and Qi Wanqing walked over.
The last was Qing Ru.
When she saw Zhen Bingyu, who was on par with her in beauty, she sighed suddenly and slowed down her footsteps. Let's go.
Emo looked at them and said. Then he waved to Qing Ru. Qing Ru, hurry, we're going.
Qing Ru sped up and hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Yi, I want to stay at the Void Marketplace and venture alone just like Fu Fei.
Perhaps that way, I would be able to find the Dao suitable to me. Mu Xiaoyun immediately asked in shock. Qingru, didn't we agree on going back to the Divine Dao realm together?
Why did you suddenly? Shi Wanqing was more sensitive than Mu Xiaoyun. She subconsciously glanced at Jin Bingyu and looked at Qingru. She found that these two were on par in beauty.
Chang Ru suddenly wanted to stay in Void Marketplace.
This was definitely related to Jin Bingyu, but she didn't want to say this. Yi Mo didn't expect this too, but he soon understood Qingru's choice.
Staying with him would mean she wouldn't experience dangers. She wasn't anything to him.
It was very awkward for her to stay with him like this. Thinking about this, Yi Mo took out a storage ring to Qingru. Since you want to stay in the Void Marketplace, of course I will respect your will. There's some cultivation resources in there and a god rune bead. It has 3 god runes inside.
It's for you too.
Nia Shuangshuang stood at one corner and saw Yi Mo and them leave the Void Marketplace. She suddenly felt a little lost. At this moment, she thought about the ice grave she left at the Ice God Palace. She thought of the words she left behind, don't think about the past.
Work hard on vindicating Dao essence and then go back to the Ice God Palace and see.
A soft voice interrupted Nia Shuangshuang, Martial Sister Changru, how is it you? Nia Shuangshuang turned around and looked at Qingru in disbelief. Before Qingru could answer, she desperately asked Martial Sister Changru, you came with Yi Mo to the Void Marketplace, why didn't you leave with him? Are you not his woman? Nia Shuangshuang suddenly felt she was speaking too vulgarly.
She should have said Dao partner. Qingru smiled. Does his woman have to stay next to him? He has his own thing to do. I've vindicated Dao now and I have my own things to do. Ha! Nia Shuangshuang dazed again.
She didn't expect Qingru to have advertently admitted it. Above MOU boat, everyone circulated around Yi Mo.
Xiao Rang asked desperately, boss, what is that block of wood?
Shadowless, how did you recognize this wood?
Yi Mo looked at Shadowless in confusion.
This wood almost turned into an extremely ordinary spirit wood, Shadowless said awkwardly. I felt this thing was very tasty so I wanted to eat it.
Yi Mo was speechless.
It was Shadowless's instinct to eat. He took out the wood again. This is the tree heart of the Chaos Tree. I don't know why the Chaos Tree heart would be in a small stall in the Void Marketplace. He didn't know if the green-robed person recognized it too, but if he did, he was definitely a primordial essence divine emperor who had come in contact with the Chaos Tree.
Yi Mo's words immediately shocked everyone. Chaos Tree heart?
This was no simple thing. Shi Wanqing and them looked at Yi Mo in confusion. The Chaos Tree was on Yi Mo. How could there be such ancient tree heart? This is probably the tree heart of the Chaos Tree before Nirvana.
It was broken up by a few primordial essence divine emperor and dispersed into the universe. I got the Nirvana seed of the Chaos Tree.
The other parts of the tree spread elsewhere.
Yi Mo sighed, boss, can you use this tree heart to upgrade the Chaos Tree again?
Small Ginseng immediately asked. Yi Mo put away the tree heart and said, indeed, but I have a better use for it. The Chaos Tree heart with abstruse yellow chi and repair the life force of the divine Dao realm and prevent the god spirit chi spilling.
What a pity. Small Ginseng murmured. He was closest to Yi Mo's Chaos Tree. Yi Mo got up and said, I'm going inside to forge realm protecting formation flags. After returning to the divine Dao realm, I will set up a realm protection formation.
Shadowless, Small Ginseng and Xiao Rang control the ship. Then, Yi Mo waved open a space door. You guys can enter the Golden Page world from here at any time.
I'll go in too. Seeing Yi Mo go in, Jin Bingyu quickly followed. Bingyu, this is for you.
There are some Dao fruits and cultivation resources you need.
With these, Dao essence won't be distant for you.
Yi Mo said. Jin Bingyu came in wanting to help Yi Mo reach divine body, but before she could speak she was dazed by the scene inside. Chapter 2236 Return to Divine Dao Realm. Streams of God Spirit range stacked up in mountains. Endless mountain ranges, rivers, oceans, grass plains, deserts, under Shadowless and their management, the Golden Page world was far from the world it was before. There were also immortal spirit beasts running in certain locations. Most importantly, Jin Bingyu saw the expansion of the cosmos. She even saw a sun hidden in the clouds. This definitely wasn't a small world nor a truth spirit world. It wasn't even 5-element world. This was a real chaos world. Then, she saw yellow metal plum that was full of fruits. She saw great primordial god rune fruit. She saw bitter bamboo, even though Jinbingyu was a Tao actualization divine emperor. She was dazed by this scene. She wouldn't even dare to dream of. This is chaos world? After a long while, Jinbingyu asked in shock. Yimo nodded yes, you can live in here too. This is our world. Yimo had some feelings for Jinbingyu. He thought about her more than once. Jinbingyu was completely different to Qing Ru in his heart. When he left things for Luoying and them, he would think of Jinbingyu. When he saw Jinbingyu and she wanted to make love with him, this made Yimo have much less concerns. However, he didn't plan to do that yet. It would at least be after he saw Luoying. Jinbingyu wasn't dumb and she knew that Yimo had more than one partner. She was planning to give herself to Yimo and help him reach divine body and then search for opportunity to reach Tao essence. Now that Yimo said this, she immediately understood that if she was willing, she could stay with Yimo forever. Of course I'm willing. There are so many opportunities for reaching Tao essence here. I don't want to leave. Jinbingyu answered in surprise and joy. Yimo knew Jinbingyu's character. If she didn't want to stay here, she wouldn't stay even if there was primordial essence opportunity. She said this just to give herself an excuse to stay. Yimo, we. Before she finished, Yimo stopped her and pulled her into his arms. We'll wait till you reach Tao essence. Then I will take you to see Luoying. Jinbingyu suddenly lost her Tao heart. She felt she was shaky and soft. Yimo felt some fire too, but he let go of Jinbingyu. He thought of Luoying, Xingshuet and Son Yangzhu. Sensing this, Jinbingyu cooled down too. I want to help you reach divine body. For the first time, Jinbingyu felt her face was burning. Before, she could be naked in front of Yimo and not feel like this. When she told Yimo she wanted to make love to him, she didn't feel worried like this. Yimo felt her hair and said, I know, I've already reached divine body under this opportunity. Jinbingyu looked at Yimo in disbelief. Yimo didn't use the entire chaos blue reed, but he could still reach divine body. After a long while, she breathed easy. So close. What was so close? Yimo immediately asked. Jinbingyu smiled. When you come with me to the place we divided the chaos blue reed, I will tell you. You can go forge your formation flags. I'm going to prepare for learning Tao essence. Then, Jinbingyu ignored Yimo and left. Yimo looked at her figure and really didn't understand what she meant by so close. Shadowless and small ginseng weren't nearly as fast as Yimo controlling the ship, but MOU boat's level was too high. In just 2 years, they came to the divine Tao realm harbor. Shadowless and them stayed in the golden page world. Yimo took Qi Wanqing and Mu Xiaoyun out of the boat. Yimo looked at the messy and chaotic realm protection formation inside. Any race would be able to come and go as they please. There wouldn't even be a warning, but Yimo knew that it was impossible to set up realm protection formation before he was primordial essence divine emperor. He didn't know if Zhu Wuheng saved Zhuya. If Zhuya was saved, then it would be unreasonable if he didn't even help with formation. Immortal friends, stop. As soon as Yimo and them landed on the divine Tao realm land, a Tao molding divine emperor and 2 immortal emperors landed. Yimo nodded. Although the realm protection formation wasn't set up, Luo Qinghe and them were rather careful with the guarding of the place. Sect leader is back. A joyful voice sounded. A Tao actualization divine emperor crossed over. The tens of people behind him also came. Yimo knew this Tao actualization divine emperor. Yimo didn't know his name, but Yimo knew he came from the Void Marketplace. Hearing the divine Tao sect leader was back, all the immortals from the harbor came over wanting to see who this legendary sect leader was. Sect leader, I'll message the vice sect leaders and tell them to come over? The Tao actualization divine emperor said excitedly. Yimo waved his hand. No need, I'm going to see how well the divine Tao sect is doing. When I come back here again, I will be setting up realm protection formation. The divine Tao sect was in the center of the divine Tao realm. It was closer to the harbor. The divine Tao realm was extremely huge. The distance was still immense, so the divine Tao sect set up a teleportation formation to the harbor. However, Yimo didn't take the teleportation formation. With his current power, the entire divine Tao realm was under his spirit sense. He used a simple transmission and was at the entrance to the divine Tao realm. The divine Tao sect looked grand. The dense god spirit chi and powerful look made Yimo very happy. Luo Qinghe and them worked hard on the sect indeed. Yimo's spirit sense scanned casually in the sect and knew there were at least tens of thousands of sect members. This wasn't too big, but to be able to do this in 1,000 years was very amazing. He didn't leave behind many resources before. It wasn't even one corner of his current assets. The Divine Tao realm was also deprived of resources. Luo Qinghe and them definitely worked very hard to make the Divine Tao realm look like this. Now, they finally got news that Yimo came back. The sect doors were immediately opened and everyone came out. Sect leader Luo Qinghe, Qin Xuanji, and them were Tao Essence Divine Emperor, but they were still extremely excited, seeing Luo Qinghe and them still at Tao Essence primary stage and just stabilizing their cultivation level. Yimo knew they lacked cultivation resources. They didn't leave the Divine Tao realm for the sect, otherwise, their power would at the very least be stabled. Yimo, Xiaoyun? As soon as Yimo heard this, Mu Xiaoyun charged over in surprise and joy. Master, martial sister Bue Yimo saw Lan Qilan and Luo Bue. He didn't expect they were in the sect too. Xiaoyun were members of the Divine Tao sect now. Lan Qilan said excitedly. She didn't have enough power to leave the Divine Tao realm, and the Divine Tao realm was deprived of resources. Luckily, the Divine Tao sect dominantly rose up. They joined Divine Tao sect without hesitation. Only after joining did they realize the sect leader was Yimo. Luo Qinghe and them just built Divine Tao sect as Yimo and wanted. As for repairing the Divine Tao realm, they still needed to wait for Yimo come back. They didn't expect this wait was more than 1,000 years. Luckily, Yimo finally came back. Let's go in and talk. Yimo knew that the Divine Tao sect was very popular now, but if they couldn't repair the Divine Tao realm, the Divine Tao sect would stop here and might even decline. Chapter 2237. Enter the God Necropolis domain again, your Eternity Divine Emperor? When Yimo told them his title was Eternity, almost everyone in the meeting palace got up in shock. Yimo's words were too shocking. When an immortal reached Immortal King, they would get a title. All these titles came from the Immortal King tablet. Even though the Divine Tao realm was broken, it still had an Immortal King tablet. Never has anyone gotten the title Eternity. This title meant that even if the universe was destroyed, this person would still exist. If one couldn't handle this title, he would definitely die under divine damnation. Sect leader, your title. Qin Xuanji was the person who knew about how to repair the Divine Tao realm and knew that Eternity Divine Emperor was needed to repair the Divine Tao realm. She immediately guessed if Yimo gave himself this title to repair the Divine Tao realm. Yimo knew what she thought and said, I got my title from the Title King tablet of the Immortal Realm. Don't worry everyone. This time, I got the Chaos Tree Heart and Abstruse Yellow Chi. I plan to divide some Abstruse Yellow Chi for everyone to reach Primordial Essence Divine Emperor in the future. I'll use the rest along with Chaos Tree Heart to repair the life force of the Divine Tao realm. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Luo Qinghe stood up in excitement. His lifelong goal had been to repair the Divine Tao realm. The two news Yimo brought was too shocking. Su Feng said excitedly, Sect leader, we need Primordial Essence Divine Emperor to repair the Divine Tao realm. Should we invite Juya Qianbei? Yimo was Eternity Divine Emperor, but he wasn't Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Juya came? Yimo heard this and immediately asked, yes, Juya Qianbei came with Zhu Wuheng saying they owed you a favor to guard the Divine Tao realm for 100 years. After staying at the Divine Tao realm for 100 years, they disappeared. Shang Mu quickly said. He reached Tao Essence on the way from Void Marketplace to Divine Tao realm. Qin Xuanji said in contempt, this person is extremely selfish. He said he would protect for 100 years, but he just went into solitary cultivation for 100 years. He didn't do anything. However, his son Zhu Wuhan wanted to stay longer but was dragged away by that old guy. Inviting such Primordial Essence Divine Emperor is just wasting food. This guy is far worse than Guang Yuan Palace Xiaohe. Yimo was also extremely unhappy with Juya. This guy was a human Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Was it that hard to help build a realm protection formation? If he knew Juya was such person, he would never agree to Zhu Wuhan's conditions. Xiaohe went back? Yimo asked. He had no guilt killing Fengguang, but that would mean he had enmity with Xiaohe now. Yes, immortal friend Xiao left after 100 years.
Yemo nodded. I'm only one line from Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, but I'm not scared of any Primordial Essence Divine Emperors now.
And I can set up realm protection formation. Before they could rejoice, Yemo said again, and I also found where the world mountain is. After I repair the Divine Tao realm, I'll go see if I can get the world mountain and repair the realm meridian. This time, it wasn't just joyful news now. When they first gathered together to form the Divine Tao sect, they wanted to repair the Divine Tao realm and was full of hot blood. However, everyone was very calm and knew it wasn't simple. No condition for repairing the realm was simple, but now, Yemo said he could pretty much do all of it. I thought this was just to help gather the popularity of the human race. I didn't expect the realm could really be repaired. Xin Xuanji said shakily. When she first brought the news back to Divine Tao realm, she knew there was very little chance of happening, but now, Yemo brought back hope. Extremely big hope. The group discussed some specifics about repairing the Divine Tao realm and growing the Divine Tao sect. Yemo took out most of what he got to the Divine Tao sect and these Tao Essence Divine Emperors. He was going to repair the realm. He would have to leave to them for the growing of the sect. Before he repaired the Divine Tao realm, Yemo needed to go somewhere. Qi Wanqing and Mu Xiaoyun stayed in the Divine Tao sect. They needed to cultivate and couldn't follow Yemo. Yemo gave the two a jade card. With this, they could go into his golden page world at any time. God Necropolis domain. Yemo came here first. The God Necropolis domain was under his spirit sense, but his spirit sense couldn't penetrate in. He was going to repair the Divine Tao realm, so he wasn't going to allow this block to stay outside. The first time he went in here, he almost died to the life-crippling bridge. This was his second time coming here, but the God Necropolis domain had no dangers to him at all now. In just a few steps, Yemo came before the life-crippling bridge. There were still more than 10 divine emperors here learning God art. Yemo's spirit sense scanned across the entire God Necropolis domain and found there were tens of people inside, but not a single familiar face. Gong Yangan wasn't here. Kong Cheng Tian wasn't here. As for that white-faced scholar who had feud with him, he wasn't here too. When Yemo's spirit sense scanned to a dried river, he finally saw a familiar person. It was a middle-aged woman, Tao Actualization Gon Shintong. However, she was heavily injured. Yemo walked to her in one step. Gon Shintong got up in shock, but when she saw it was Yemo, she said in surprise, "Brother Yi, you're still in here?" She thought Yemo hadn't left as well. Yemo smiled. "I went out and came back in." "What?" Gon Shintong said, and then she realized Yemo was joking with her. How could one come back in the God Necropolis domain after going out? No matter how strong Yemo was, he wouldn't be able to do this unless he was Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Yemo knew Gon Shintong didn't believe him, so he said, "Sister Shintong, I've reached Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. I built a sect in the Divine Tao realm called Divine Tao Sect, and I want to repair the Divine Tao realm. The God Necropolis domain is a part of the Divine Tao realm, so I came in to see the situation." Instead of explaining, he might as well just say he was Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Hearing this, Gon Shintong was shocked, but she believed him. However, she didn't dare to call Yemo brother. Yemo learned from Gon Shintong that a few hundred years ago, some Tao Actualization wanted to cross the life-crippling bridge and just disappeared. Hearing this, Yemo sighed. Even at Tao Actualization, you can disappear with one slight mistake. Knowing Gon Shintong wanted to go out, Yemo tore open the restriction of God Necropolis domain and sent her out. At the same time, he sound transmissioned in the God Necropolis domain that the God Necropolis domain would be closed. Everyone inside would be teleported out. Then, Yemo just grabbed everyone out. He thought that if there was nothing on and on the other side of the life-crippling bridge, he would fuse the God Necropolis domain and Divine Tao realm. If there was some strange things, he would change here into a secret realm. The Divine Tao realm was broken and had very little secret realms. This would only benefit the Divine Tao realm. After everyone went out, Yemo stepped on the life-crippling bridge for the second time. Chapter 2238 Repair the Divine Tao realm. When he first got on the bridge, his soul was almost blown away by the bleak wind here. Under the guidance of Ji Shi, he stood on the Yin line and walked along the wall to survive. This time, the bleak wind automatically disappeared outside his realm domain. Yemo waved out a purple flame and the bridge immediately cleared up. The bleak wind was instantly melted. The bridge before him cleared up. A simple bridge made with a few bamboo strands appeared before Yemo. Yemo saw Gong Yangan, who sat at the center of the bridge. However, his chi was extremely faint.
Gong Yang probably knew that he couldn't pass the bridge, so he sat down. With Yemo's current cultivation level and formation skills, he could tell this bridge was just an illusion formation. This illusion formation was set up with very high level means. There was a teleportation hole below the bridge. Yemo scanned his spirit sense in and knew it was a teleportation formation. Based on the chi, it was probably connected to the nether realm. If one fell off the bridge, their soul would be swept away by the illusion formation. Their soul would be teleported through the black hole onto the samsara bridge. Why did someone set up an illusion formation here? Below the bridge was a real river, but it was covered by the illusion formation and seemed very eerie. The bleak chi that blew away souls were real. Yemo released little blue and swept over. Instantly, all the bleak chi were burned clean. With this, the illusion formation was broken. Gong Yang suddenly woke up. He got up and then saw Yemo. What is this? Your immortal friend Yi? How did you get behind me? Gong Yang looked at Yemo in surprise. Yemo took out a pill and gave it to Gong Yang. An immortal friend. Gong Yang, your formation is damaged. Eat this pill first and I'll send you out. This is just an illusion formation, it's not really life-crippling bridge. Gong Yang ate the pill and subconsciously asked illusion formation? Wait, how did you get behind me, immortal friend Yi? What pill did you just give me? Gong Yang spent more than 1,000 years defending against the yin wind and qi. His brain was a little stale. He felt his spirit sense and god essence rapidly recover. Even his life force started to recover. Immediately, he knew Yemo's god pill wasn't simple. Immortal friend Gong Yang, I've vindicated primordial essence. Now, I'm going to repair the divine Tao realm, so I came to the god necropolis domain to see what's going on here. How about I send you out now? Yemo could only explain again, immortal friend Yi, you're already primordial essence divine emperor? Gong Yang dazed. This Yemo was weaker than before, but now he reached primordial essence divine emperor? This change was too fast. Yemo knew Gong Yang wouldn't be able to process things quickly. He tore open the restriction here and set Gong Yang out. When Gong Yang calmed down, he would know what happened next. Yemo came to the other side of the bridge. He waved a few times and smashed tens of formation flags. Then, a lush mountain range with extremely dense god spirit chi appeared. There were all sorts of immortal spirit herbs, god spirit herbs, and even fake chaos spirit herbs. Yemo even saw many types of Tao fruits. There were also countless restrictions, formation, and ferocious beasts here. Ordinary divine emperors wouldn't even be able to scan their spirit sense out. This was a protected ground that hadn't been destroyed. Yemo was very shocked. He didn't know why someone set up an illusion formation here to protect this place. Yemo walked to the end and saw a tablet. He immediately realized what happened. The tablet wrote that the divine Tao realm was being destroyed. The human race would have no chance of having another primordial essence divine emperor. The immortal goddess sacred sect Saint Qing sealed the only remaining secret realm of the divine Tao realm. If someone could pass the life-crippling bridge, they would be able to find the chance to vindicate primordial essence. Once reaching primordial essence, he must take on the responsibility of bringing prosperity to the divine Tao realm. Looking at this, Yemo suddenly felt respect. He heard that the reason the divine Tao realm was able to remain was because Saint Qing sacrificed her life. She thought this far ahead and left behind a place like the god necropolis domain. There were many god art marks outside. If one was talented enough, it wasn't impossible to reach her secret realm, yet all these years, no one was able to cross the bridge. Even Yemo came here after reaching primordial essence level. No wonder she knew about how to cross the bridge. Saint Qing left behind this secret realm but still hoped that it would be someone from the immortal goddess sacred sect to cross the bridge. Regardless, what Saint Qing did was worthy of respect. Although the selection of the life-crippling bridge was too harsh, it wouldn't be able to find a truly insane person otherwise. Yemo didn't touch the things inside the secret realm, since she could leave these things to save the human race. He could leave what was inside for others. Even if the divine Tao realm was repaired, it would need some secret realms to recover power. The god necropolis domain was the best place. Plus, with what he had now, he really didn't need these things. However, there was no need for the life-crippling bridge. There were too little chances of crossing it.
Secret realms were to give people fortunes, not to end their lives. EMO took away the tablet and reset some restriction and formation. This place will be a cultivation secret realm of the Divine Tao realm in the future. After setting up the secret realm, EMO came out of the God Necropolis domain, but he didn't leave. He had decided to repair the Divine Tao realm life force here and then search for the World Mountain. EMO shot abstruse yellow chi into the realm, and EMO turned the Chaos Tree Heart into life force. As the abstruse yellow chi fused into the broken realm, countless huge ravines, broken mountain ranges, dried rivers and seas started to recover, with EMO using his grand power to fuse the Chaos Tree Heart in. At this moment, people in the Divine Tao realm saw this. Facing such unprecedented greatness, they all rushed out of their residence and solitary cultivation grounds. Immortals who searched for God spirit herbs stopped, immortals who traded stopped, immortals who fought, discussed, and cultivated all stopped. They flew into the sky and looked excitedly as the Divine Tao realm was slowly repaired. Some extremely old divine emperors knelt on the ground praying for the Divine Tao realm. Some weaker cultivation level people saw divine emperors kneel on the ground, and so they all knelt too, praying for the Divine Tao realm. This is Divine Tao sect starting to repair the Divine Tao realm. The Divine Tao sect was using the name to take over the Divine Tao realm. I didn't expect they really are repairing the realm. It's the sect leader of the Divine Tao sect coming back. The Divine Tao sect members said that as soon as their sect leader came back, the Divine Tao sect would begin repairing the Divine Tao realm. The human race will finally prosper. The fortune of the Divine Tao realm has come back. Luckily, our human race has a primordial essence, powerful being like Divine Tao sect leader. Otherwise, we will forever cower in the Divine Tao realm. Excited discussions sounded in every corner of the Divine Tao realm. What excited them more was that the Divine Tao realm wasn't just repairing. Every corner was emitting life force. This was injecting new life force into the Divine Tao realm. EMO stood above the God Necropolis domain and felt quite tough. Even with the Chaos Tree giving him life force, he felt he couldn't handle this. He was no weaker than any primordial essence divine emperor, and even stronger than them. No primordial essence divine emperor could compare with his sea of consciousness, but repairing the Divine Tao realm was no small matter. If he didn't have Chaos Tree and all these Tao fruits, he wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. When inserted all of the life force of the Chaos Tree Heart as well as the abstruse yellow chi into the Divine Tao realm, he felt his soul shiver. The life force of the Divine Tao realm paused. EMO sighed. There wasn't enough life force in the Chaos Tree Heart. It couldn't completely recover the life force of the Divine Tao realm. He knew that if he took out the Chaos Tree, the Divine Tao realm's life force would be completely repaired, but he really couldn't let go of it. EMO scanned his spirit sense out. When he saw countless divine emperors and immortals kneel on the ground praying for the Divine Tao realm to be repaired, he suddenly understood what Saint Ching felt. Chapter 2239 Let Go. Despite feeling what Saint Ching felt, EMO still hesitated. He didn't know if he should give up the Chaos Tree. It was too important to him. If it wasn't for the Chaos Tree at the Guangyuan Palace, he would have died. EMO hesitated for a long while and eventually released the Chaos Tree. Repairing the Divine Tao realm wasn't just important for the immortals in here but also to him. He had the Golden Page World, Bitter Bamboo and Yellow Middle Plum. He had too much good things all to himself. If he still wasn't willing to give up the Chaos Tree and coldly watch as the Divine Tao realm stayed broken, he would be too greedy. He started the Divine Tao sect, and if he wasn't willing to let go of the Chaos Tree, it would be a huge irony. Thinking about this, EMO didn't hesitate anymore. The Chaos Tree had once again grew to a huge tree of 1 km tall under the nourishment of Chaos Chi. As soon as EMO released the Chaos Tree, its endless life force expanded out with EMO's God art and swept across the entire Divine Tao realm. It's Chaos Life Force. It really is Chaos Life Force. The Divine Tao realm is going to be repaired. The Chaos Life Force of Chaos Tree instantly swept across the entire Divine Tao realm. Some people didn't even need to cultivate and they were growing stronger at this moment. Everyone knelt towards Divine Tao sect. They realized that even if this Chaos Life Force wasn't the Chaos Tree, it was something on par with it. Since the Divine Tao sect even took out such treasure, it meant that they truly wanted to repair the Divine Tao realm. At this moment, on the largest square of the Divine Tao sect, all sect members knelt on the ground. Even the vice sect leaders knelt on the ground. In the center of the square was an extremely huge altar. They were worshipping Heaven Tao, praying for the Divine Tao realm. All the sect members knew that their sect leader was repairing the Divine Tao realm. it's the chi of Chaos Tree. When Yemo took out Chaos Tree, Luo Qinghe, Xin Xuanji and them instantly felt it. They were shaking with excitement. Their spirit sense couldn't see where Yemo was, but they knew it was definitely Yemo who took out the Chaos Tree. At this moment, they were all touched. Yemo was even willing to take out the Chaos Tree. Everyone here worked hard to repair the Divine Tao realm, but if they had the Chaos Tree, would they be willing to take it out? Sect leader, I rejoice that I believed you, Qin Xuanji murmured. At this moment, Yemo was her god, its Chaos Tree. Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect Ji. She looked at the direction of Divine Tao Sect and murmured. When she heard Yemo came back, she was planning to go to Divine Tao Sect. Then, she felt the Divine Tao realm being repaired. The only person who could do this was Yemo. Now that Yemo even took out the Chaos Tree, she felt ashamed. Not everyone thanked the direction of Divine Tao Sect. Gong Yangan, Gon Shintong and the Divine Emperors teleported out from the God Necropolis domain, thanked piously towards the God Necropolis domain. They knew Yemo was still in there. At this moment, the Divine Tao realm was in peace and harmony. There was no noisy sounds. Everyone was waiting for the Divine Tao broken realm to return to Divine Tao realm. At this moment, Yemo was immersed in the Chaos Tree, Divine Tao realm, World Law, God Art Law. Perhaps he had fused into the Divine Tao realm with the Chaos Tree. Yemo caught countless chaotic world laws. He felt these messy laws weren't suitable for the current Divine Tao realm. At this moment, he started to immerse in these laws and rebuild the entire world law of the Divine Tao realm. Every time he saw a law he wasn't too clear on, he would subconsciously eat a yellow middle plum. The yellow middle plums were turned into word laws. Yemo mastered these laws and then fused them into the Divine Tao realm. After an unknown amount of time, Yemo suddenly felt his sea of consciousness rumble again. Extremely clear Tao laws and laws derived from world laws. It was as though it was grown in his will. At the same time, endless God essence filled his body. Yemo knew he was no longer half primordial essence. A clear great Tao wave circulated around him. The entire universe void was in his will. Yemo knew that he only needed to lift a hand to turn a realm into nothing. Yemo suddenly opened his eyes. His spirit sense easily pierced many realms. He even saw the immortal realm. This is the power of primordial essence, Divine Emperor? Yemo murmured. He knew he had truly vindicated primordial essence Tao, such powerful feeling. If he faced Feng Guang and them ganging up on him, he could instantly kill those five. He felt his primordial essence compared to the primordial essence of other primordial essence Divine Emperors were heavens apart. He didn't use a single god crystals reaching primordial essence. All of the energy came from the Divine Tao realm giving back to him. Yemo took back his spirit sense and subconsciously waved his hand. The messy world laws were easily repaired. These world laws were also imprinted in his brain. He didn't even use Spirit Will 9 transformations and it reached Nineth transformation. He didn't need to try, and 9 great primordial god runes formed that could destroy everything. Heaven Flame 9 Suns. When you reach this state, you would never have to be confused about things below that state. Yemo truly understood the meaning of primordial essence now. He let go of the Chaos Tree and opened his heart. Now, he learned everything. Yemo didn't try Samsara God Art, but he felt his Samsara God Art could easily make a primordial essence Divine Emperor go into Samsara. Power was sometimes just one thin layer. When you didn't even notice, you've already broken through it. And now, power was in your hands. Yemo's spirit sense scanned out. The Divine Tao realm appeared completely repaired. Life force oozed out. The disappeared mountain ranges, God spirit urban landscape reformed. It was as though he walked into a new world. However, Yemo knew this was just the surface. He only repaired a part of the Divine Tao realm. The realm meridian and foundation hasn't been repaired. If he wanted the Divine Tao realm to be this pretty forever, then he would need to repair the realm meridian and foundation. To do this, he needed to find World Mountain. Thinking about the Chaos Tree he gave up, he suddenly felt sad. He wanted to turn around and take the withered Chaos Tree. However, he found in surprise and joy that the Chaos Tree instantly sprouted up in green. Life force and world laws surged out of the Divine Tao realm. These life force and laws entered the Chaos Tree. The Chaos Tree visibly grew large. 3 meters, 6 meters, 30 meters, 33 meters _. The life force being returned was definitely chaos life force. However, it was denser, greater, and more eternal than the life force chaos tree gave out. The chaos life force with primordial chaos chi was the return gift of the divine Tao realm. Even though Yimo was a primordial essence divine emperor, he was struck by this huge surprise. Yimo instantly realized where the life force came from. Some of it came from the luck of the human race, some of it came from the previous body of the chaos tree. The chaos tree was broken in the divine Tao realm and its life force dispersed here but didn't disappear. Now that he brought chaos tree here to repair the divine Tao realm, the chaos tree life force came back. This was returning things to its original owner. This was the generous return gift of the divine Tao realm. Everything had spirit, much less the powerful divine Tao realm. 300 meters. 3 kilometers. The chaos tree grew to 30 kilometers before stopping. The extremely dense life force made all the immortals in the divine Tao realm feel endless fortune. Yimo put the tree away inside. He didn't know how tall the original tree was. This was only some remaining life force, and it made his chaos tree grow to 30 kilometers. Chapter 2240 Human Race Unite. At this moment, countless immortals were roaring in excitement. At this moment, they felt the world laws become complete. They sensed the divine damnation. They felt new learnings towards their God art. They felt their cultivation level progress. They felt the direction of their Tao. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in the void. Immortal friends of divine Tao realm, I'm the divine Tao sec leader Yimo. The divine Tao broken realm is repaired. From today, it will be changed to divine Tao realm. Because the divine Tao realm is just repaired and some parts of the realm meridian isn't completely repaired, I need to leave the divine Tao realm and find more materials. I hope immortal friends won't fight in the divine Tao realm to prevent breaking our divine Tao realm meridian. 100 years later, other races will come to the divine Tao realm for trouble. In ancient times, the divine Tao realm human race was the strongest race. How can we keep letting those foreign races stand on top of us? I hope immortal friends will get stronger in this 100 years and not allow foreign races to do as they please in the divine Tao realm. In order to prevent our divine Tao realm not falling behind other realms, I've kept God Necropolis domain as a secret realm. I've removed the life crippling bridge. It won't be dangerous life before, but there will still be some dangers. There are all sorts of restrictions inside as well as some ferocious beasts. This secret realm will be opened 10 years later to first step Tao Vindication Divine Emperors. This secret realm is left by immortal goddess sacred Sek Saint Ching. She sacrificed her life for the divine Tao realm. I hope all immortal friends who enter the secret realm remembers this. If anyone finds people damaging the divine Tao realm, you can report to the divine Tao sect. Yimo's voice pierced into the ear of every immortal. When his voice disappeared, the countless immortals of the divine Tao realm all called for his name. Yimo, sect leader of divine Tao sect, repaired the divine Tao realm. He brought hope to the human race. Whoever goes against sect leader Ye's words is the enemy of the entire divine Tao realm. Yes, whoever dares to disobey sect leader Yi, no divine emperor Yi, will be our enemy. Such voices could be heard at every corner of the divine Tao sect. Countless people had made oaths to courageously slay whichever race dared to come to the divine Tao realm. At this moment, the divine Tao sect and Yimo's authority and status reached the climax. At the same time, the human race of the divine Tao realm had a source to be united around. One man amongst the countless crowd murmured, Yimo, I, Yin Jotin, admit defeat. I can't compete against you. Or perhaps no one can compete against you. Funny how that Dongfang Wang dares to say he's peerless. Thank you, sect leader Yi. Almost everyone in the immortal goddess sacred sect thanked Yimo. Even though Yimo started trouble at the immortal goddess sacred sect, he didn't hide the fact that the secret realm was left by Saint Ching. Yimo was very happy with the state of divine Tao realm now. It was repaired and the human race were united in an unprecedented way. Yimo's spirit sense broke through realms and landed at Mou immortal sect. He saw Qingxue, Luoying, Yimo. At this moment, he was so excited that he almost went back immediately, but Yimo resisted the urge. He took back his spirit sense. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist it. Even if he was to see them, he would need to repair the divine Tao realm protection formation first. Outside the divine Tao realm, Yimo started to set up all sorts of formations. Yimo sent out formation flags in God spirit ranges. the God Spirit range only directed God Spirit range. The formation didn't need this God Spirit range to run. The God Spirit source needed by the realm formation were mostly devoured from the void. Yemo was primordial essence divine emperor, and because he repaired the divine Tao realm and learned countless world laws, he mastered countless God art laws. It was extremely hard to find another primordial essence divine emperor who had mastery over this many laws and world laws. Yemo was a top formation grandmaster too. He didn't need anyone to help to perfect the realm protection formation. However, even as powerful as Yemo, this wasn't done in a short while. Yemo was grateful that all those primordial essence divine emperors attacked him. Without them, he wouldn't have all these materials. A month later, Yemo completely set up the divine Tao realm protection formation. Then, he breathed easy and returned to the divine Tao sect. He was going to leave the divine Tao realm to the immortal realm. He needed to tell Luo Qinghe and them first. Plus, he needed to hand the controlling formation flags to Luo Qinghe and them, knowing Yemo was back. Luo Qinghe and them greeted him with overwhelming excitement. Even Shi Wanqing came to Yemo not wanting to cultivate. Sect leader, I really didn't expect the divine Tao realm could be repaired to this state. I thought it would take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years to repair the divine Tao realm. Qin Xuanji was the most excited. At this moment, she was willing to do anything for Yemo. Yemo was in a good mood too. After everyone calmed down, Yemo said the divine Tao realm is repaired, but I still need to find materials to repair the realm meridian as quickly as possible. I also need to tell you guys. I've repaired the realm formation. It's the best formation. I've been to the dragon race and their realm formation can't compete with ours at all. This caused some more ruckus. Completing the realm formation was no small matter. This meant that the divine Tao realm could protect themselves and no race could sneak in the divine Tao realm. Yemo gave jade slip and formation flags of the realm formation to Luo Qinghe and them. Just when he was about to leave, his eyes landed on a Tao molding divine emperor. Seeing this, the Tao molding divine emperor felt cold. He even suspected if their sect leader was the Yemo of the immortal realm. You cultivated spirit will 9 transformations? Yemo suddenly asked. This Tao molding divine emperor quickly bowed. Yes, sect leader. This was taught by me when Juya Qianbei went past the immortal realm. Yemo nodded. Your spirit sense feels familiar. You're probably immortal realm low heaven domain chaos star realm Mu Wushuang, right? I didn't expect you recovered and came to the divine Tao realm. Mu Wushuang's mind was blown. He didn't expect this Yemo was really the Yemo he heard before. That little girl appeared before his mind. Sister Bingyu said my dad is Yemo. You want to kill my dad with your little power, keep dreaming. Thinking about this, Mu Wushuang sweated cold. He said he would kill Yemo before, but now Yemo was standing before him and could kill him with one finger. Just how ignorant was he when he said this? Yes, Wan Bei is Mu Wushuang. Mu Wushuang answered shakily. When he came to the divine Tao realm, he joined the divine Tao sect and vindicated Tao here. Yemo frowned. You seem to be scared of me? Mu Wushuang didn't dare to hide it and quickly told him about his encounter with Jin Bingyu and Yemo. At the same time, he said Wushuang was ignorant. Please punish me, sect leader. Jin Bingyu was in solitary cultivation for preparation for Tao essence. Otherwise, Yemo would want to call her out and let Mu Wushuang see. Even Jin Bingyu was countless times stronger than him. Mu Wushuang was cocky, but he didn't do anything to Jin Bingyu and Yemo. Instead, he told them an immortal marrow pond. Yemo didn't plan to punish Mu Wushuang. He just said luckily you didn't harm Bingyu and Yemo. In fact, even Bingyu is stronger than you now. You know why you were ambushed by Wei Feng Immortal Emperor before? It's because you're too arrogant. No matter when, never think you're the strongest. Yes, thank you for your teaching, sect leader. Mu Wushuang rejoiced that he didn't do anything to Yemo and Jin Bingyu. He also felt that he didn't act well. He came to the divine Tao realm wanting to find Wei Feng Immortal Emperor for revenge, but he didn't find Wei Feng. Go and cultivate. By the way, there's someone you know called Hong Ling. She's still in the MOU Immortal sect. Yemo said casually. Mu Wushuang was shocked. Hong Ling was still alive? Was Yu He there too? At this moment, he regretted coming to the divine Tao realm so quickly. Chapter 2241 The 3 Divine Sects Visits. Sect Leader, there are guests.
A Tao molding divine emperor woman walked up to Yemo and said, Yemo looked at this woman and said, happily Goddess Ingyao, you joined the divine Tao sect too? Shan Ingyao said excitedly, yeah, sect leader.
After I knew that the sect leader of divine Tao sect was Brother Yi, I immediately discussed with my family and joined the divine Tao sect.
Brother Yi, you're sect leader now.
You only need to call me Ingyao.
Okay, thank you for coming to help Ingyao.
The divine Tao realm has regained life force. I believe with your talent, it won't take long for you to reach Tao nourishment.
Thank you, sect leader.
Shan Ingyao had known Yemo for a long time, but she had never thought that Yemo would one day reach this level. Jin Xuanji walked up to Yemo and said, sect leader, greet the guests first.
You can leave here to me.
Her tone was still shaky. Her countless years of dreams really occurred. Yemo's spirit sense scanned the guests in the guest palace.
Wang Nanshuang, Ji Shi, and Ji Sini.
A black-skinned Tao Essence Divine Emperor sat nervously with Zhu Wenmao next to him. That Tao Essence was the cocky Tao Essence Divine Emperor of the Suyu Divine Tao. He called Zhu Wenmao over clearly because he was scared. Other than this, there was a half-primordial essence whom he didn't know.
However, Yemo knew Dongan who was next to him.
Lan Qilan was accompanying them for now. Yemo came to the guest palace. Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect Ji Sini greet Sect Leader.
Shuiyu Divine Tao Lu Zhong greet Yi Qianbei.
Sect Leader Yi, Great Sun God Mountain Qi Lin come to accept punishment.
When Yemo came in, everyone got up greeting. Although Lu Zhong had conflict with Yemo noticed that half-primordial essence first.
This guy was extremely selfish. Yemo knew this guy was not only going to take Mu Xiaoyun and sacrifice her to the Great Sun God Mountain and wanted to spirit control the entire Divine Tao realm. Despite know that this guy was dreaming just with his half-primordial essence, but one could see how selfish this guy was. Jilin's hair was loose and his eyes looked very bleak. Seeing Yemo stare at Jilin as soon as he came in, Dongan quickly got up and said, Sect Leader, our Great Sun God Mountain Jilin Divine Emperor offended Sect Leader before. He is very worried. This time, it's his idea to take out many resources from the Great Sun God Mountain to rebuild the Divine Tao sect. He came to apologize this time, please. Yemo waved his hand and stopped Dongan talking. He stared coldly at Jilin. I really didn't understand before why a human race divine emperor like you would spirit control the entire Divine Tao realm, but today
I finally understand.
Hearing this, Jilin subconsciously worried. He wasn't too sure before if Yemo was primordial essence, but now he realized Yemo was definitely primordial essence divine emperor. Hearing that Jilin wanted to spirit control the entire Divine Tao realm, almost everyone looked at Jilin. Jilin quickly bowed. Sect Leader, there's definitely no such thing. Jilin is a Divine Tao realm divine emperor. How would I dare to spirit control Divine Tao realm? Jilin is already very regretful asking for the immortal goddess sacred sect saint to sacrifice to the mountain.
I've already removed the Great Sun God Mountain, really? But why is a beast race divine emperor like you in our human race sect? If you think you can hide from me with your little power, you're too coxy.
Yemo's words were very shocking.
Almost everyone looked at Jilin.
Jilin had always been human race divine emperor. How did he become beast race? Sect Leader Yi, Jilin divine emperor has always been our Great Sun God Mountain divine emperor. And Yemo interrupted Dong and again, immortal friend Dong, this Jilin is possessed. Although this happened a long time ago, he's not human race. Other people couldn't see Jilin's chi, but Yemo was primordial essence and everything in the world was at his will. How could he not see this? Jilin, you're really from the beast race.
Dongan looked at Jilin in disbelief.
Then he realized, no wonder when the Aquarius race invaded. You happen to be in solitary cultivation. Jilin's face changed.
He knew he was caught.
His figure began to dim as he wanted to run. It would be too much of a joke if a half-primordial essence could get away from Yemo. Jilin's figure immediately became solid again. Don't even think about getting away from me. Yemo threw out a fireball onto Jilin, yet, this most ordinary fireball magic turned a half-primordial essence to dust, a fireball killing half-primordial essence. Despite this half-primordial essence being beast race, everyone in the palace felt cold.
Yemo's cultivation level was beyond their imagination.
This was the difference between heaven and earth. Thank you, Sect Leader. Otherwise we wouldn't even know that the #1 divine emperor of the Great Sun God Mountain is a beast race. I'm going back to the great sun god mountain now, please understand sect leader.
Dongan got up and bowed. Yemo understands Dongan.
The number one divine emperor of the great sun god mountain just got annihilated.
The sect needs to be reorganized. He nodded. Do as you please, immortal friend Dong.
After Dongan left, Zhuanmao said Qianbei, thank you Qianbei for building our Suyu divine Dao. Yemo knew that Lu Zhong was scared of him giving him a fireball too.
Lu Zhong was cocky, but Yemo didn't plan to kill him.
Now that Zhu Wenmao spoke, Yemo saluted with his fists. Congratulations on building Suyu divine Dao again. Lu Zhong quickly bowed to Lu Zhan was blind before and dared to offend sect leader.
Please punish me.
Yemo frowned and sneered. Lu Zhong, you don't need to beg for your life.
On Wanmao's account, I'll let you go. Answer a question. How much do you know about Duanmu Yuebua? Lu Zhong bowed and said the divine Dao realm Samsara Dao was destroyed. Countless immortals couldn't go into Samsara and their souls perished. Martial ancestor Yuebua was merciful.
When he vindicated primordial essence, he had decided to open the Samsara path and connect to the nether realm.
Ever since then, there was no news of him. Duanmu Yuebua probably opened the tunnel to the abyssal realm, not the nether realm. He didn't know the difference between the two.
He wasn't a cunning old bastard like Fried Egg, so he probably didn't know his cultivation level would be suppressed there. In there, he might not even be able to beat an ordinary Dao Essence Divine Emperor. Although he opened more than half the tunnel, he died in the void between abyssal realm and human realm. As for how exactly Duanmu Yuebua died, Lin Shuachi might know. When he had the time, he could go ask Lin Shuachi.
At the same time, Yemo decided to reopen the Samsara tunnel. Does Duanmu Yuebua have a short spear magic artifact? Yemo asked. Wan Bei don't know. Lu Zhong answered carefully, okay, you can go. Yemo said calmly.
Seeing Yemo not intending to sort things out with him, Lu Zhong quickly got up and left.
Zhu Wenmao sighed.
Yemo saved his life and helped Suyu divine Dao a lot, but martial ancestor Lu Zhong really didn't know how to act. He thought Dao essence was powerful, but now a half primordial essence easily perished before Yemo. If he Qianbei really wanted to kill martial ancestor Lu, it would just be the wave of a hand. He knew that nothing he said would change anything, so he got up and left with Lu Zhong. Seeing Yemo glance over, Shi quickly took out a bottomless gourd. Sect leader Yi, this is the 3 treasure primordial essence gourd.
I've only been able to give it back to you today.
Shi is. Yemo took the gourd and interrupted. No need to mention this again, leave first. Then, Yemo said to Lan Qilan, martial uncle Lan, have a seat outside with goddess Nanshuang too. I want to talk to sect leader Ji alone. They got up and left. Ji Sini was immortal goddess sacred sect leader, but she was only a Dao actualization divine emperor. There was no way she wasn't nervous standing before a primordial essence divine emperor. Sect leader Ji, sit first. Seeing how you fought against the Aquarius race, I won't kill you.
I need to ask you a few things and you reply honestly. Otherwise, don't blame me.
Yemo stared at Ji Sini and said. He had no good impression of her at all.
Chapter 2242 Mother, Ji Sini sighed.
She knew that neither her nor her immortal goddess sacred sect was anything to Yemo. If it was before, immortal goddess sacred sect might be able to get a lot of support, but now if Yemo said anything, perhaps the entire divine Dao realm would attack the immortal goddess sacred sect. This meant that if Yemo wanted to annihilate the immortal goddess sacred sect, he wouldn't even to do it himself. Luckily, Yemo didn't hide the feet of immortal goddess sacred sect. Saint Ching, sect leader Yi, please ask me anything.
Ji Sini will tell you everything I know.
Jin Seni sat down and answered. Yemo nodded and sat down. When I was at the immortal goddess sacred sect prison door mountain, I saw some white bones and a chain made with heaven luo essence metal.
I really want to know what that is.
Jin Seni was shook.
She didn't expect Yemo to ask about the immortal goddess sacred sect.
She fell silent for a long time and said, this is an internal matter of the immortal goddess sacred sect, but since the immortal goddess sacred sect has offended sect leader Yi many times, I'm willing to answer this question.
Yemo was hopeful.
He really wanted to know what relation those white bones had with him. Why did he feel sad when he saw it? Jean Sini collected her thoughts and said slowly, the immortal goddess sacred sect has also valued virginity to be sacred.
It is the most important thing in the sect.
The sacredness of an ordinary immortal goddess was so important, much less the saint of our sect. However, not everything goes as planned. The 73rd saint of the immortal goddess sacred sect Yuan Ruatio was very talented and had the foundation to reach primordial essence. However, in a trial she lost her virginity and she wasn't willing to say who she lost her virginity to. In the end, she was locked by the martial ancestor in the prison door mountain burned by the Yin fire.
A bunch of inhuman fake nuns. Do you not have parents yourselves?
Fuck. Yemo cursed. It was fine to keep virginity, but because one lost it, they would be burned by Yin fire for countless years.
Yemo looked down on this.
At most they should be punished and kicked out of the sect.
Even a Tao Essence divine emperor wouldn't be able to last long under such inhumane torture.
Hearing this, Jean Cinny's face changed, but she sighed.
Yemo could say whatever he wanted. Could she rebel? Yemo sneered at Jean Cinny. Do you think you can't resist me? When immortal goddess sacred sect threw Juan Ruatio into the prison door mountain to be burned, could she resist? Remember, don't do to others what you don't want to happen to yourself. Jean Cinny knew there was no point arguing with Yemo about this.
She just said Ruatio still gave birth to a girl in there. In order to protect her daughter, she used all her life force and burned her essence blood to tear open the void and get her maid Wan Huiyun to take her daughter and leave the sect.
This is all I know. As for where Wan Huiyun went, no one in the immortal goddess sacred sect knows. Do you have an image of Saint Ruatio?
Yemo asked again. Jean Cinny nodded and took out a blank jade slip and then imprinted an image for Yemo.
Yemo looked in the jade slip. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Yemo felt she was familiar.
He seemed to have seen this image somewhere before. Seeing Yemo frown and not talk, Jean Cinny didn't say anything. After a long while, she remembered who this image was. He took away a woman called Gong Linqiu from Feng Kong Grand Emperor Estate. She left 2 images. One was his mother of his past life and one was Goddess Ningxi who served his mother. TL note, chapter 1969, his mother looked really similar to Ruatio Saint.
Was Ruatio Saint his kin?
Yemo thought of what Linqiu said. Ningxi raised you up and had feelings for you. She was scared you would suffer in the cultivation realm, so she wanted to go down and take care of you.
That night, Ningxi left the estate and I've never heard of her ever since.
When he was thrown into the cultivation realm by Feng Kong Grand Emperor, Ningxi went down to find him. Thinking about how he was thrown into East Black State, Yemo's spirit sense immediately pierced many realms and landed on Luoyu continent. Mou city was still the same.
Yemo saw many familiar people there. Ning Siswan, Muan, Li Sandao. Soon, Yemo got up. He saw Ningxi.
She was a bit old, but her looks were still there. Yemo didn't know how Ningxi went to the cultivation realm, but he knew it was very hard for a great immortal to go to the cultivation realm alone. But since he saw Ningxi, it meant that she did it. However, her chi was messy and her life force was dispersed. It seemed she might die at any time. She lived alone at a spirit chi arid mountain. She was quite distant from mortal villages. She just looked at the distant sky.
Yemo knew that she probably knew she didn't have long to live. Yemo didn't dare to stay here.
He sound transmission to Qin Xuanji. I'm leaving the sect for a while. I'll leave the Divine Dao sect and Divine Dao realm to you guys.
Then, Yemo disappeared from the guest palace. Qin Xuanji knew Yemo went to find World Mountain. She quickly bowed yes, sect leader.
Jean Cinny got up and looked at the direction Yemo disappeared. She wasn't strong, but her knowledge was there. How could she not tell that Yemo crossed the void without even needing to tear it? Just how much power was needed for this? Zhonglian Peak was a short mountain range. There was an extremely tall peak called Zhonglian Peak in the ranges. There were plenty of spirit herbs there. So, the nearby residents called this entire place Zhonglian Ranges. There were spirit herbs on the peak, but only limited to one place. These spirit herbs were only good relative to mortals. To cultivators, they were worthless. There was an extremely huge river before the peak. This river was connected to the peak, forming an arid land. However, this was only arid relative to mortals. In an extremely distant place, there was a few straw houses. The nearby residents didn't even know about this place. They were stealthed by restrictions. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it all. A middle-aged woman sat here looking into the sky as though reminiscing the distant past, Jinbei. Yemo stood behind this woman for a long time, but she didn't notice at all. Yemo felt she had no power. Yemo called out shakily. This middle-aged woman suddenly turned around. When she saw Yemo, her eyes froze. After a long while, her face was covered with tears. My baby, my life is at its end. Yemo immediately understood what she meant. She had no cultivation level left. She thought she was about to die and thus saw an illusion. At this moment, waves of sadness surged in Yemo. He had no relations to Ningxi, but she brought him up and took care of his mother. When he was kicked into the cultivation realm by Fengkong, she tried all means to come to the cultivation realm. With her great immortal power, she would be easily able to live tens of thousands of years, but she had only been to the cultivation realm for 1,000 years or so and her life was at its end. Joe mother, this isn't a dream. I came to find you. I'm late, I really am. Yemo. Yemo was crushed by this deep kin relationship. Even his primordial essence Tao Wave couldn't prevent him from feeling sad. His mind flashed across Ningxi's desperate plea. Emperor Fengmaster, please leave my baby here. Then Ningxi rolled up the stairs while still protecting him in his arms. When he came to the cultivation realm, Joe Mother still used all her cultivation level to chase over. Who would do this selflessly other than mothers? Yemo didn't even know his face was covered in tears. At this moment, he couldn't stand up. He knelt to the ground. Joe Mother, I came to see you. Are you really my baby? You're still alive? There was this unhealthy redness on her face. She rushed to Yemo and hugged Yemo while saying shakily, baby, you're really my baby. Chapter 2243 Sad Choice, I'm baby. Yemo suddenly realized. Ningxi didn't know he was called Yemo in this life at all. She recognized him purely based on instinct. Great that you're still alive. Ningxi didn't even hear clearly what Yemo said his name was. She was just immersed in the excitement. As an immortal, she had been cultivating her entire life. When she reached Great Eternity Immortal, she knew she reached her limit. Then, she saw Yemo's mother who escaped to Fengkong Grand Emperor estate. Yemo was taken care of by her. The maternal instinct was completely activated by Yemo. Yemo had been under her constant care almost every moment. Comparatively, Yemo's real mother wasn't that close to Yemo. When Yemo grew up and her mother found Yemo's spirit root was messy and couldn't cultivate, she gave Yemo to her and left. Yemo became her entire world. From the beginning to the end, she thought of Yemo as her own child. Because of this, when Yemo was ordered to be sent into the cultivation realm, she tried all means to follow into the cultivation realm despite losing lifespan. Feeling the withered chi on Ningxi, Yemo pulled out some life force from the chaos tree and fused them onto Ningxi. At this moment, Ningxi woke up from her initial excitement and joy. She immediately felt the change on her body. Her looks became young in an instant. Not only so, her cultivation level started to recover. It went all the way to Great Eternity Immortal Peak before stopping. With this, her lifespan went back to her. When Ningxi immediately knew what happened, you gave me chaos life force? When Ningxi looked at Yemo in shock, she felt a deep fear now instead. How could her baby have chaos life force? It said that the purest chaos life force came from the chaos tree. Regardless if baby had this, he would die if news spilled out. Yemo felt this deep worry from one Ningxi. He was touched at how much Joe Mother loved her. Joe Mother, don't worry about me. I have chaos life force, but no one can take it. Yemo comforted. Ningxi quickly stopped Yemo from talking and pulled Yemo inside the house. Then she set up a few restrictions before saying, baby, do you know how many people want chaos life force? All immortals want it. Do you know how many powerful beings there are in the immortal realm? Even immortal emperors aren't at the peak. There are still Dao Vindication divine emperors, When Ningxi suddenly stopped. She found her cultivation level had recovered, but she didn't feel the pressure of the world law. What was going on? Why do I feel no suppression? She suddenly realized. Yemo quickly let Wen Ningxi sit down and told her his story. The entire day, Wen Ningxi sometimes stood up nervously, sometimes breathed easy. After hearing all this, she still asked in disbelief, baby, you were thrown down by the Feng Emperor to rebirth for a second time? You went to the immortal realm and fought with Emperor Feng? There's a realm above the immortal realm?
You're saying Tao vindication is just the start of Tao? As she spoke, she couldn't resist standing up again. Baby, you're not a cultivator? By the way, why can't I see your cultivation level? Yemo quickly explained Tao vindication is just the beginning of learning world laws. Tao vindication first step is split into Tao molding, Tao nourishment, and Tao actualization. After Tao actualization peak stage, if you have enough talent and fortune, you can reach second step Tao essence. Tao essence is divided into primary stage, middle stage, tertiary stage. After Tao essence peak stage, you have the chance of entering third step Tao vindication primordial essence. In the endless void, there are very few primordial essence divine emperor. There might not even be more than 10. Yemo guessed that if he didn't kill 5 primordial essence divine emperors in one go, there would be 10 primordial essence divine emperor. But now, it was uncertain. When Ningxi was a great eternity immortal, but she had never come in contact with Tao vindication level. She always thought that immortal emperor Tao vindication was the extreme, but GMO opened a new door for her. How would you know all this? After a long while, when Ningxi asked in a daze, Joe mother, it's because I'm already a primordial essence divine emperor. So even if I expose chaos life force, there won't be any danger. GMO answered. When Ningxi realized that GMO had stood at the peak, now, I can stand here because, yes, I changed the world laws here. You will be unaffected. When Ningxi had been in the cultivation realm for too long, she was finally certain that what GMO said was true. She was so excited she couldn't speak a word. In her eyes, Emperor Foam was the strongest in the immortal realm, but her baby could fight with him and now even reached primordial essence. Just how amazing was this? Yemo sat quietly with when Ningxi like this. After a long while, when Ningxi still said worriedly, baby, even though you're primordial essence, you must remember to not reveal you have chaos life force so easily. There are countless powerful beings in the universe, who knows if you will see them. Then she breathed easy. Your mom definitely will be very happy if she knew you can cultivate and vindicated Tao. Yemo guessed some things but still asked Joe mother, do you know what my mother is called? Hearing this, when Ningxi seemed to begin reminiscing the past. After a long while, she said, your mother is called Ruan Jun. Wasn't Ruan Ju the immortal goddess sacred sect Saint Ruan Ruatio's daughter? Ruan Ruatio was her grandmother. No wonder he felt sad seeing those bones. At this moment, Yemo wanted to charge into immortal goddess sacred sect and turn them to dust, but he held his fury. The people in immortal goddess sacred sect now had nothing to do with his grandmother. Plus, even his grandmother probably didn't want him to destroy the immortal goddess sacred sect. When Ningxi sighed, I believe your father probably went to find immortal spirit items to change your spirit root. She's had the hardest life. She definitely went to the most dangerous place so she couldn't take you. After she knew you couldn't cultivate, she purposely didn't care about you so that Emperor Phone wouldn't get angry at you. Hearing this, Yemo was struck. He had always thought his mother abandoned him because his talent was bad. To a mother, abandoning him was the saddest decision. After knowing he was abandoned a few times, Yemo was never sad, nor did he care about who abandoned him. Only this time, the sadness in his heart was uncontrollable. At this moment, he cared about his mother so much. Yemo thought about how his grandmother used all her life force to protect her mother and how her mother went out alone to find things so he could cultivate. At this moment, his eyes went wet again. His mother went out for this long and never came back. How could it be good? At this moment, space near Yemo started to crumble. His Tao law was too powerful and the world law of the cultivation realm was too low. It couldn't handle his sadness. Baby, don't worry. Your mother will definitely come back. When Ningxi felt Yemo's powerful sorrow and quickly wiped his tears and clutched his hand tightly. At the same time, she realized what Yemo said was all true. Just from how Yemo's Tao waves moved, it was enough to collapse space here. Just what power was this? Yemo regained his senses and forced down his sorrow. He waved his hand and repaired the broken space law. Chapter 2244 Vast Majority. At the next moment, his spirit sense pierced countless realms and searched the entire cosmos. Other than some realms that his spirit sense couldn't penetrate, in those realms protected by formations, his spirit sense didn't find his mother. Even Yemo couldn't handle doing this for an extended period of time. His sea of consciousness ached and his face went pale. baby, what happened to you? When Ningxi quickly used her immortal essence to help Emo took back his spirit sense tiredly. He shook his head and said coarsely, I'm fine, Mother Zhou, why are you here? The spirit chi here is so arid. Your mother left me a top realm breaking rune. After Emperor Feng sent you to rebirth in the cultivation realm, I burned my life to activate it. Although I knew you were on Luoyu continent East Black State, but I didn't know exactly where you were. I didn't have cultivation level, but I knew I could find you. I've been searching for you ever since. I believed that if I found you, I would be able to recognize you even though you reincarnated. Emo clutched when Ningxi's hands even tighter. He hated himself for not knowing this earlier. If he did, Mother Zhou wouldn't have to suffer this much. Luckily he reached Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, otherwise, even if Mother Zhou died like that, he wouldn't know there were people searching for him in East Black State. Feeling Emo's guilt, when Ningxi grabbed Emo's hand and said, I've lost my cultivation level and I wasn't able to find you after all these years. That year, I saw two women who were also finding people but weren't able to. We lived together at Jianlian Peak. When Ningxi sighed compared to them, I'm much more fortunate. At least I found you. When Ningxi seemed to have suddenly thought of something and looked at Emo, baby, what did you say your name was? Mother Zhou, I'm Emo. Emo quickly answered, Emo? Mother Zhou frowned and said those two women living with me seemed to be looking for Emo. Hearing this, Emo dazed and desperately asked Mother Zhou, what were they called? Feeling Emo's desperation, when Ningxi quickly said one was called Yun Bing and another was called Yin Qinyan, Emo was completely dazed. It was Yun Bing and Sister Yin. How could they be in East Black State? When he came to find Shi Wanqing in East Black State, he didn't see them. Emo dazed for a moment and grabbed Wen Ningxi's hands, asking excitedly, Mother Zhou, where is Sister Yin and Yun Bing? Yin Xinyan's grave, Yun Bing's grave. Emo stood numbly before the two graves and was silent. Yun Bing's look flashed before him. Sister Yan's face flashed before him. When he went back to Earth, he thought Sister Yan no longer existed. He didn't expect that she actually was and came to the cultivation realm. Emo took out Sister Yan's diary. When he saw Sister Yan for the second time, he didn't intend to open it. Now, he touched the diary softly. He slowly sat down and took out two wine cups. He poured a cup each for the two graves before pouring a cup for himself. He raised the cup and really wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't even say a single word. He could only drink the entire cup. Emo took out a blue note and a photo frame. On the frame was Yun Bing and Tingting. This was what Emo found in Ning Hai Yun Bing's house when he returned to Earth after truth realization state. If you came and still remember Tingting and I, you can see this letter. Yun Bing. When I was born, you weren't born. When you were born, I'm already old. I hate how we couldn't be born at the same time and stay together happily. Emo clutched the letter and murmured, Sister Yen, I hope we can meet in the next life. Yun Bing, I will find Tingting and take her to Mou Immortal Sect. Seeing Emo so sad, Wen Ningxi immediately knew that the two women who had lived with her for a long time were close to her baby. Baby, Yun Bing and Qin Yan weren't able to find you, but I believe that even if they went into samsara, they could feel you searching for them. Don't get too sad. When cultivators get sad, it hurts their Tao. You've been too sad today. When Ningxi said worriedly, Emo breathed slowly. His eyes were still misty as he touched the two cold epitaphs. Sister Yen, Yun Bing, I will take you to where I live. I will visit you often. Mother Zhou, how did Sister Yen and Yun Bing come here? How long have they been gone? Emo asked, when Ningxi felt Emo's emotions and grabbed his hand, trying to calm him down. I'm fine, tell me, Mother Zhou. Emo said, when Ningxi nodded. Yun Bing and Qin Yan came from a place called Earth onto an island of East Black State. They knew each other on the island and they went through a lot of hardship to reach Golden Core State. Then, they came to East Black State to find, probably you. After a few hundred years, they reached Nascent Soul and still weren't able to find you. Their talent wasn't bad, but without cultivation resources, they stopped at Nascent Soul. 300 years ago, when their lifespan was near its end, they found Jianglian Peak. We were all finding people and we knew each other. They've been staying here until passing away 100 years ago. I'm the only one remaining and haven't pitied me to let me see you. However, ever since those two came here, they were never happy. My cultivation level was gone and I couldn't help them. Yemo suddenly felt regret. He should have gone back to check Luoyu continent first. But then, if he did, he would find these two. But what about Qi Wanqing? When he found Qi Wanqing, her soul was nearly completely crippled. The majority of life was a displeasure. After sitting for a long while, Yemo got up and said, "Mother Zhou, come with me. I'm going to take you back to the immortal realm." Yemo said again before when Ningxi asked Mother Zhou, "Don't worry, I have Chaos World, I can tear open any realm. No world law can bind me." Chaos World? When Ningxi was shocked again. This was something more insane than the Chaos Life Force. Yemo moved Yun Bing and Sister Yan's grave into the Golden Page World and then took Wen Ningxi to his Golden Page World. Yemo started to set up Yun Bing and Sister Yan's home. Even if it was a grave, he would make it the prettiest garden. Perhaps one day, he would be able to see the reincarnated them. An endless world appeared before Wen Ningxi. Endless life force, endless lush green, endless land. Seeing this grand world, Wen Ningxi immediately knew this was a real chaos world, not some small world or truth spirit world. Baby, if your mother knew how much you have achieved, how happy would she be? Wen Ningxi suddenly felt that her hardship all these years were nothing, seeing how much her baby accomplished. When she saw Yemo standing before the two graves, Wen Ningxi suddenly thought of something and went to Yemo, giving him a jade slip. "Baby, your mother left you this before she left." Yemo scanned his spirit sense in and a clear print came into his mind. "Baby, mother didn't abandon you. Mother went to find clear spirit heart lotus for you. When mother finds it for you, you can begin cultivation. When you master a great god art, mother will take you to find grandmother. Your grandmother is too kind-hearted and won't let mother annihilate immortal goddess sacred sect. When mother isn't with you, Ningxi is your mother too. You must wait till mother comes back. Don't run around." Chapter 2245 Abyssal Suppression. Yemo took the jade slip. He knew his mother was just saying. Even if grandmother allowed her to annihilate immortal goddess sacred sect, she wouldn't be able to do that. If she really could, she wouldn't leave him at the Feng Emperor estate. After a long sigh, Yemo felt very sad. He had lived 3 lifetimes. He didn't know who his mother on Luoyu was. His mother on Earth died early. He knew only she was called In Qinshan. He only knew the name of his father Yi Kai. The only person whom he had a direct impression of was Ruan Jun. Yemo took out 2 bracelets and placed it before Sister Yan's grave. Then, he took out top materials and made 2 epitaphs, Sister Yan, Yan Xinyan's grave. Yun Bing's grave. Yemo had this indescribable feeling towards Yun Bing when Ningxi watched as Yemo did this. She could feel the sadness in Yemo's heart. "Mother Zhou, I want to go to the nether realm and see if Yun Bing and Sister Yan's souls are still there. So, I want to ask you to help me." After standing for a long time, Yemo suddenly asked, when Ningxi brushed Yemo's messy hair and said lovingly, "Baby, just tell Mother Zhou." Yemo took out a blue bead and gave it to Wen Ningxi. "Mother Zhou, this is a truth spirit world. You can have it. Spirit control the world. There's some cultivation resources inside. I believe it's not impossible for Mother Zhou to vindicate Tao." When Ningxi had never wanted to get anything from Yemo, seeing this, she quickly pushed it back to Yemo. "Baby, you have a lot of things, just give some cultivation resources to Mother Zhou. Keep this truth spirit world. You have Chaos World, leave this to your Tao partner." Yemo pushed the truth spirit world into Wen Ningxi's hands and said, "Mother Zhou, I have more than one of these. Keep it." And this, Yemo put a storage ring on for Wen Ningxi. Yemo said, "This isn't a storage ring. It's a world law storage ring I made. If you stay in the cultivation realm without this storage ring, you won't be allowed by the world law. Baby, I already found you. If you're going to the immortal realm, I will be going with you. Why would I stay in the cultivation realm?" When Ningxi asked in confusion, Yemo quickly said, "Mother Zhou, you know that I built a MOU city in South Peace State. There are still some friends and kin of mine there. I want to ask Mother Zhou to take them. After you spirit control the truth spirit world, take them inside and then activate the storage ring. It will take you back to the immortal realm." Hearing this, when Ningxi sighed, "Baby, don't worry. I will definitely take your friends and family to MOU Immortal Sect. Don't be sad, go do what you need to do. I will do well what you ask me." When Ningxi knew that Yemo's character in this lifetime was very different to her baby before. This current one valued emotions more. When Ningxi was only happy about this, Yemo cast these thoughts aside and said in Mou City, there are Ning Siswan, Muan, Guiqi, Li Sandao and them and people who followed me before. If they want to go to the immortal realm, take them to Mou Immortal Sect. I can do all this. When are you going back yourself? Wen Ningxi asked. Yemo said after I'm done with things at the Nether Realm, I will return to Mou Immortal Sect. Tell my wives for them to not worry about me. I will be back soon. Yemo was going to the Nether Realm 1 to find Yun Bing and Sister Yen and 2 to see if he could take away World Mountain. He knew it was very hard to spirit control World Mountain, but with his current power, he could try taking it away by force. After doing these things, he would stay with Luoying and them forever. He really didn't want to go around everywhere anymore, so what if his power was high? 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years would pass in an instant. He was Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, but what about his wives? What about the other people around him? Time was heartless, washing everything away. Even though he was Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, he couldn't see through this. Plus, even though he reached Primordial Essence, he couldn't tell if he was eternal. Seeing Emo easily cross void realms, Wen Ningxi was full of joy. She didn't ask Emo to find his mother Wan Jun, but she knew Emo definitely would. This was Yemo's second time coming to the Nether Realm. Emo was Primordial Essence and powerful. He would annihilate a realm in the wave of a hand. At this moment, he scanned his spirit sense out and the entire Nether Realm fell under his spirit sense. Even so, Emo could still feel the Nether Realm was boundless. His spirit sense could cross tens of realms without resistance, but when his spirit sense scanned to the border of the Nether Realm, it was only shrouded in grey mist and chaos. Emo didn't care about it. He landed before the Samsara bridge again. At this moment, the Samsara chi on it cleared up. However, even now, Emo couldn't see clearly the source of the Samsara. Tao was endless indeed. Although Emo stood at the peak of this cosmic void, it didn't mean he understood the entire universe. Emo didn't have any Tao waves on him. He had become one with the Samsara bridge or the entire realm. He expanded his spirit sense out and brushed past countless souls. This time, he scanned across almost the entire Nether Realm. Old Man Kong Yi? Yun Zi? Emo saw two familiar souls. He immediately wanted to take those two away. Just when this thought arose, a grand and terrifying pressure pressed down from the Nether Realm. The next moment, Emo felt his spirit sense being severed off. That powerful pressure smashed into his sea of consciousness. Even Emo's powerful sea of consciousness couldn't take it. He spat a mouthful of blood and his divine body was making cracking sounds. A world law Tao wave smashed above Emo's head. Emo forcefully released Zisu. Even though Zisu could break open the void here, it was smashed away by this powerful Tao wave. Emo was extremely shocked. He was primordial essence power, but he was suppressed here. In his fury, Emo was about to release Samsara Goddard and change the laws of Samsara Bridge. Waves of world law chi struck down, making Emo clearly feel that he was messing with things he shouldn't have. Life, death, and Samsara was the world law of the Nether Realm. No one could intervene. The first time, he only scanned his spirit sense in a region. The Nether Realm let him take Chi Wanqing on the account that he had a chaos world. This time, he scanned the entire Nether Realm and was going to intervene in the Samsara of souls. This was overstepping the boundary and he was suppressed by the Nether Realm. Feeling this message, Emo was furious. He smashed out 9 great primordial god runes and released Heaven Flame 9 suns. As though feeling Emo's dominance, the realm pressure of the Nether Realm grew more terrifying. There were even lightning sounds mixed inside. The realm became extremely tough, even Emo couldn't touch it. The great primordial god rune and Nether Realm laws smashed together. The entire realm was cracking. It was as though the Nether Realm was about to collapse. Chapter 2246 Tao has no extreme. The Nether Realm space was making cracking sounds, but it was still sturdy. The 9 great primordial god runes created 9 distinctively distorted waves that were instantly fixed. Emo's feeling was that the pressure of this world instantly increased again. Even though he was primordial essence divine emperor, he couldn't stand up from this powerful suppression. Rumble. Emo punched at the void realm, suppressing him. The void realm before him instantly started to crumble. Large black holes started appearing and countless souls were swept in. Emo was shocked. Although he was annoyed at the world law suppression,
he didn't plan to throw these souls into the black hole. When EMO opened the black hole, EMO felt the anger of the entire nether realm. Even more powerful suppression came. EMO sighed and put away Heaven Flame 9 Suns. If he really released Heaven Flame 9 Suns here, probably less than 10% of the souls would survive. Thud. An extremely powerful Samsara law power struck on EMO. Combined with the world pressure of the nether realm, EMO was smashed out of the nether realm. EMO landed next to a long river. His face was bad. He knew he was no longer in the nether realm but the abyssal realm. The nether realm law seemed to know it was impossible to kill EMO, so it kicked EMO away. EMO grabbed at the void. He found the realm that he could easily tear before wasn't torn open. Just when EMO wanted to release Zissou, he felt the nearby space wave and quickly put away Zissou. Then, he saluted with his fists so its immortal friend Len. Then, a figure landed next to EMO. How was immortal friend Yi here? This person was Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Len Shuachi. He sensed the world laws of the abyssal realm change, so he came to check. He didn't have much friendship with EMO but neither much conflict. He rejoiced he had no conflict with EMO. He knew about Zhuge Zhichen, Pu Yangxi, and 4 Primordial Essence Divine Emperors searching for EMO. Tang Songyin knew about this too. Now, EMO appeared but the Primordial Essence Divine Emperors searching for him were completely gone. From this, one could see how terrifying EMO was. Because of this, when EMO appeared with murderous chi in the abyssal realm, Len Shuachi spoke extremely politely. I went to find the souls of a few friends in the abyssal realm but I was suppressed by world law and sent here. I'll borrow immortal friend Len's land to rest for a while and I'll continue back my way into the nether realm. Seeing Len Shuachi being so polite, EMO answered politely too. Hearing this, Len Shuachi looked at EMO in shock for a long time before asking in disbelief, immortal friend Yi, you're saying you were just suppressed for taking away souls at the nether realm? Not. Before Len Shuachi finished, EMO knew what he meant and asked with slight discomfort, immortal friend Len, you meant to say why I didn't die? EMO was already annoyed being suppressed. The nether realm world law was powerful but not enough for him to die. Len Shuachi quickly said, immortal friend Yi, you misunderstand me. You might not know very clearly the terror of the nether realm. It seems like a low-level realm, but once the world law of the nether realm is activated, even Primordial Essence Peak Stage Divine Emperor can't leave the nether realm. He would be suppressed until he dies. To be able to break open the realm under suppression has never happened before. Oh? Immortal friend Len, what is this? EMO asked with a frown. He also felt that the nether realm wasn't as simple as he had thought. He thought of what Zheng Li Huiyin said. He said that it was Heaven Dao controlling Samsara Bridge. They were nothing to the nether realm. It really did seem so now. EMO sighed. When he reached Primordial Essence, he thought that even world law wouldn't be able to suppress him. Now, it seemed like a fantasy. The Heaven Dao knew he had Chaos World and could kick him out of the nether realm. The nether realm is different to other realms. It's a stand-alone realm. You can take away souls from the nether realm, but you can't scan the entire nether realm with spirit sense and then take away whomever you liked. If that was so, all powerful beings could take away whatever soul they needed in the nether realm. Len Shuachi said seriously. EMO asked in confusion, immortal friend Len, last time I saw you and immortal friend Xiaodan, I wasn't Primordial Essence yet, but I took away someone I knew. I also saw cultivators collecting souls in the nether realm. Len Shuachi only realized now that last time, EMO didn't truly reach Primordial Essence and was really a Dao Essence Divine Emperor. Thinking about how terrifying EMO was when he was only Dao Essence Divine Emperor, he realized why EMO wasn't suppressed by the nether realm after he reached Primordial Essence. Len Shuachi didn't want to offend EMO even more now, so he answered, it's ghost cultivators who go to the nether realm to capture souls, and they can't be too strong nor get close to the Samsara Bridge. I don't know how you took away a soul and was fine, but at that time, you couldn't scan your spirit sense over the entire nether realm, right? Perhaps that was the reason. Of course, it might be that the soul you took was far from the Samsara Bridge. EMO frowned. He took away Qi Wanqing from the border of the Samsara Bridge. EMO suddenly thought of the message he got when he fought against Nether Realm Heaven Dao. Last time, the Nether Realm Heaven Dao let him take Qi Wanqing because he had Chaos World. This Heaven Dao even knew he had Chaos World. It was indeed not something simple. Regardless, he was going to go back again and find Yun Bing, Sister Yan, and Kong Yi. Immortal friend Len, I'm going to use your abyssal realm to tear open to Nether Realm.
Yemo released Zisu and said, Len Shuachi's face changed and he immediately said, Immortal friend Yi. I don't mind you using my abyssal realm, but it's best you don't break open the nether realm again. At least not in this century. Why? Yemo asked. Once the nether realm Heaven Dao is activated, it will seal the realm for a samsara. During this samsara, you wouldn't be able to tear open the nether realm Heaven Dao domain no matter how strong you are. If you force the realm open, it will cause backlash. The stronger you are, the stronger the backlash. There's only a sliver of chance if you turn into a soul. A samsara? Yemo dazed. That was 100 years. Even if he came back here 100 years later and the two were fine, how is he going to take the world mountain? One samsara is too long. I'll try first. Yemo then smashed out Zisu, Sword God Art, Shatter Space. This was the first time Yemo used a God Art to break open Void Realm after reaching Primordial Essence. Seeing Yemo ignore his persuasion, Len Shuachi sighed and moved to the side. He was certain that Yemo wouldn't be able to open the realm. If the nether realm could be opened after sealing, the nether realm wouldn't be able to exist for this long. A heaven-shattering purple mark appeared in the void. There was nothing before the mark, but it was stopped. Extremely powerful Dao waves clashed with the purple mark. Zisu smashed out. Laws were broken, the void was covered in broken law Dao marks. Waves of God Art Law was pushed away by the great Dao wave and the void and backlashed completely. Yemo was struck by the powerful backlash. His sea of consciousness rumbled in an explosion, and at the same time, Yemo was smashed away a few thousand kilometers. He crushed entire mountains in abyssal realm. Yemo wiped the blood from his mouth. The chaos tree was repairing his cracked foundation. Such terrifying realm barrier. He realized, if the nether realm was going to be like this for 100 years, he definitely wouldn't be able to break open it, not at least for 100 years. He thought that no one could stop in this vast universe after reaching primordial essence. But now, the nether realm was like this impassable ravine before him. There was no limit to Dao indeed. Immortal friend Len, is there any other ways of entering the abyssal realm? Yemo asked. Len Shuachi shook his head. Immortal friend Yi, you wouldn't be able to go in. Even if you do, it's useless, as before the nether realm seals, all the souls would be taken into samsara. You're saying the people I'm looking for went into samsara early due to me? Yemo suddenly felt powerless. Len Shuachi looked at Yemo sympathetically. Not only the people you're looking for, but all the souls in the nether realms that can enter samsara would go into samsara. Chapter 2247 Battle Juya. Yemo didn't keep trying to tear open the nether realm barrier. Samsara was heaven now. Life and death was a part of natural order. He shouldn't intervene in this. If there was no samsara, this world would be in chaos. Duan Muyuebwa wanted to open a samsara path from divine Dao realm to nether realm just so immortals from the divine Dao realm can enter samsara after death. Realizing this, Yemo suddenly felt easy. He believed that one day he would be able to see Sister Yan and Yun Bing again. He would be able to see the friends that were gone. Perhaps they might not remember him nor recognize him, but so what? Realizing this, Yemo's mind opened up and the world became clearer to him. Those injuries instantly disappeared and his Dao waves became more perfect. Len Shuachi could clearly see this and he smiled and saluted with his fists. Congratulations on getting stronger, immortal friend Yi. Yemo smiled. Immortal friend Len, thank you for giving me the reminder. Otherwise, I would still be attacking the nether realm barrier. It's such a simple reasoning, but I couldn't see through it. I'm ashamed. Len Shuachi said some polite things before suddenly saying, Immortal friend Yi, since you're already at my abyssal race, why not come have a seat at my cultivation home and we can discuss some cultivation experience. Yemo was desperate to see Luo Ying in them. He had no mood to sit in the abyssal race, but he wanted to have good relations with Len Shuachi. I was planning to visit immortal friend Len, and it's perfect that I encountered you here. Before, I encountered Beast Race Fan Gao. He said he would come visit me at the Divine Dao realm 100 years later. I believe the Demon race, Dragon race, and Aquarius race would go too. Would immortal friend Len have the time to be a guest at my Divine Dao realm 100 years later? Yemo said he didn't expect Len Shuachi to help Divine Dao realm, but he couldn't let Len Shuachi be on the opposing side. Hearing this, Len Shuachi saluted with his fists. Seriously, immortal friend Yi, although we don't have deep connections, we don't have any enmity. I approve of immortal friend Ye's character and pill concoction skills.
The abyssal race wants to friends with immortal friend Yi, however, the power of the beast race, demon race, and dragon race are too powerful. The Aquarius don't overtly have a primordial essence divine emperor, but their subtle powers aren't weak. The abyssal race only has me and many abyssal race people. Fan Gao came to be before wanting me to join the attack on Divine Dao Realm, but I rejected. I will definitely go to the Divine Dao Realm 100 years later, but I can't help immortal friend Yi. I won't be standing on their side too. I will only go as a neutral party, please forgive me immortal friend Yi. Yi Mo laughed and said pridefully, I'm very grateful that immortal friend Yi can stay neutral. As for the 4 races joining up, it's no threat to me. Okay, I need to tell immortal friend Yi. Fan Gao might visit Phoenix Race and Guang Yuan Palace and even Jiao Dan Monk. Immortal friend Yi is unparalleled in power, but you still need to be careful. If things are too hard, why not leave? There will always be an opportunity in the future. Lin Shuachi knew Yi Mo was strong but didn't look favorably of him. There were this many primordial essence divine emperors heading towards the divine Dao realm. No matter how strong divine Dao realm was, there was only Yi Mo as primordial essence divine emperor. Thank you for your goodwill immortal friend Len. Yi Mo will leave now, see you in 100 years. Yi Mo saluted with his fists, seeing Yi Mo leave, Lin Shuachi sighed. He felt with time, Yi Mo would dominate the entire universe. Yi Mo didn't go to the immortal realm. His spirit sense saw Mother Zhou taking the MOU city people but didn't head to the immortal realm. Instead, they were stopped by 2 people at Heartless Sea. Yi Mo knew one of them, you're a mere great eternity immortal, but you can come to the cultivation realm and not be suppressed by the world law. Who are you? Did you enter the Heartless Sea corner? A skinny but extremely handsome man stared at Wen Ningxi and asked seriously. Wen Ningxi was extremely shocked. She was a great eternity immortal, but she felt it was extremely difficult to move in his domain. Who Mother Zhou is none of your business. I've been inside the sea corner and I took some corner soul weed. If you're that powerful, come at me. A sneer sounded. A figure landed next to Wen Ningxi. That powerful realm pressure disappeared instantly. When Ningxi looked over and immediately breathed easy. It's you? Pill Divine Yi? That ordinary-looking man asked. Yi Mo said calmly, Zhu Wuheng, this is probably your dad Juya, right? Your dad really isn't something? If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have given you the spot to the Dao Fruit Tower. Yi Mo was very unhappy with Juya. He gave a spot to Zhu Wuheng to enter the Dao Fruit Tower. Zhu Wuheng reached Dao Essence and saved Juya. That Juya didn't do anything in the Divine Dao realm and threatened Mother Zhou. Humph, how dare you? Do you think you're very strong becoming primordial essence? How dare you talk to me like this? Juya's face sunk. He was extremely shocked that Yi Mo was primordial essence, but he wasn't going to tolerate Yi Mo talking to him like this. Yi Mo ignored Juya and said to Wen Ningxi, Mother Zhou, go back to MOU Immortal Sect and tell Luoying and them to not worry about me. I'll come soon. Okay, be careful. Wen Ningxi said worriedly. She knew she couldn't do anything here and would affect Yi Mo instead. Seeing Wen Ningxi activate the ring and enter the immortal realm, Juya frowned. Even he might not be able to make such ring. A great mastery of all sorts of laws was needed. After Wen Ningxi left, Yi Mo grabbed at the Heartless Sea. The hidden sea corner was grabbed out immediately. The countless corner soul weed shot out like asteroids, disappearing into the endless Heartless Sea. Juya just reacted and his fury shot up. He hacked at Yi Mo with this blue light. A weak realm like Luoyu immediately wobbled under this. Only primordial essence divine emperor could find cultivation realms easily and tear open the space, but never would a primordial essence divine emperor damage a cultivation realm or fight there. Juya as a primordial essence divine emperor fought at Luoyu continent. This was breaking the code between primordial essence divine emperor. One could imagine that once he hacked out this blue light, the entire Luoyu continent would disappear. At this moment, the countless cultivators of Luoyu cultivation realm felt the entire continent wobble. They felt the world law was about to be broken and the entire continent would be crushed. All cultivators rushed out worriedly. Seeing Juya attack like this, Yi Mo was furious. At the same time Juya attacked, Yi Mo released countless formation flags and stabilized the space here. Otherwise, just by their force would this continent turn to dust. Yi Mo didn't even dare to counterattack. he could only take this hit by force and seal this place as quickly as possible. Rumble. That blue light struck on Yemo's chest. Yemo's clothes was torn open and blood flew out. Even Yemo's chest bones were hurt, but Yemo sealed this place quickly. Luo Yu continent finally stabilized. Those cultivators who didn't know what happened could only regard it as heaven's power. Father, this is cultivation realm. Zhu Wuhong called, Juya noticed that his immortal slayer beam didn't cut Yemo in half. You're a divine body. No wonder you have such courage. I'm going to see if your god art is as powerful as your courage. Juya sneered, and this time, more than 10 blue lights appeared. Yemo released Zisu and sliced across a twisted sword rune in the void. He sneered, you have no chance anymore. Chapter 2248. I'm back. When the powerful realm domain crushed over, Juya could only feel his realm domain break everywhere. The laws of his immortal slayer beam was chaotic under Yemo's realm domain. It no longer had the terrifying lethal force. More than 10 blue beams clashed with the twisted sword rune. There was only a short desperate explosion and the slayer beams were torn apart by the falling mark sword rune. Juya was extremely shocked. Only now did he realize the difference between him and Yemo. He even suspected that Yemo wasn't even Primordial Essence Divine Emperor but a being beyond Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. No Primordial Essence Divine Emperor would be able to suppress him this easily. However, he didn't know what the level beyond Primordial Essence Divine Emperor was. Crack. Falling mark sword rune tore open Juya's realm domain and barrier and hacked open half his body. Blood splashed out. Juya's essence spirit charged out in shock. He looked shakily at Yemo. He was shocked that there was a divine emperor as terrifying as Yemo in the void. Just what cultivation level was this? He had seen countless powerful beings and even the most powerful being in the void, but no one was enough to stand up to Yemo. At this moment, Juya finally woke up. He immediately knelt down. Yiqianbei, Wanbei, please you let my father go once. He knew it was impossible that he could stop Yemo from killing his father. Yemo wanted to annihilate Juya's soul, but looking at Zhu Wuhong, he sighed. He approved of Zhu Wuhong. If he killed Juya, he would have to kill Zhu Wuhong. He didn't really want to do that, plus, he smashed Juya's power back to Tao Essence. Even if Juya recovered his body, he wouldn't be able to go back to Primordial Essence again. Seeing Yemo stop, how could Zhu Wuhong not know that Yemo let his father go? He quickly said, Father, quickly recover your body. Yi Chen-bei agreed to let me go. He took blame for his father's wrongs. Juya woke up and quickly returned to his body. In just a few seconds, Bei recovered his body. His face looked paler. He knew that his Primordial Essence Foundation had been destroyed by Yemo. Despite knowing this, Juya wasn't angry. He was a prideful person. He never thought he was weaker than anyone, but when he met Yemo, he realized his pride was worthless. From what Yemo showed, Yemo would have no problem killing 10 of him. For the first time, the thought of him never being able to catch up to Yemo grew. In that moment, countless scenes and past events flashed across his mind. Scenes of him being dominant, him being locked in the void by his love for countless years, and scenes of him being unreasonable. He realized that if Wuhong didn't beg, his soul would have been annihilated. Thank you for showing mercy, Pill Divine Yi. Juya will remember this. Juya became humble. Yemo sneered, I did show mercy, but not on your account. I destroyed your Primordial Essence Foundation. You are not allowed to go to any cultivation realm again. As for whether you remember, I don't care. You can come at me any time. Juya opened his mouth but eventually said nothing. He knew he was truly grateful to Yemo for showing mercy. He realized that there were many things he didn't do when his essence spirit seeped out. When he was cut by the falling mark sword rune, he wanted to do those things. He wanted to find the person who locked him in the void and tell her that he was no longer Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. He understood what she said before and realized why she locked him there. Zhu Wuhong quickly went up. Yi Chen-bei, my dad means it. It's not a provocation. Yemo nodded. Zhu Wuhong, I destroyed Juya's Primordial Essence Foundation. I believe you understand why I did this. Wanbei understands. Zhu Wuhong was Juya's only son. How could he not know his father's temper? He was someone who did whatever he wanted without any regard for the consequences. What Yemo did might be a good thing. I'll send you to the void. Yemo tore open the void realm before him. Zhu Wuheng quickly said thank you Yi Qianbei.
Wanbei will leave now. He knew that GMO meant divine Dao level void, not cultivation realm level void.
Other primordial essence divine emperors might not be able to tear open a direct portal to divine Dao level void, but GMO definitely could. Yemo's face eased up.
He quite approved of Zhu Wuheng.
Seeing Yemo easily tear open the void with the lift of his hand, Juya sighed. His pride was nothing in front of Yemo. Zhu Wuheng dragged Juya to bid Yemo farewell. When Juya stood into the void, he turned back and said, Pill Divine Yi, I imprisoned a green robed man in the sea corner before.
He's a primordial essence divine emperor too.
When you see him, please say sorry for me. Yemo shook his head. He thought of the green-robed guy who fought over the Chaos Tree Heart with him in the Void Marketplace.
That guy was primordial essence divine emperor too.
Yemo wondered if Juya was talking about him. Gonghua Heaven Mou Immortal Sect. The sect doors were wide open. Countless sect members were waiting at the door for their sect leader Yemo to come back. Luo Ying, Ning Qingxue, Su Jinwen, Song Yangzhu and them were standing next to Wen Ningxi. They seemed very nervous. Even Yemo could only followed behind Ning Siswang. Before Yemo even came to Mou Immortal Sect, he saw many familiar faces. Su Yuata, Su Changji, Lin Weiben, Shirtai, Yiling, Tang Beiwei. At this moment, he suddenly felt he had a lot. He felt it was so right of him to pursue the strongest power. Without it, he wouldn't even be able to return to Mou Immortal Sect. He would have to watch the Divine Dao realm being crushed again. Yemo. Sect leader, Dad. Brother, Master. Yemo stood before Mou Immortal Sect, but at this moment, he realized that he didn't know what to say. He really wanted to say he was back, but his heart was so warm that he couldn't speak. Yemo. A soft and aromatic body ran into his arms. When he felt this body, Yemo shook. Luo Ying had always been able to control her emotions, but now, she couldn't. Yemo suddenly felt guilty. He should have come to see Luo Ying immediately. The Mou Immortal Sect was organized so well clearly due to her. When he wasn't there, only Luo Ying could calm everyone down and make everyone listen. Now, even Yi Ling was great eternity immortal. Meanwhile, Luo Ying with her talent was only great unity immortal. One could see how much she sacrificed. Sorry, Susu, I should have come back earlier. Yemo felt Luo Ying's hair and felt more guilty. Luo Ying calmed down now. Her face was a bit red. She was indeed hardworking. If it wasn't her, Yemo wouldn't be able to see all these people. You definitely had important things. It's good that you're finally back. In the future. Luo Ying tidied Yemo's clothes and said softly, we won't be separated again. We will be together forever.
Yemo grabbed Luo Ying's hand and said, at this moment, Ning Qingxue, Su Jinwen and Song Yangzhu were here. Even Yemo didn't go find Yemo now. Everyone knew this time should be left to them. Chapter 2249 News of Yi Zifeng. Yemo returned and Mou Immortal Sect became the most popular place. Mou Immortal Sect was the most famous sect in the immortal realm despite being at the low heaven domain. These few days, the sects of the big immortal heavens all came to visit. The entire Gonghua heaven was popular. The happiest was Yemo. She got the real 36 lightning sea orbs and immediately went into solitary cultivation to spirit control them. Luo Ying, Ning Qingxue, Su Jinwen, Song Yangzhu and them finally reunited with Yemo and stuck together non-stop. Mu Xiaoyun and Qi Wenqing returned to the Golden Page world. They knew that Yemo had arrived at Mou Immortal Sect and was overjoyed. They came to greet Luo Ying and them. This day, Yemo was chatting with people his experiences over the years. He saw Yi Ling seem quite dejected and asked Yi Ling, are you okay? Yi Ling rubbed her red eyes. I wonder if second brother is okay now. He was stupid before. I think he was just abused too hard and thus didn't think of consequences when he did things. Big brother, can you use spirit sense to find second brother? Yemo sighed. He had a different perspective to Yi Ling. Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng were blood siblings, but Yi Zifeng wasn't related to him at all. After Yi Zifeng changed, he went more crazy. He saw with his own Yi Zifeng killing Nangong Fei with extreme cruel measures. Of course, Yi Zifeng wasn't to blame for this as Nangong Fei was cruel too. Okay, I'll look for you. Yemo didn't want Yi Ling to be too disappointed. If there weren't special circumstances, Yemo didn't want to use his spirit sense to scan across the entire immortal realm as he would see many things he disliked. This immortal realm was far from as beautiful as it seemed. Darkness filled everywhere. Dad, you need to help me find that 9-headed bug. I was almost eaten by that disgusting bug. I can't find it now, but if I did, I would have annihilated it already. Yimo said. This was the first time Emo heard that Yimo was almost eaten by 9-headed bug, and he immediately asked Yimo, just what happened? Yimo told him what happened when she just came to the immortal realm. The 9-headed void-devouring bug is in the immortal realm? How many heads did it have? Yimo's face immediately became serious. He knew the terror of the 9-headed void-devouring bug too well. Although he could annihilate it with the wave of a hand, it was a huge disaster for the immortal realm. It had 9 heads, but the color on its head was faint purple. It might be golden now. Yimo said. Yimo immediately said to Yimo, although you're immortal emperor now, if you see that 9-headed void-devouring bug have golden crest, you must not fight. Golden-crested 9-headed void-devouring bugs has becoming the king of its race. You can't beat it. Yimo poked her tongue out. I know, that's why I'm asking Dad for help. Did you see who saved you? Although he knew that the gray-robed person didn't intentionally save his daughter, Yimo was still very grateful. Yimo waved out a gray figure. I only saw his back. He was very fast. Yimo stared at this figure for a long while and said, I know who it is. I actually benefited from him too, despite him not doing it intentionally. Yimo's spirit sense scanned out. The person who helped Yimo was that middle-aged man in ethereal immortal pond. He gave Yimo a star core flame and allowed Yimo to upgrade his flame. He wanted to use Yimo, but Yimo saw through his tricks and removed his spirit sense mark. Clearly, that person has recovered his cultivation level to be able to send the 9-headed void-devouring bug off. Yimo scanned his spirit sense out from low heaven domain to grand heaven domain. He didn't find the man nor Yi Zifeng, but he saw Li Kuan living with a man in an ordinary immortal city in Yu heaven. Yimo immediately knew that man was Fengshi. Li Kuan's cultivation level didn't increase much, but she found the immortal material to rebuild Fengshi's body. Yimo was happy for her. Yimo didn't go disturb her. He wished them well. He knew that if Li Kuan wanted to find him, she would just need to come to Mou Immortal Sect. Yimo didn't find the 9-headed void-devouring bug nor Lu Wuhu. Lu Wuhu had long ascended to the immortal realm, but there was no way he went to the divine Dao realm. Yimo was planning to find Lu Wuhu as he had a small piece of World Mountain. Dad, did you not find the 9-headed void-devouring bug? It's fine. Perhaps it got killed by that gray-robed man. Seeing Yimo frown, Yimo quickly said, the 9-headed void-devouring bug wouldn't be killed so easily, but I saw 2 people I know. Yiling, let's go see them. Yimo got up and said. Lin Yibin heard this and asked sect leader, did you find Yi Zifeng? Not Yi Zifeng, but related to him. Yibin, you can use your real name. If I'm not wrong, Chu Zhouyu is probably in the immortal realm. You will meet him one day. Yimo said. Lin Yibin got up and said, I've decided to find ancestor Zhouyu first. If I can, then I will go back to Chu's surname. Yimo nodded. You know there's also a Chu Dan from your Chu family, right? When I came back, I seem to have seen her. Hearing this, Lin Yibin quickly said, thank you sect leader, her talent is much better than mine. Chu Dan is in Mou Immortal Sect now. Yuan La Heaven was the #1 middle heaven domain. Nui Immortal City was the #1 immortal city there, as the Dao Seeking Tower was there. In the #1 immortal rest tower there, 2 women sat in a room. They seemed very calm, but they weren't. Nangong Xiaodai. We have no relations. Just tell me why you came to me? The blue-robed woman said. Hearing this, Nangong Xiaodai sighed. Chen Nana, I regret not listening to you. A person who can abandon his wife who supported him from the beginning can abandon others too. These 2 were Cheng Nana and Nangong Xiaodai. They had the same fat. I thought you would scorn at me. Why don't you talk? Nangong Xiaodai looked at Cheng Nana in confusion. Cheng Nana said calmly, I have no relations to Yi Zifeng. But since Yi Zifeng didn't kill you, it means you still have some position in his heart. Nangong Xiaodai sneered. Position? Before Nangong Xiaodai finished, she heard someone say at the door, may I come in for a sit? It's you? Nangong Xiaodai stared at Yimo and Yiling in shock. Brother Yiling, how are you guys here? Cheng Nana stood up worriedly.
She came to the Middle Heaven domain just to avoid the Yi family people, but she still encountered Yi Mo and Yi Ling. Chapter 2250 Visit Phoenix Race. Nana, tell me where Xifen went? Yi Ling asked desperately. Shang Nana looked down. I have no relations to him. I don't know where he went. Nangong Xiaodai said my Nangong family completely fell in his hands. He came to the immortal realm earlier than me. When I found him, he was about abstruse immortal power. At that time, he was with Wen Sai. He seemed to have a master. His master seemed very strong. Then, Nangong Xiaodai seemed to have realized something. Her depressed look suddenly disappeared. She bowed to Emo and said, I wanted to ask Cheng Nana some things before, but now I don't need to. Sect leader Yi, I'm going. Seeing her leave, Emo said nothing. Then, Cheng Nana bowed to Emo. Brother Yiling, I'm going too. Brother, let's go back. Yiling felt extremely bad when she said this. She really didn't want her second brother to become like this. Both Nangong Xiaodai and Cheng Nana were very nice women. Why did second brother have to be like this? Even though he had some hard times on Luoyu continent, all these years have passed. He had become an immortal now. Let's go. Yi-Mo tore open space and instantly returned to Mou immortal sect. Yi-Mo had always treated Yi Zifeng as his brother. However, ever since Yi Zifeng said to Nangong Fei that Yi Zifeng wanted to kill him not because of misunderstanding Cheng Nana but that he had some secrets, Yi-Mo already considered Yi Zifeng as strange. Wanting his secrets, simply put, was wanting his life. Yi-Mo didn't do anything wrong to Yi Zifeng, but he was so cruel. When Yi-Mo came back, he saw Li Xiu come over. Luo Ying and them were talking to Li Xiu. Seeing Yi-Mo come in, Li Xiu immediately got up. Immortal friend Yi. Yi-Mo already knew what she wanted to ask. He said, Big Palace Lord. Qing Ru has vindicated Dao. She's in the void marketplace wanting to find her own Dao through trial, so she didn't come back with me. Seeing Yi-Mo's wives, Li Xiu sighed. She kept Qing Ru with Yi-Mo, wanting to let Qing Ru become Yi-Mo's Dao partner. But it seemed to be wishful thinking, but she soon cast this aside and said, Immortal friend Yi, I heard Jingwen say that you wanted to repair the 33 heavens? Yi-Mo nodded yes, I originally had this idea but now I've changed my mind. I feel the 33 heavens is very suitable. It's no lesser than a compelled immortal realm. When Yi-Mo came back from the nether realm, he felt that the immortal realm might not necessarily need to be repaired. Unlike the divine Dao realm, the divine Dao realm would be destroyed if not repaired. Meanwhile, the 33 heavens of the immortal realm was very reasonable from low to high. The 33 heavens was more normal as it wasn't suitable for Dao vindication. Now that more than half the divine Dao realm has been repaired, Immortal Emperor Peak Stage can go to the divine Dao realm to vindicate Dao. If they stayed in the immortal realm and vindicated Dao, there would be too many divine emperors in the immortal realm. That way, the immortal realm might be broken to pieces again. Yi-Mo didn't want the immortal realm to have too many Dao molding divine emperors. Li Xiu agreed, I'm thinking the same. The 33 heavens is coherent with heaven Dao, it doesn't need repair. Li Xiu seemed nervous after a while. Yi-Mo knew she was worried about Qing Ru, so he took out a formation flag. Big Palace Lord, you can use this to come back from the divine Dao realm tunnel, but it can only be used once. I don't need this anymore, you can have it. Thank you, immortal friend Yi. Li Xiu didn't reject and thanked gratefully. She seemed much calmer after getting the formation flag. After a while longer, she got up and left. After sending her off, Yi-Mo called Luo Ying and them together and gave them a jade card which he made to each of them. Dad, what is this? Yi-Mo asked. Mu Xiaoyun smiled. This is a teleportation jade card to the Golden Page world. Wan Qing and I were at the divine Dao realm. We used this to get back to the Golden Page world and come to the Mou immortal sect. There's only Shadowless and small ginseng who are fun inside. There's two little people. One might as well stay outside. Yi-Mo said, but she hung the jade card on her neck. Luo Ying knew Yi-Mo the most and she immediately asked, You're going to leave? Yi-Mo nodded. I need to go to the Phoenix race. You guys can come with me or find me in the Golden Page world through the jade card at any time. Just be careful. The cultivation resources here are abundant, we'll wait for you here. Luo Ying and them knew what Yi-Mo was doing at the Phoenix race. Yi-Mo went to get allies for the battle 100 Years Altar. But this time, they weren't very worried as they could return to EMO at any time. EMO traveled alone in the void with MOU boat. Even though his sea of consciousness could penetrate realms, every race's realm had powerful realm protection formation.
Spirit sense couldn't penetrate it.
He couldn't tear open space to get to the Phoenix race as that would be provocation instead of finding allies. Luckily, MOU boat was extremely fast under his control. In just a few short days, he was near the outskirts of the Phoenix race. When EMO just put away his boat outside the realm protection formation, people noticed him.
An extremely ordinary-looking man with a red mark on his face saw EMO. He was only immortal emperor power. However, this person opened the formation without even asking EMO anything. May I ask if it's Pill Divine Yi Qianbei? The immortal emperor asked respectfully, you know me?
EMO was certain he had never seen this immortal emperor before. This immortal emperor quickly said, "So mean divine emperor ordered me to wait for Yi Qianbei here. She said Yi Qianbei will be visiting our race soon."
EMO wondered what decision she would take. To be honest, EMO hoped Tang Sonin would take a neutral side.
He didn't expect them to help him, but he didn't want them to help the beast race. The Phoenix race was actually a branch of the beast race.
The Phoenix race realm was no weaker than the dragon race. When EMO crossed the atmosphere with this immortal emperor, he immediately felt the powerful world law and dense god spirit chi, EMO side. Compared to the Phoenix and dragon race, the divine Tao realm was much weaker. Even though he used Chaos Tree and Abstruse Yellow Chi to repair the life force of the Divine Tao realm, the Divine Tao realm still lacked a world meridian and couldn't gather God Spirit Chi. It would have to be 100 years later for him to get the world mountain as the Nether realm sealed itself. Pill Divine Yi is quite late, I've been waiting for a long time. A crisp voice sounded and Tang Sonin appeared before EMO. She wore red immortal robes.
EMO also saw Tang Xiaoyu and Tang Qi next to her. Tang Qi seemed very seductive. EMO smiled and saluted with his fists. "I came to disturb immortal friend Tang. I hope immortal friend Tang won't mind this guest."
Tang Sonin laughed. "Look at you. I can welcome you. Xiaoyu is your friend too, and she's Tao actualization now.
She's just one line from Tao essence.
I've brought her over today. You should do something right."
EMO took out a jade bottle and gave it to Tang Xiaoyu, saying this cosmic Tao pill can be the gift for her to reach Tao essence.
Hearing this, Tang Xiaoyu immediately looked happy. She quickly thanked EMO. Chapter 2251 Demon Race Sane. Seeing EMO so generous, the Tao actualization divine emperors on the side all showed glances of envy. However, they knew that one cosmic Tao pill was already significant enough.
EMO wasn't going to give a second one no matter how generous he was. Tang Sonin just said casually and didn't expect EMO to give something as precious as the cosmic Tao pill. Now that EMO gave one without hesitation, she felt a little bad as she knew there was no way the Phoenix race could stand on EMO's side. At most, they would be neutral. "Pill Divine Yi, if you still didn't come I wasn't going to wait for you, but luckily you came in time.
We'll go together." Tang Sonin seemed more hospitable after EMO gave the Tao pill. She walked side by side with EMO. EMO quickly moved away a little and asked immortal friend Tang, "Where are we going?"
Tang Sonin patted her head and said, "Look at my memory.
The demon race isn't close to you. Of course, they wouldn't give you the invitation. It's this.
The demon race divine has finished solitary cultivation and reached primordial essence. The other races are going there to seek marriage, but they were all rejected by the demon race. The invitation is one to celebrate Saint reaching primordial essence, but second to choose a Tao partner for her."
EMO smiled. The Saint is primordial essence. Ordinary Tao essence divine emperors of other races wouldn't be considered.
Beast race Zhuge Tianhua forcefully vindicated primordial essence in order to marry her, but even so, he was still rejected by the demon race.
Zhuge Tianhua is ranked second on the divine rank. He's extremely talented.
Even divine rank number 5, dragon race Tao essence divine emperor Aou was also rejected.
My Phoenix race was rejected too.
Tang Sonin explained. "EMO side, I heard that each race only had 1 or 2 primordial essence divine emperor.
How did the demon race get this saint? Zhuge Tianhua also reached primordial essence?"
Tang Sonin glanced at EMO and said, "In terms of primordial essence divine emperor quantity, which race could compare with the human race before?
Even though the divine Tao realm is broken, There are still some human primordial essence divine emperors, but they just don't want to show up. This time, for primordial essence divine emperors disappeared finding you. These races have the power to quickly produce one primordial essence divine emperor. Yemo knew this. Every super race in the void couldn't just have one primordial essence divine emperor. Even if their primordial essence divine emperor died, they had the means to produce another one as quickly as possible. Without a primordial essence divine emperor, a race can never become a super race. The demon race rejected them because they found an equally talented person. This person has no background, so he's free to join the demon race. Although the demon race lost Pu Yangxi, they still have Yi Yuanzhou. Now, they have two more primordial essence divine emperors. Tang Songyin sighed, then she added, Pil Divine Yi, your Tao wave is very calm. You look no different to an ordinary immortal. I believe you've become stronger? You're a Tao essence Pil Divine. If you ask to marry the saint, it might really work. That way, the conflict between you and the demon race, Yemo smiled. I have no interest in some demon. Tang Sonin laughed. Demon race saint isn't necessarily demon. I heard she comes from the human race. Human race primordial essence divine emperor went to be demon race saint? Yemo asked in confusion. Tang Sonin said this saint didn't come from divine Tao realm. She seemed to have come from the immortal realm. Plus, she reached primordial essence divine emperor, but it had nothing to do with the human race. Although her talent is absurd, she wouldn't be able to reach primordial essence divine emperor without the full support of the demon race. They even opened the Great Time Formation to support this saint. Great Time Formation? Is it a formation to speed up time? Yemo thought of his time formation disk immediately. He really couldn't think of who made this formation disk. Even though he had mastery over time law, he still couldn't make such time formation disk. Tang Sonin nodded yes. The demon and beast race all have this, but its consumption is shocking. It can increase the time inside by tens of times, but the god spirit ranges used is immeasurable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it at all. Even a race might not be able to afford it. Yemo was extremely shocked. He thought only he had time formation disk, but the other two races had it too. However, their time formation disk seemed different to his. His time formation disk used more spirit sources. His cultivation level grew stronger, but it didn't use immeasurable god spirit ranges. From this, it was clear his time formation disk was higher level. Seeing Yemo shocked, Tang Songyin explained Zhuge Tianhua extremely loves the demon saint, so he joined up with the other races and made a suggestion, and that was to allow any race to propose to her, but through battles. Whoever was stronger could become the Tao partner of the saint. The races joined up, taking out cultivation resources that would entice even primordial essence divine emperor. The victor could not only marry the saint but also have these cultivation resources. This is why there are many guests heading to the demon race. Then, she smiled sweetly at Yemo. If Pil Divine joins, you might get a beautiful woman and countless cultivation resources. Now that the demon race invited the powerful beings of many races, they probably wouldn't do anything out of the line even if they have conflict with Pil Divine Yi. Yemo thought he should probably go. This way, he could build momentum for the battle a century later while checking the power of the different races. Fan Gao said he would challenge the Divine Tao realm, but he hadn't gone. This time, he would spill this to everyone. In the future, if he happened to attack the beast race or annihilate the Aquarius race, he would have an excuse. Okay, I'll go with immortal friend Tang. Yemo made up his mind. Tang Somin also expressed that the Phoenix race would stand neutral 100 years later. 3 days later, Yemo and Tang Somin left the Phoenix race heading to the Demon race. The Demon race was very popular right now, more popular than at Aoshi's Primordial Essence ceremony. While many of the guests came for the saint, more came for exchange and trades as well as networking. As soon as Tang Somin's flying ship arrived outside the Demon realm, a Tao Essence peak stage demon came to greet her. Yemo's Tao wave was very subtle, and this Tao Essence Divine Emperor completely ignored Yemo. After entering the Demon realm, Yemo's spirit sense scanned that the Demon realm was no smaller than the Divine Tao realm. The realm was stable and had dense God Spirit Chi, which contained dense Demon Wave Chi. When he repaired the world meridian of the Divine Tao realm would be no lesser than this realm at all. Welcome to the Demon race, immortal friend Tang. It brings great honor to the Demon race. Please, come to the guest palace. A white-robed dark-haired man walked out.
His eyes were very bright. Emo could tell this was a primordial essence divine emperor.
He didn't have any demon chi on him, unlike Pu Yangxi, who was covered in powerful demon wave.
Emo knew this person was more terrifying than Pu Yangxi. Thank you for coming to greet me personally, brother E.
Sonin feels so honored. She didn't introduce Emo and instead smiled at Emo. Pill Divine Yi, this is Demon Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Yi Yuanzhou. He's Demon Dao God arts are shocking.
Yi Yuanzhou heard the words Pill Divine Yi come out of Tang Sonin's mouth and his eyes immediately lit up.
He stared at Emo while very shocked. A Primordial Essence Divine Emperor was standing before him and he didn't notice at all.
Chapter 2252 Demon Race Ceremony, so it's Pill Divine Yi's great arrival.
Please forgive Yi for not realizing.
This way please Pill Divine Yi. Yi Yuanzhou immediately acted very hospitable. Compared to Fan Gao, Yi Yuanzhou had much greater temperament. Pill Divine Yi, Yi Qianbei, Divine Emperor Sonin. When Emo and Tang Sonin first entered the guest palace, there were plenty of people sitting inside already. Many people greeted Emo as soon as they came in. Most of the people who greeted Emo were those who went to Aoshi's primordial essence ceremony. They had seen Emo's power.
Emo left easy under the gang up of a few primordial essence divine emperors.
Now that he still dared to come here, one could see he wasn't scared at all. Plus, it said that the beast, Aquarius, dragon, and demon race primordial essence divine emperors were looking for Emo. Emo appeared now, but those 4 primordial essence divine emperors were gone. Emo, you come later than me every time. Zhao Dan saw Emo come in and laughed. Compared to Len Shuoqi, Zhao Dan was much more fervent towards Emo. Tang Sonin sighed. Next time I will walk with Pill Divine Yi. I'm a beautiful woman, but when walking with Pill Divine Yi, no one recognizes me. One had to admit she really knew how to talk.
Despite many people greeting Emo when he came in, equally as many people looked at Emo with enmity. Now that Tang Sonin said this, the atmosphere eased up. Emo, where is my dad?
A crisp voice broke this friendly atmosphere.
The voice was so agitated as though it was going to devour Emo immediately. Emo looked at the person talking. It was Dragon Race Aoman. In fact, Aoman had a good impression of Emo, but when her dad was lost in the process of chasing Emo, her good impression went too. Emo hadn't even spoken yet and Aolwan reproached, "Don't be rude, Aoman, and let everyone laugh at you." Aolwan then saluted with his fists to Emo. Pill Divine Yi is young but astoundingly powerful. Aolwan would like to learn from you when you're free. Emo said calmly, I'll stick to the end for whoever wants to challenge me. But everyone who challenges me only has one chance. Arrogant.
A sneer sounded.
Emo had long seen this person.
This person harbored killing intent towards him right from the beginning.
This was Beast Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor Fan Gao.
Zhuge Tianhua was sitting next to him. He was a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor too, but his chi wasn't stable. Emo ignored him and found a place to sit. Fan Gao was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After Emo sat down, he looked at a half Primordial Essence man.
He sensed a chi similar to Winged Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor San Luo.
Seeing Emo look at him, this half Primordial Essence Divine Emperor quickly got up and saluted with his fists. Winged Race Hong Hao Greek Pill Divine Yi.
San Luo probably didn't go back, right? If he did, you wouldn't be able to sit here. Emo said, it was because of San Luo's Chaos Green Lotus that he was attacked by the 4 races.
The disappearance of the 4 Primordial Essence Divine Emperor had direct relations to San Luo. San Luo Divine Emperor left the Winged Race and is no longer our Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. After this happened, the Winged Race is very scared and we've apologized to all the races. I would like to represent the Winged Race to apologize to Pill Divine Yi too. Hong Hao seemed very scared. Emo sneered.
Only an idiot would believe that San Luo left the Winged Race. No one would believe this.
He probably came here just to apologize to the races and get everyone's attention. The Winged Race had apologized, and if they were still going to annihilate his race, there would be nothing he could do. Plus, he knew that other races wouldn't annihilate his race for such things. It was pointless unless San Luo was definitely at the Winged Race. San Luo wasn't there and he was a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. No race would annihilate the Winged Race and enjoy a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor ambushing in the dark. You don't need to apologize to me.
When I seat San Luo, I will settle things with him.
Emo said calmly. Hong Hao didn't mind Yimo's words and saluted with his fists before sitting down. He seemed very calm. I didn't expect to be able to see immortal friend Lien.
Yuanzhou really don't dare to believe. Immortal friend Lien, please come in. Yuanzhou's hospitable voice sounded.
It was definitely a primordial essence divine emperor coming. I haven't seen a few old friends for a long time.
I've come to visit them and let me little disciples see the world.
A coarse voice sounded. Yimo immediately knew who came just from this voice. Immortal friend Lianyao, I really didn't expect to see you again. I've been to Yuanyan Palace a few times, but it was locked by formation. It's really a huge surprise to see immortal friend Lien today. Ao Luan got up and said. Even Len Shuachi and Fan Gao got up. However, Zhao Dan sneered and looked aside.
Tang Sonin didn't move. Clearly, she didn't know this person. The blue-robed man soon looked at Yimo. You're here too? The blue-robed man asked in surprise. Yimo said calmly, you can come but I can't. This blue-robed man was clearly human race primordial essence divine emperor.
The human race was in chaos, but this guy hides in some Yunyan palace and is so close to the demon and beast race.
Yimo immediately disliked him.
His disciple was actually immortal realm Fengkong Grand Emperor. Seeing Fengkong again,
Yimo was definitely not going to let him go.
However, he didn't plan to attack now as this was the demon race land. If he killed now, it would cause public outrage.
Even if he was to kill, he would need to find an excuse later. Fengkong also saw Yimo. When he saw Yimo sitting with the primordial essence divine emperors, his heart was rocking with shock. What was Yimo before?
Even though he was able to fight with him and attract more than 10 immortal emperors to go to his sect opening ceremony, he only felt Yimo was a threat. He knew that one day, he would completely surpass Yimo, but now, Yimo could sit with primordial essence divine emperor and his master seemed to know Yimo.
He looked down. With his master here, he wasn't afraid of Yimo. He was thinking about what secrets Yimo had to be able to cultivate this fast.
Even he couldn't see Yimo's cultivation level now. When he went into the divine emperor from the divine Tao realm, he ventured in the void for a few hundred years and encountered his master. He had been with his master in the Yunyan palace since. This was extremely great fortune.
Yimo had no master but could cultivate this quickly.
How could his secret be simple? The green-robed man just smiled, hearing Yimo's tone wasn't so friendly.
Perhaps he didn't want to talk much to Yimo. He looked to Zhao Dan and said nothing.
When he looked at Tang Sonin, he smiled. This must be Phoenix Race immortal friend.
How is immortal friend Yao Qing? Tang Xianjian got up and saluted with his fists. My master is very well, thanks for asking. Good, then bring me a message to her. Tell her that Lian Yaoduo thanks her for before.
When I'm free, I'll definitely go visit her. The green-robed man said. Yuanzhou saw the greetings were pretty much done and quickly said, everyone please enjoy immortal fruit.
It's a wonderful time to see so many immortal friends come.
Then he said to the two pretty maids behind him, invite out our demon race saint to greet everyone.
Chapter 2253 Intense Hate. It said the demon race saint came from the immortal realm. Yimo wanted to see too.
Who from the immortal realm would become demon race saint? At this moment, there was Jin Bingyu's joyful voice from the golden page world. Yimo scanned with spirit sense and noticed that she had reached Tao essence. When she knew that Yimo was in the demon race, she immediately expressed she wanted to help. Yimo didn't hesitate and let her come out of the golden page world, landing next to him. Seeing an extremely beautiful woman suddenly appear next to Yimo, no one felt strange.
Which divine emperor here didn't have small world?
Even Truth Spirit World was ordinary here. There were many who knew about Jin Bingyu here. People have long heard of Jin Bingyu's unparalleled beauty in the void marketplace. The maid saw Jin Bingyu appear and quickly put a seat next to Yimo.
Not bad. Yimo raised his thumb.
He knew that Jin Bingyu definitely had her own fortunes. The cultivation resources he gave her would at most let her reach Tao Molding Divine Emperor, but when he saw her, she was already Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. Tang Sonin smiled. No wonder Pill Divine Yi doesn't consider ordinary women.
You already have such a pretty goddess.
Pill Divine Yi really has keen eyes.
Yimo said awkwardly, you're too funny, immortal friend Tang. The rest of the guests had their eyes on the door. At this moment, one man and woman came out.
Everyone saw these two were primordial essence divine emperor. The pretty goddess was the saint meanwhile, the man was the Tao partner they found for the saint. The instant he saw these two, Yemo's eyes narrowed. He heaven shocking killing intent erupted from his body. He didn't even have such killing intent when he saw Feng Kong. Jin Bingyu was sitting closest to Yemo and immediately felt this. She held Yemo's hands worriedly. Everyone nearby felt Yemo's intense killing intent. Yemo calmed down when he felt Jin Bingyu's hands. He patted her hand and hid that killing intent, however, he was still immensely shocked. He didn't expect he would see Dongfang Wang here. He knew that Dongfang Wang reached the immortal realm and was the #1 prodigy of the Xinqiang cultivation realm. Yemo didn't expect he was this powerful. He had reached primordial essence in just 2,000 years. This wasn't explainable just with talent. The only possibility was that Dongfang Wang had a powerful treasure on par with his golden page world. What shocked Yemo more was the demon race saint. It was actually Yi. Zhantai Yi, Ding Jia, and him had the same secret. He took the two out of the title status tower and the three stood at the top receiving their immortal king naming. At that time, Ding Jia was North Time Immortal King, Zhantai Yi was Heaven Moon Immortal King while he was Eternity Immortal King. The three even agreed they would work hard and fight together, but many years after, Yi became the demon race saint. Ding Jia and Yi have been his best friends. Ding Jia left his sect to help him and Yi was locked up in the Earth Abyss Fire Pond. He went to Jiufan Immortal Pond to save Yi. There, he realized Yi got a huge fortune. She used the fire lotus there to purify her immortal root and wisdom. She even got the #1 Lost Sutra of the Jiufan Immortal Pond. Zhantai Yi also learned a sliver of the secret of the three birth chant. She combined it with the sutra to create her own Tao, thinking of the three who came out of the title status tower. He and Zhantai Yi were primordial essence divine emperor. Yemo wondered if Ding Jia reached primordial essence divine emperor too. Yemo suddenly missed Ding Jia. He was a straightforward person. Ding Jia was more important to him than Zhantai Yi. However, Yi became the demon race saint and stood with Dongfang Wang this bastard. The two saw Yemo as well. As soon as Dongfang Wang saw Yemo, his eyes showed intense killing intent. In his eyes, Yemo was a dead person. With his primordial essence, he was certain no primordial essence was a match for him. The demon race was perfect for him. It was more suitable for him to cultivate Great Koan Demon God Sutra. It was not the same sutra before. He fused it with Buddhist cultivation method in the abstruse yellow orb. Dongfang Wang believed that no one's cultivation method in this universe could compare with him. City Lord Yi, you really are everywhere. Wherever I go, you follow. Since you came to my demon race, you won't need to keep following me. Just stay with me and be my servant. Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Wang laughed. He was laughing, but his face was terrifyingly bleak as he saw Jin Bingyu next to Yemo. The woman he loved always appeared next to Yemo, whether it was in Jiqi or Jin Bingyu. Even though he was a primordial essence divine emperor now, he couldn't tolerate this. Those people greeting the two immediately realized that there was a huge enmity between Yemo and Dongfang Wang. Those who didn't know how powerful Dongfang Wang was already stopped greeting him. Yemo ignored Dongfang Wang. Dongfang Wang considered him dead, but he considered Dongfang Wang dead too. He looked at Zhantai Yi. She looked calmly back at Yemo. Only Zhuge Tianhua noticed Zhantai Yi's eyes. When she first saw Yemo, her eyes weren't calm. There was a sliver of excitement. But when she saw Jin Bingyu next to Yemo, her eyes went calm and plain. When we got our immortal king names, do you remember what Ding Jia said? I don't know what happened to you, but you're a human from the immortal realm and yet you became the saint of the demon race. Do you remember that your cultivation method and fortune came from the Jiufan Immortal Pond? Yemo tried to sound calm. Zhantai Yi said calmly, thank you for the help you gave me, immortal friend Yi. If immortal friend Yi goes to the sect, then please bring my apology and gratitude. I'm the demon race saint now, I have nothing to do with the human race. Please don't take Ding Jia's joke so seriously. Yemo didn't expect Zhantai Yi to talk to him like this. He didn't bother persuading her anymore and said, whether or not I take Ding Jia's words seriously has nothing to do with you. Ding Jia is Ding Jia, you are you. Don't put yourself together. Dongfang Wang just realized that there was a special relationship between Yemo and Zhantai Yi. His heart burned with even more fury. After some people come, it seems everyone has enmity with him.
Such connections. I admire it.
Zhuge Tianhua sneered. Jiao Dan heard this and was furious. Kid, watch your mouth.
Since when did your grandpa Jiao Dan have enmity with Emo, little bastard?
Zhuge Tianhua's white face was angered red. He immediately sneered. Jiao Dan, you're a primordial essence divine emperor, but so am I. Don't act old in front of me.
Pfft, you're primordial essence divine emperor? So cool.
When your grandpa was primordial essence divine emperor, you were still waiting to go into samsara. Jiao Dan said. Yuanzhou quickly said. Immortal friend Jiao Dan, immortal friend Tianhua, today's the ceremony of the demon race, please show us some face. Jiao Dan sneered and didn't keep scorning. Zhuge Tianhua, immortal friend Yi, today's the great day for the demon race.
Please don't say anything that will hurt the relationship between the human and demon race.
Yuanzhou said. What Emo said to Yi made him feel very uncomfortable. Emo said plainly the human and demon race have no relationship.
Don't say any more cringe words, immortal friend Yi.
Yuanzhou's face changed, and just when he wanted to speak, Zhantai Yi said. Yuanzhou divine emperor, immortal friend Yi is a guest.
The demon race has this magnanimity. Chapter 2254 Fight over Sane. Jinbingyu finally understood the conflict between Emo and Dongfang Wen.
She grabbed Yemo's hand apologetically. Yemo, sorry, I didn't know that person had conflict with you. I once gave him some immortal crystals. If I knew earlier, I would have annihilated him with a fireball.
Jinbingyu's words cut apart Dongfang Wen's tiny hopes into pieces like a knife.
His heart was bleeding. When Jinbingyu gave him cultivation resources as an immortal king, she became Dongfang Wen's goddess. No matter how calculated he was, the deepest part of his heart was etched with Jinbingyu's name. Even though he was primordial essence divine emperor, Jinbingyu was irreplaceable in his heart. Zhantai Yi didn't mind Jinbingyu's words and smiled to the guests. Welcome immortal friends of different races coming to my primordial essence ceremony.
Please forgive me for any inconveniences.
Yuanzhou for some reason didn't keep talking to Emo and saluted with his fists. Two guests, please have a seat.
Other than our saint's primordial essence ceremony, there's one more thing today.
I believe everyone knows that the demon race is willing to join up with all the races and wants to use this opportunity to find a Dao partner for Saint. With this, there was immediately a round of applause.
The only one who didn't clap was Emo and Jinbingyu. Immortal friend Yi don't seem too happy. Do you have something against the demon race? Everyone was clapping, but immortal friend Yi did nothing. Fan Gao didn't let go of any chance to draw hatred towards Emo. Emo glanced at Fan Gao. What's my happiness got to do with you? You just want to provoke a fight between me and Yuanzhou. If you can provoke Yuanzhou to attack me, then you win. Yuanzhou was calm, but his heart was burning with fury. He wanted to kill Emo immediately. At the same time, he hated Fan Gao. Fan Gao thought very well, but Zhuge Tianhua didn't understand him. He glared coldly at Dongfang Wen. Everyone knew he was a pair with the saint, but now, the demon race saint was sitting with this nobody. This was a slap to his face. How could Zhuge Tianhua take this? At this moment, Dongfang Wen got up. He first saluted to Yuanzhou and then said, I've long loved Saint Yi, however, her beauty is unparalleled. Beauty unparalleled? How come I see someone prettier than her here? Tang Sonin sneered. Zhantai Yi's face was very calm, but her heart wasn't. When Emo was titled Eternity Immortal King, she knew Emo wasn't ordinary. She had made up her mind to not fall behind Emo too much and at least be able to help him. Later on, she got the Jiufan 9 Lotus Sutra. As her cultivation level grew, Emo's status in her heart grew ordinary. When she became Demon Saint and learned some of the Tao waves of 3 birth chant, she realized that Yemo's accomplishments came from 3 birth chant. At this moment, Yemo was no different to an ordinary person in her heart. Anyone who got Yemo's cultivation method would have such accomplishments. Yemo and Ding Jie were the same, just an ordinary friend. The divine Tao realm was broken and she had been cultivating in the demon race. The human race didn't matter much to her. Zhantai Yi didn't know that the Jiufan 9 Lotus Sutra was originally a demon race divine sutra. It was called Jiufan 9 Demon Sutra. It was obtained by a talented immortal emperor of the Jiufan Immortal Pond. When he saw it, he immediately knew this sutra wasn't suitable for immortal realm cultivation.
but she knew this demon sutra was too powerful and it was a waste to abandon it. She relied on her extreme talent to change the sutra into Jiufan 9 Lotus Sutra. After she started cultivating it, she realized she underestimated this demon sutra. She still couldn't completely control it, in order to not let this sutra go to waste nor let her self-destruct. This immortal emperor left and went to find the Jiufan fire lotus. She wanted to use it to cultivate the sutra. When this immortal emperor found the lotus, she already couldn't suppress the demonic attributes of the sutra. Eventually, she used great will to seal herself in the earth abyss fire pond and disappeared. Zhang Taiyi found her remains at the bottom of the pond as well as the lotus and cultivation method. Zhang Taiyi had the best talent, and with the lotus and Yimo's 3 birth chant, she progressed rapidly while cultivating the edited sutra. When she reached the demon race, she progressed even faster, and the demon race helped her at all costs, despite having the lotus and 3 birth chant learnings. Zhang Taiyi changed greatly after cultivating the sutra. Demon race cultivation method was about self. In any situation, oneself was the main character. When Zhang Taiyi was with Yimo and Dingjie, the two were helped by Yimo, so Yimo was the main character. She never thought of going higher than Yimo, but as she grew stronger, her character changed even greater. Now that she reached primordial essence, she didn't look down on Yimo, but she didn't consider Yimo as someone stronger than her. When she first saw Yimo, she was happy, but when she saw Jin Bingyu next to Yimo, she immediately went cold. In her subconsciousness, Yimo should come next to her like Dongfang Wang. Tang Songyin meant that Jin Bingyu was prettier than her. How could she stay calm? Zhuge Tianhua's attention had been fixated on Zhang Taiyi. He saw all her emotions and was about to stand up to talk. However, before he could, the primordial essence divine emperor next to Zhang Taiyi said, "No matter what other people say, Saint Yi is the best in my heart. Because I'm not the only one who can see her excellence, so many prodigies from different races came this time. Dongfang Wang is willing to go through all of you." Immediately, everyone knew there was a good show to watch. People wondered who Dongfang Wang would challenge first. Dongfang Wang suddenly turned to Yimo Pil Divine Yi. "I've long heard of your big name. Dongfang Wan will go through you first." Dongfang Wan wanted to kill Yimo and Yimo wanted to kill him too. However, Yimo didn't want to fight with him here. He was certain that Dongfang Wan had good things on him. He would need to find a place with no one. Zhuge Tianhua Long wanted to talk. He couldn't resist getting up. "Immortal friend Dongfang, I love Saint Yi greatly too. How about I fight with you first?" With this, people immediately felt bewildered. They didn't understand why Zhuge Tianhua stood up for Yimo. Even if he was to challenge Dongfang Wang, it should be after Dongfang Wang fought Yimo. Fan Gao's face was extremely bleak. He didn't expect this. Yimo sat and didn't move. He knew why Zhuge Tianhua asked to fight first. Zhuge Tianhua was ranked second on the divine rank when he was Dao Essence. He was pretty much peerless in Dao Essence. Now that he reached primordial essence, he thought he was peerless too. Dongfang Wang had no fame. What if he relied on pills to reach primordial essence? Zhuge Tianhua was scared of Yimo killing Dongfang Wang and he wouldn't have a chance to fight. He was going to shower his power in front of Zhang Taiyi. "In that case, please do." Zhang Taiyi acted as though their fights had nothing to do with her. Chapter 2255 Dongfang Wang's power. In the middle of the guest palace was a spacious short stage. Zhuge Tianhua stood on it. Yimo knew that this was a space restriction. It seemed only 40 meters wide, but it might be 4 kilometers wide. After Zhuge Tianhua reached primordial essence, his Dao waves flowed freely. He was already handsome, so as soon as he stood on the stage, he immediately caught everyone's eyes. Dongfang Wang stood up and saluted with his fists to everyone and then to Zhang Taiyi before walking to the stage. Dongfang Wang looked calmer than Zhuge Tianhua, but his temperament was far weaker than Zhuge Tianhua. Zhuge Tianhua waved his hand and a white jade flute appeared in his hand. Treasure-dropping white jade flute. Many guests exclaimed. Yimo had heard of this magic artifact. It was a fake primordial spirit artifact. This magic artifact's power was no weaker than ordinary primordial spirit artifact. This flute could create a sound that can smash open a realm domain. Used with spirit sense god art, it was much more powerful than ordinary great god arts. The most powerful part of this flute was that it could disconnect the connection between spirit sense and magic artifact. If spirit sense lost connection to magic artifact, the magic artifact was pretty much for show. Everyone here knew that Dongfang Wang had trouble. The two were both primordial essence divine emperor and just broke through. Under such situation, whoever had the better magic artifact had the advantage. Dongfang Wang looked at the flute in contempt. Immortal friend Tianhua, please attack first.
Otherwise, if you lose, people will say I ambushed you.
Zhuge Tianhua didn't mind these words and attacked. Even though the stage was barricaded by restrictions, the guests still heard the ear-piercing sound. It seemed to seep into sea of consciousness and crush the soul. Despite having many layers of restrictions, this sound was still this terrifying. One could imagine what Dongfang Wang was going through. The flute turned into large pieces of sound beams that materialized and completely enveloped the space Dongfang Wang was in. At the same time, Dongfang Wang smashed out a huge black figure. It instantly turned into an extremely huge mountain. Even the restrictions of the stage were cracking under this mountain. It was as though this mountain was too heavy and would crush the restrictions here. Yimo's eyes narrowed. This was definitely the world mountain of the truth fall forbidden grounds. He didn't expect Dongfang Wang to have it, it's world mountain. Zhao Dan's eyes lit up, but then he said this is the piece that disappeared. Clearly, Zhao Dan knew the world mountain was in the nether realm. It seems this person might have a spirit item too. Tong Sonin's tone became serious. Yimo calmed down. He knew that the world mountain attracted spirit items. After leaving the nether realm, it would attract a spirit item to grow on it. Due to this attribute, the world mountain could be made into the divine Dao realm world meridian. That way, the divine Dao realm would be more stable and God's spirit items would grow better. Bitter bamboo was growing on it before, crack. An explosion seeped out from the restriction. Zhuge Tianhua's white flute beams and sounds were instantly smashed by Dongfang Wang's world mountain. The world mountain was too heavy despite being just one corner. Zhuge Tianhua was extremely shocked. He had been peerless and never once was he in the lower hand at the start of the battle. This Dongfang Wang was too terrifying. He was certain that if Dongfang Wang competed for divine rank first, he would be third regardless. Despite this, Zhuge Tianhua wasn't scared. He waved out a spinning space in his hand and smashed out. Space God Art. He wanted to use this spinning space law to suppress the world mountain. At this moment, a faint Buddhist light came out from below the world mountain. Seeing this Buddhist light, Zhuge Tianhua dazed. He felt this demonic killing intent but also this holy Buddhist light. A thought rose in his mind. He needed to stop and get hit by this demonic killing intent to become a real Buddha. This feeling was too strange. Zhuge Tianhua immediately knew this was wrong. He was going to forcefully space the space before him, but the world mountain was too heavy. Even his spinning space was crushed. Spurge. Blood mist flashed and Zhuge Tianhua's soul was annihilated. Dongfang Wang waved his hand and took the world mountain and Zhuge Tianhua's belongings. Many guests suddenly sprung up. Zhuge Tianhua was this powerful and he was killed in such a short time, but someone unheard of, Fan Gao, stood up with fuming eyes. He wanted to go up immediately and kill Dongfang Wang, but he knew he was no match for Dongfang Wang. Even the rest of the Primordial Essence Divine Emperors looked Dongfang Wang in shock, not understanding how there was such a powerful Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Even Zhao Dan showed some concern. Tang Sonin was silent. She knew she was no match for Dongfang Wang. Dongfang Wang stood in the center of the stage and said to Yimo City Lord Yi, "Today, I'm fighting for Zhantai. I want to see City Lord Ye's God Art." Yimo got up calmly. "As you wish." Everyone looked at Yimo in shock. Dongfang Wang showed such power and Yimo dared to agree to fight. How bold was he? Was the news true? Did Yimo really kill those 4 Primordial Essence Divine Emperors? Dongfang Wang said calmly, "We both know Zhantai. If we fight here, it would hurt her regardless of who won. Plus, we can't use our full power with the restrictions here. Why don't we go to the void?" "Very well, as you wish again." Yimo knew what Dongfang Wang was thinking. He guessed that he had good things too. Saint Yi, wait here for me. I will be back soon. Dongfang Wang walked out and smiled at Zhantai. Zhantai smiled and said nothing. Yimo just wanted to talk, but he saw Jin Bingyu smile. "Yimo, you go first. I will wait for you here. Just come back quickly." Yimo knew what Jin Bingyu meant. She was slapping Dongfang Wang's face. Dongfang Wang spoke to Zhantai, but she ignored him. Meanwhile, Jin Bingyu spoke to Yimo first, saying she would wait for him. Dongfang Wang's smile immediately dropped bleak.
She didn't know why Jin Bingyu was confident that Yemo wouldn't be killed by him. Yemo wanted to take Jin Bingyu away as he didn't feel safe leaving her alone here. Seeing this, Tang Songyin smiled. Pill divine, you just go. Sister Bingyu is so nice, she will be fine. She was telling Yemo that no one will touch Jin Bingyu with her here. Zhao Dan Monk nodded to Yemo. He said nothing, but his intentions were clear. Chapter 2256 Show Off. Dongfang Wang studied Jin Bingyu. He really wanted to know how she would look at him after he killed Yemo and came back. Thinking about this, Dongfang Wang walked out of the guest palace and tore open the space before him. Yemo wanted to kill Dongfang Wang more desperately. He saluted with his fists to Zhao Dan and Tang Songyin before leaving. No one followed them. Everyone knew what the two were thinking. The two wanted what each other possessed. Everyone knew that regardless of who won, those who went to see would have no good fate. Yuanzhou saw Yemo and Dongfang Wang tear open space on the demon raceland. His face was calm, but his heart was furious. He only saw Dongfang Wang's power today. He just realized that he was no match for Dongfang Wang at all. Since Dongfang Wang dared to tear open space here, clearly, he didn't take the demon race nor him seriously. As for Yemo, he didn't feel that angry. Yemo was always cocky and tore open space in the dragon race. How could he give face to the demon race? Who are you to Yemo? Zhantai Yi asked Jin Bingyu. Jin Bingyu smiled. I'm his Dao partner. You're lying. Zhantai Yi knew Jin Bingyu was still a virgin, but she couldn't really say this as she was a virgin too. Jin Bingyu put away that calm smile. Whether or not I'm lying has nothing to do with you. I didn't ask you to believe me. Fan Gao suddenly asked Goddess Bingyu that Dongfang Wang has world mountain and powerful god arts. Aren't you worried about Yemo at all? Why would I worry about him? Jin Bingyu asked. Everyone knew Fan Gao wanted to scout for some information, but Jin Bingyu's counter question made him at a loss for words. Yemo, on Earth, just because you were a cultivator, you abused the Dongfang family like a dog. Today, I will let you understand what it feels like to be a dog. Dongfang Wang said hideously at Yemo. His seeping killing intent was going to tear open the surrounding void. You will soon find that even though you're primordial essence, you're still a dog. Yemo said calmly. Ha ha. Dongfang Wang laughed. I will let you know what peerless is. I, Dongfang Wang, am peerless. When I kill you, I will take your essence spirit to take away Jin Bingyu. Then, Dongfang Wang smashed out the world mountain. Demon and Buddhist light swept out millions of ripples, forming a material realm domain. If someone saw this, they would know that Dongfang Wang didn't even use his full power fighting Zhuge Tianhua, demon Buddhist. Dongfang Wang yelled. This was his strongest god art, demon Buddhist realm domain. Under such god art, even the most powerful primordial essence would soon fall under the demon Buddhist light. Yemo seemed to not see the world mountain coming. He took a step in the void casually and waved his hand. Samsara. Dongfang Wang was shocked seeing Yemo ignore his demon Buddhist god art. Before he could release a new god art, the endless flow of time and samsara wrapped around his space, filling his heart and body. At this moment, he saw how proud he was after reaching primordial essence, and then he saw how joyful he was getting the world mountain and Fusang tree. Time flowed like water, but water was heartless. Before he could wake up from his joy, he was swept by the joy of all the Dao fruits he got in the Chaos Star realm. He saw his excitement of his Dao vindication. He saw that goddess who gave him immortal crystals. These instants flowed away like sand. They were unstoppable and left no traces behind. Luckily, he had greater surprises waiting for him. He saw he got the abstruse yellow orb. He got the number 1 divine sutra of the demon race. He saw him fusing the demon and Buddhist Dao. He suddenly saw other people's looks aging with time, while time left less and less marks on him. Wait, other people's time was going forward, but his was going backwards. Fusang tree swept a green ray that removed the time marks. Dongfang Wang suddenly woke up. He found his world mountain was pressed by a long purple sword. He was in Yemo's realm domain and he couldn't move at all. What god art was that? Dongfang Wang asked numbly in his shock. He was completely subjugated by Yemo. He could only feel the flow of time, ages. Yemo said calmly. No matter how peerless Dongfang Wang was, it was meaningless to him. His Dao had surpassed ordinary universe-grade Das. He vindicated his own chaos Dao. Ever since he returned from the nether realm, his Dao was becoming perfected. Yemo,
I, Dongfang Wang, am peerless and yet I underestimated you. I hate this.
Dongfang Wang's eyes spewed with flames.
He didn't feel he was weaker than Yemo. He was subjugated before he even attacked. If he didn't underestimate Yemo, this would never happen, who had powerful fortune like him. He got abstruse yellow orb, Fusong tree, the number 1 demon sutra. Dao fruits, with such powerful fortunes, he was actually captured by Yemo? How could he not go crazy? Yemo suddenly waved out 9 golden bone arrows and a golden bow. The arrows circled around Yemo but didn't shoot. That powerful lethal force already drained all the surrounding life force. Looking at Dongfang Wang's dazed eyes, Yemo suddenly said, "This is golden arrow of divine extermination. I have all 9 arrows. If I want to kill you with these arrows, you won't survive more than 3 arrows." Then, Yemo released a huge gourd and said, "This is 3 treasure primordial essence gourd, primordial spirit artifact. If I were to kill you with this, you won't last 3 seconds. Then, Yemo waved out a blue flame. "This is divine flame blue like morning sky. The number 1 flame in the universe. If I were to burn you, you would already be dust." Little Blue looked at Dongfang Wang and said in contempt, "This trash doesn't even deserve me to burn him." Then Yemo waved out more. "This is primordial spirit artifact melt space, primordial spirit artifact chaos gourd, primordial spirit artifact immortal palace landscape painting." Looking at the dumbfounded Dongfang Wang, Yemo waved out 9 great primordial god runes. These 9 runes completely bound the world mountain and freed Zisu. When Zisu landed on Yemo's hand, Yemo waved, "This is the number 1 magic artifact I use. Zisu. I only need 1 strike to kill you. By the way, I just used Great Primordial God Rune. That only takes a second to kill you." Looking at all these things, Dongfang Wang was so shocked he couldn't speak. Yemo didn't use a single of his magic artifact and god arts to subjugate him. Just how big was the difference between them? He thought he was peerless, but now, he realized what true peerless was. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He was shocked there was someone as powerful as Yemo in the universe. He finally realized why Yemo didn't even take him seriously. He hated this. Why was he still weaker than Yemo after getting all these treasures? Yemo said coldly, "I have all these things, but I don't show off. You have a mere world mountain and you dare to show off in front of me." Dongfang Wang spat a big mouthful of blood. He really didn't expect Yemo meant it. Even though he was primordial essence, he was still abused like a dog by Yemo. Small ginseng, look, this is indeed a trash. He couldn't even take it after a few words and he spat blood? Primordial essence? More like primordial trash. Shadowless commented, "When I just came out, I seem to have heard him saying he was peerless. Is he talking about peerless and spitting blood?" Small ginseng nodded. Dongfang Wang spat another mouthful of blood and sneered at Yemo. "Yemo, you're this powerful but you still agreed to come fight with me. You call me a show-off, but taking all these things out, you're no better than me." Yemo waved his hand and took back everything before saying, "If I annihilated you at the demon race with the wave of a hand, do you think anyone would dare to act cocky at the divine Dao realm 100 years later?" Dongfang Wang immediately realized what Yemo meant. He opened his mouth for a long time before laughing. "Yemo, I thought I was vicious enough. Today, I realize that I'm nothing compared to you." Chapter 2257 Where Are You finale. After repairing the divine Dao realm, Yemo planned to take his wives to travel the cosmos. So, he planned to weaken every race before he left. The attack on divine Dao realm 100 years later would be this opportunity. If he exposed his power before the demon race, no one would dare to go to divine Dao realm. Dongfang Wang laughed like crazy and his force suddenly rose. Almost in an instant, an explosion tore open the void. The realm domain binding Dongfang Wang was broken. Yemo's god essence giant hand instantly grabbed at the void. While Dongfang Wang's essence spirit and storage ring was grabbed by Yemo, a yellow beam exploded and disappeared from the void. Even Yemo couldn't stop this yellow beam in time. "Ha, Yemo. Even if I don't run, you won't be able to get my abstruse yellow orb." Dongfang Wang's essence spirit laughed in Yemo's hand. Yemo just realized that the light that dashed away was abstruse yellow orb. Yemo felt quite regretful. The abstruse yellow orb was a world creation treasure, but Dongfang Wang gave it up. Dongfang Wang was quite powerful to be able to keep his essence spirit after self-destruction.
If he wasn't fast, Dongfang Wang wouldn't escaped. Yemo couldn't be bothered talking.
His hand crushed in Dongfang Wang's essence spirit turned to dust. After killing Dongfang Wang, Yemo felt a lot more comfortable. The three brothers had been a thorn and today, he completely removed it. Yemo didn't really care about losing the abstruse yellow orb. He already had enough good things. He was very happy he could kill Dongfang Wang. Yemo took the world mountain bound by great primordial god rune. Yemo was very happy. At least the world mountain didn't escape. Yemo cut with his spirit sense blades and he opened the restriction of the storage ring. Yemo dazed when he scanned inside. He was dazed not because Dongfang Wang's storage ring was a small world, but there was a person constantly making formation flags and studying formation inside. Yemo immediately took this old man out and asked in disbelief, "Old Lu, how are you captured by Dongfang Wang and making formation flags for him?" Lu Wuhu just realized that the person before him was Yemo. He couldn't react for a long time. After confirming it was Yemo, he said in surprise and joy, "Brother Yi, it really is you. Where is Dongfang Wang, that kid?" "I killed him." Yemo was guessing why Lu Wuhu fell into Dongfang Wang's hands. "You can kill Dongfang Wang?" Lu Wuhu looked at Yemo in extreme shock. Yemo seemed very ordinary. He had seen Dongfang Wang's power with his own eyes, then he thought of something. "Brother Yi, where is this?" "The void outside the divine Dao realm." "How were you captured by Dongfang Wang? What formation flags are you making?" Yemo asked. Lu Wuhu was only abstruse immortal. "Why did Dongfang Wang keep him? You've vindicated Dao already." Lu Wuhu clearly was no ordinary abstruse immortal. He knew a lot from Dongfang Wang, then he sighed, "It's all because of that world rock. Dongfang Wang found me through that. After Dongfang Wang knew that I was a forgery master, he gave me many forgery and formation jade slips for me to study. He then took me to a place saying there was Chaos Green Lotus there, but he couldn't go into. He had a formation that could get the Chaos Green Lotus, but that formation needed hundreds of millions of formation flags. I had to make formation flags for him. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how many millennia I would need to do this for." Yemo just realized. No wonder he couldn't find Lu Wuhu. "How about I send you back to the immortal realm? I built a MOU immortal sect there. I'm going to do some things. After I'm done, I'll come to the MOU immortal sect for you." Yemo said, "You can send me to the immortal realm?" Lu Wuhu asked in surprise and joy. His cultivation level was too low. He felt extremely uncomfortable in the void. Yemo tore open the void and sent Lu Wuhu, "And you'll know when you see it." After sending Lu Wuhu off, Yemo returned to the demon race. When he went in the guest palace, almost everyone got up in shock. Everyone saw Dongfang Wang's power, but Yemo came back safely. Jin Bingyu got up immediately. She looked confident, but when Yemo truly returned, she relaxed. "Pill Divine Yi, where is Dongfang Wang?" Fan Gao asked immediately. Yemo ignored the two and saluted with his fists to Jiao Dan and Tang Songyin, two immortal friends. "You're welcome to be guests at the Divine Dao realm. I'll be going today." Hearing this, some people who knew Yemo all got up. Even Tang Songyin couldn't resist asking Pill Divine Yi. Yemo knew what she wanted to ask and smiled. "I didn't see." Perhaps left due to some reason. Yemo spoke ambiguously. Everyone looked at Yemo in disbelief. There was no way Dongfang Wang would leave. Yemo didn't care what they thought. He walked up to the green-robed man and said, "Your disciple has some conflict with me. I need to ask him a few questions." Zhan Taiyi's face changed seeing Yemo come back. She also got up saying, "Yemo, I have a few questions I want to ask you alone." Yemo grabbed Fengkong without the green-robed man's permission. Then, Yemo tore open the space in the guest palace and left with Jin Bingyu. Yemo didn't even look at Zhan Taiyi once, much less answer her question. The green-robed man's face was green. He got up and saluted with his fists to Yi Yuanzhou before leaving. He didn't tear open space here. As for whether he left to save his disciple or had no face to stay here, no one knew. Zhan Taiyi's face went green seeing Yemo couldn't be bothered talking to her. She looked at where Yemo tore open space for a long while before sitting down dejectedly. In the void, Yemo threw Fengkong on the side and asked coldly, "Fengkong, many years ago, a woman called Wan Jun went to your Grand Emperor estate. Where is she now? Tell me everything about her." Seeing Emo come back alone, Feng Kong long suspected that Dong Fangwan was killed by Emo. I don't know where she went. I only knew she was an immortal emperor and was heavily injured and. Feng Kong didn't finish and was interrupted by Emo, and you took advantage of her, right? Feng Kong couldn't do anything in the wake of absolute power. That was the last word he said before being annihilated. MOU Immortal Sec Main Peak, MOU Peak, Luoying, Muxiaoyun, Song Yangzhu, Ning Qingxue, Jinbingyu, and Su Jingwen stood by Emo's side. They knew that 100 years later, Emo would repair the Divine Dao Realm. The Divine Dao Realm might even have a big battle with many other races. Husband, don't worry, the Divine Dao Realm has many divine emperors too. We're not necessarily weaker than them. Ning Qingxue held Yemo's arm and said, they had been with Yemo here for a long time, but Yemo said nothing. Ning Qingxue thought he was worrying about 100 years later. Luoying said softly he's not worried about that, he's just thinking of some people. Yemo looked at them and smiled. I'm scared they won't come 100 years later. Yemo then sighed. I just suddenly thought of Yi Xing. I wonder if he's okay in Ting Ting. Yemo then looked into the distant void. There was someone he was most worried and most eager to see. It was the girl who was willing to jump off the building with him. The girl who gave him the Chaos World. It was a girl who was scared of ghosts but wanted to go hunt ghosts, but after reaching Primordial Essence, he still couldn't find any traces of Luo Shen. Luo Shen, where are you?